Chapter 811 Roll Call. Apple Pie said this, and they couldn't help but believe it. Strength is the hard truth, especially when facing the enemy of the black soldiers. In their opinion, since Apple Pie has this level of pheromones, she is probably a senior leader in the National Chartered Resource Conservation Bureau. And they, although they have a long history in their respective organizations, can only be regarded as senior soldiers, accustomed to obeying orders. They have long forgotten how to fight against the black soldiers in the long-term lurking mission, and have lost the consciousness of resistance. So when Apple Pie said that she would command, they handed over the command with only a slight hesitation. In response, Apple Pie sneered in her heart. Although she despised the style of these mice in her heart, Apple Pie was still on the same front with these mice for the time being. How many people are there now? Apple Pie asked. She knew the efficiency of the black soldiers and didn't want to waste time. So she asked one after another. You guys are all black soldiers, right? What are your abilities? I can barely be considered a good shooter, but I haven't used it for a long time. My pheromone perception is quite sharp, and I can sense danger within a range of about 50 meters. I am a civilian staff member. Although I am a black soldier, I lack combat ability, and my sixth sense is barely passable. These eccentric melons and jujubes, Apple Pie complained in her heart. But now she should concentrate her strength as much as possible. She alone can't kill so many black soldiers. Listen, the black soldiers are now searching the entire building with all their strength, and all our rebels have been forced to the upper floors. What they will definitely do is to check the surveillance in the corridor through the surveillance of the entire building to grasp the situation. So what we have to do now is to destroy all the surveillance. The others were relieved when they heard this. That's fine, as long as they are not asked to fight the black soldiers. Let's get started. We need to be fast. Let the non-black soldiers in your organization do these things. The abilities of you black soldiers cannot be wasted in such places. After saying that, Apple Pie noticed that the people in front of him were obviously nervous again. Apple Pie didn't waste any more words to avoid them blaming each other. Let go of your pheromones, and let me sense the pheromone strength of each of you. Several people were still hesitating, and Apple Pie urged them. Hurry up. We don't have time. After hearing this, the few people slowly spread their pheromones. After sensing, Apple Pie pointed at the man with a slick back hair in a dark blue suit and said, It's you. Your pheromone concealment ability is pretty good. I need you to stay on the next floor and wait for the search of the black soldiers. The man with the slick back hair was stunned. And then he was anxious. What? I don't want to die. This is not to die. We want to deal with the black soldiers. With so many of us, there is no hope of confronting them head-on. So we can only take shortcuts and kill them by sneak attack. Don't worry. You are not the main force in the battle. I just want you to be a bait. The man with the slick back hair looked at his companions who were relieved, opened his mouth, and said helplessly after a while, What about you? You are the bait, and I am the main attacker. There is no need to discuss so much in advance, because the situation may change at any time, and it is meaningless to say more. It's mainly a waste of time. If I had the time to explain to these mice, I could have done a lot of things a long time ago. Apple Pie didn't care about the lives of these rats at all. In her opinion, these people were just troublemakers. However, it must be admitted that although the rats were weak, there were still many of them. After an urgent call, a group of panicked rats gathered together and lurked among the fleeing crowd. There were quite a few of them. At a certain moment, after mobilization, Apple Pie had established contact with other people in the team and established dozens of groups. Are you all ready? Ready! The groups answered one after another. Apple Pie looked at the time and counted down 3, 2, 1, cut off. With Apple Pie's order, the surveillance in the corridor from the 39th floor to the 53rd floor was physically destroyed almost at the same time. What appeared on Da Vinci's screen was a sudden black screen of a large-scale surveillance screen. What's going on? Seeing this, Da Vinci asked hurriedly and immediately switched the screen perspective to the perspective of the reconnaissance black soldier. After a while, a black soldier replied, Report. The surveillance on the corridor on the 39th floor has been destroyed. Sure enough, Apple Pie has a contact in this building. Da Vinci showed an expression of expectation. Obviously, the surveillance on the 39th to 53rd floors could not have been destroyed by the same person at the same time. It was so quick and organized. It must be the work of Apple Pie. since the black soldiers have discovered that the surveillance on the 39th floor has been destroyed. It means that the black soldiers have reached the 39th floor. The time interval between the destruction of the surveillance and the discovery of the destruction of the surveillance by the black soldiers is only 1 minute, which proves that Apple Pie and others are very clear about the progress of the black soldiers' search. And the black soldiers arrived at the 39th floor just after destroying the surveillance. Chase. No. We shouldn't chase now. Da Vinci subconsciously denied himself as he spoke. The enemy should also understand that their behavior will expose their position. So they are using my inertial thinking. If they really chase to the upper floors without searching, they will ignore the situation on the 39th floor. Then should we divide our forces? No. Dividing our forces will easily disperse our forces. So the safest decision now is still to follow the procedures and continue to search the 39th floor safely. Da Vinci went through many rounds of thinking in a short period of time, without any urgency, and continued to let the black soldiers search the floors. Sure enough, soon, the black soldiers who opened all the rooms opened the pheromone field, and soon found that one of the rooms had a slightly abnormal pheromone. Although the pheromone was well concealed, it was somewhat unstable, and the pheromone fluctuations betrayed the hidden person hiding in the room. The black soldiers formed a two-sided encirclement at the door of the room, and there were also black soldiers on guard around the encirclement team to prevent sneak attacks. The next moment, the black soldiers broke into the room. Ah! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Don't shoot! Please don't shoot! This is an office with neatly arranged rows of desks. Each desk has a partition. The black soldiers could only see the desks when they broke into the room. The voices begging for mercy came from behind the desks. Many people were hiding behind the desks. The leading black soldier ordered, "I'll give you 1 minute. Everyone come out from behind the desks. Move slowly. Raise your hands. Gather in the back corner and stand with your back to the wall. We will start a search in 1 minute. If we find anyone behind the desk, we will shoot them all." For a moment, the noisy begging for mercy stopped, and there was silence for about 10 seconds. The black soldier counted down. "You have 45 seconds. After another 10 seconds, someone finally couldn't bear it anymore, and stood up with his hands raised in fear. "Don't shoot. Don't shoot. I don't have any weapons." The man looked like he was about to piss himself. When he stood up, he saw more than a dozen gangsters pointing guns at him. Any normal person would be scared. The black soldier said, "Go to the wall in front of the back wall. Put your hands on the wall and raise them above your head." The man walked over trembling and did as he was told. When one person did it, another would follow. Seeing that the first brave man was safe and sound, some people also chose to surrender, stood up and begged for mercy, and all walked to the wall and stood still. A minute later, the originally chaotic pheromones were all sorted out neatly. The black soldiers looked at each other. They could sense that there was someone hiding behind a desk. That was the pheromone abnormality they had sensed before. Who else? Didn't come out from behind the desk. If they were holding the weapons of the black soldiers, they would have fired a shot long ago. No matter what kind of strongman was hiding behind the desk, the desk and the person would be annihilated together. But they were holding only ordinary guns, so they could only choose the most traditional method. That is, to have people outflanking from both sides. Just as they were about to leave, Da Vinci suddenly spoke. "Don't go over yet. I checked the information of Apple Pie, and she has mastered the skills of pheromone residue, which means that there may be only Apple Pie's pheromones there, which may be just a trap. So let ordinary people go over and open the desk." "Yes." The black soldiers immediately pointed out an ordinary person who was facing the wall. The way of naming was also very rough. They just raised their hands and shot. The bullet shot a crater on the wall above the head of the ordinary person facing the wall. "You, turn around and go to lift that desk." The one who was pointed out was a man with a back hair in a blue suit. The man with the back hair looked bitter, pale, and turned around in fear. Chapter 8:12. The first wave of counterattack against the black soldiers. Listen, I know the black soldiers very well, so I can probably predict their subsequent actions after entering this office. First of all, the only thing you can do is to conceal your pheromones. So you have to conceal your own pheromones and blend into the crowd of ordinary people in this office. I will set a small trap somewhere to lure the black soldiers into the trap. All you have to do is wait. Wait for the moment when the black soldiers call you. That's when we have the chance to counterattack the black soldiers. 10 minutes ago, after telling the whole plan, Apple Pie specifically explained the position of the man in the blue suit and the back-haired man, as well as the subsequent handling plan. The man with the back-haired man felt helpless about Apple Pie's plan. Your entire plan is based on the premise of accurate prediction, right? Even if you are right about the other parts. How can you predict that the black soldiers will definitely choose me among so many people? It's very simple. Just induce me. That's what Apple Pie said at the time. The black soldiers usually use rational thinking to make judgments. This way of thinking is excellent under normal circumstances. But conversely, it is also their weakness. As long as we can think in the same rational way, it is easy to predict what choices they will make subconsciously. For example, you have to be the first person to stand up. The man with the slick back hair did the same. When all the ordinary people were hiding behind their desks and hesitating and afraid, he overcame his fear and stood up, becoming the first brave man to surrender to the black soldiers. It was precisely because of his actions that more people came out from behind their desks. And eventually all ordinary people surrendered to the black soldiers. If this is not enough, you are only implanting subconscious hints in the black soldiers' minds. If you want to increase the probability of the black soldiers calling you, you need to pay special attention to your position. Position? Yes. I let you come out first. Not just to let you be the first bird. You also have to choose a position closest to the trap I set up and wait. The black soldiers' way of thinking is extremely rational. Even if they call out names, they will attach great importance to rationality and efficiency. Therefore, after the hints and the design of the positions, I am 90% sure that they can successfully call your name the first time. Time goes back to the present. You got it all right. What a monster. The man with the slick back hair finally knew why the woman was able to take a high position in her organization. Because the current situation was exactly the same as the future she had predicted. Now, at this moment, the black soldier pointed him out and asked him to overturn the trap set up by Apple Pie in advance. The man with the slick back hair didn't know what the trap designed by Apple Pie was. And Apple Pie didn't explain what he should do if the black soldier really called his name. So his fear and tension were not fake. What should I do? Should I obey the black soldier's order to destroy the trap? Really? Since it has been predicted to this extent. Tell me what I should do next. Under the guns of the black soldiers, the man with the slick back hair could only slowly approach a desk workstation pointed by the black soldiers. He was stunned until he stood behind the desk. Wait, what is behind the desk? Open it up. The black soldiers ordered and urged. The man with the slick back hair faced the muzzle and did it subconsciously. However, at this moment, suddenly, a bang suddenly exploded in the direction of the door. More than 50% of the black soldiers on the scene immediately turned their guns towards the door. And in their sight, a nimble figure rushed into the scene at high speed from the broken door, with strong pheromones that made people tremble. It's an elite black soldier. The black soldier with the most acute perception shouted immediately, and pulled the trigger. Too slow. The man also shouted and shot at the leading black soldier while dodging. As soon as the shooting was fired, all the ordinary people no longer paid attention to the muzzle deterrence of the black soldiers before, screamed, and rolled and crawled back to hide behind the desk. The shooting of both sides failed to work. The leading black soldier tried to shake the visitor's mind with words while shooting. Although I don't know who you are, it seems that you have misjudged our number and strength. Even if you are an elite black soldier, it is unrealistic to fight a gun battle with our black soldier team alone. Really? It seems that you have misjudged us too. Right now, the visitor suddenly roared. The black soldiers present suddenly felt a tremor in their hearts. This was a warning from their sixth sense. Their sixth sense told them that the danger that was about to happen was enough to put them in danger of death. But where does the danger come from? The black soldiers made a judgment in an instant. Several black soldiers, who reacted quickly, twisted their waists and turned their guns to the back. If this elite black soldier-level strongman who suddenly appeared had other support, then the danger should come from those ordinary people. Are there black soldiers among those ordinary people? You guessed it. But the direction is wrong. The elite black soldier-level strongman laughed wildly. All the ordinary people were driven to the corner against the wall by them, and the black soldiers subconsciously aimed at that direction. However, when they turned the guns, they realized that an ordinary person was forced by them to the back of the desk that they thought was problematic. Could it be that the thing hidden behind the desk was a gun? A moment of misjudgment made them miss the best shooting time. A figure rolled out from behind the desk. Although the action was a bit awkward, although it looked hasty, and although the action was rough, The man with the back hair held the gun with both hands and fired wildly in their direction. Several black soldiers were shot one after another without time to adjust and dodge. There are 8 more. We'll kill you all in one go. At this time, Apple Pie, who was still wearing a disguised face, did not retreat but instead rushed forward at an accelerated speed. The biggest difference between the elite black soldier level and the black soldier level is not physical fitness, but the pheromones that have developed into a sixth sense through training. The difference in the magnitude of this pheromone was fully reflected at this moment. These black soldiers could only dodge and pause to counterattack. But Apple Pie was able to attack freely under the crazy shooting of the rat with a gun. Oops. Watch out for this guy. Too late. Apple Pie quickly rushed to the angle where he could attack all the black soldiers. And the muzzle of the gun was already aimed at these black soldiers. And he pulled the trigger. The continuous shooting of the automatic rifle. At this distance, at this angle, and at this time, the black soldiers had no way to dodge. Almost in an instant, 7 or 8 black soldiers were shot into sieves, and the others barely found cover with their relatively good sixth sense. But they were also shot several times. This whole process is a long story. But from the time Apple Pie rushed out to the time when the black soldiers were one-sidedly wiped out, it actually took no more than 20 seconds. No one calculated the time. But as long as you are not blind, you can see the change in the situation. There are still some fish that have slipped through the net. All of them are solved. Apple Pie did not take any chances. Nor did he give up the finishing blow. Several wounded black soldiers rushed out with blood spitting out their mouths, and expressionless faces ready to make a last stand. But they were also killed by Apple Pie with a few shots. In just 20 seconds, the ground was full of corpses, and blood flowed like a river. The man with the slick back hair, who assisted Apple Pie in the work of disrupting the black soldiers, had already turned pale, and he slumped to the ground, trembling with his gun with an empty magazine. Apple Pie was used to this scene, and looked at the man with the slick back hair. Hey, how long are you going to rest? There is no time to sigh and relax. After this batch is destroyed, there will be the next batch. The commander behind the black soldiers will definitely choose to attack again, and will not give us the opportunity to ambush next time. I vomit. The man with the slick back hair actually vomited. Apple Pie was shocked when he saw it, and finally smacked his lips. TSK. Is this still considered a black soldier level? I almost forgot that these rats are different from those in China. These rats here will only flee and have no courage to resist the black soldier organization. Chapter 813 Da Vinci's Guess. The core base. Was it wiped out? On the 39th floor, the black soldiers chased Apple Pie and kept climbing up the floors. As a result, the Vanguard reconnaissance team was wiped out. No one knew what happened because the surveillance on the floor was all destroyed. The only thing Da Vinci knew was the communication perspective of the black soldiers at the end. There was an elite black soldier level strongman as the main force, who cooperated with another person to wipe out the reconnaissance black soldiers. In other words, the previous guess was correct. There might be an ambush similar to the 39th floor in the subsequent floors. At this time, Da Vinci remembered Su Feng's instructions. If you want to break their plan, you only need to launch a few missiles to solve it. One force breaks all methods. This should be the simplest and crudest method. No, not yet. Killing Apple Pie is simple. But it is better to capture Apple Pie alive. Da Vinci still hasn't forgotten the Manor invasion case. Killing Apple Pie means that the truth may also be far away from him. And the mastermind behind it can never be Apple Pie. He wants to seek a more complete truth. So he chose to continue to order the subsequent black soldiers to search upwards by force. But this time, the manpower was much larger than the reconnaissance team, since it was confirmed that there was a support team for Apple Pie in this building, and the other side had the ability to wipe out their black soldier team. There was no need to split up and die. Master Da Vinci, why don't you adopt Commander Su's suggestion? The adjutant asked. Da Vinci understood that Su Feng was not interested in the so-called truth. Otherwise, he would not have suggested using the Red Star bullet to solve Apple Pie. Da Vinci was not just seeking the truth, but also had another purpose. Once the Red Star bomb is launched, we will have no way out. The Red Star bomb is a small missile that can be regarded as a weapon of war on the battlefield. This is Wall Street, the economic lifeline of the United States. Once the Red Star bomb is used on Wall Street, it is equivalent to declaring war on the United States directly, and it will cost more to negotiate in the future. It's not that the Red Star bomb cannot be used, But we must ensure that we can obtain sufficient benefits before we use it. The focus of the adjutant was not the apple pie, but the other side. But if the Red Star bomb is not used, Lord Da Vinci, how can the monster in Building 39 be stopped? Da Vinci was silent. He looked at the situation in Building 39 and couldn't think of a good solution for a while. Unlike the roundabout plot of luring the enemy deep into the apple pie and setting up an ambush, everything that happened in Building 39 seemed even more bizarre. At first, Da Vinci just wanted to find the monster's weakness. As a result, up to now, the black soldiers in Building 39 have basically been forced to the first floor to defend, with only a 13-man team left. And the black soldiers on other floors were all killed by the monster. And so far, Da Vinci has not figured out what means the other party used to crush the black soldiers. During Da Vinci's silence, the adjutant said, "If this continues, I'm afraid Building 39 will completely become the other party's territory. It seems that only Building 40 has spare manpower around us." Hearing this, Da Vinci suddenly asked, "What do you think the other party's purpose is?" The adjutant was puzzled. "Purpose? Isn't it strange? This guy appears here just to attract our attention. We don't know where he came from. And there is no support around him like apple pie. He has been fighting alone, like a deadly and tempting cake, which makes people unable to help but pay too much attention to him. Isn't this strange? Thinking about it. Indeed, if this monster is now in Building 40, I'm afraid the black soldiers in Building 40 would have encountered a major crisis of annihilation. But he is now in Building 39. From the perspective of combat deployment, it doesn't seem to make sense." Da Vinci sneered. "According to my judgment, he is just a bait." The adjutant continued to be puzzled. He was from the assault department and couldn't keep up with Da Vinci's thinking. An asked bait? Da Vinci didn't expect the adjutant to understand. So he explained, "Building 40 where apple pie is located has a force to support apple pie, which is itself an anomaly. From the perspective of combat force deployment, the enemy's focus is on Building 40. Didn't you notice? When the monster in Building 39 appeared, it happened to be when we surrounded Building 40. The adjutant recalled that it seemed to be true. Then the reason why this monster suddenly appeared can be explained. I'm afraid his appearance is to rescue, because there is something important in Building 40. The enemy has arranged a lot of people in Building 40. When we surrounded Building 40, the enemy sent such a monster to Building 39 to attract our attention. Think carefully. If it were you, how would you make a decision when almost all the black soldiers in Building 39 were slaughtered?" The adjutant said uncertainly, "Order more black soldiers to support Building 39. Da Vinci shook his head. "If that's the case, then we're really falling into the enemy's rhythm. Now the black soldiers closest to Building 39 and most convenient to dispatch are the black soldiers surrounding Building 40. So according to your idea, you will dispatch some black soldiers from Building 40. But this will play into the enemy's hands. That will weaken the defense of Building 40, which will give the enemy a chance to counterattack." The adjutant was confused. "So what is in Building 40? How to deal with this monster in Building 39? I already have some guesses." Da Vinci's mind flashed back various clues that he had ignored before. At that time, apple pie appeared in the manor, and together with the prophet, he was harmed. It seemed that the enemy had succeeded. But that was when the enemy was least prepared. The prophet mistakenly thought that they had succeeded. So their subsequent actions exposed their purpose. After the prophet came to power, he only did one thing, which was to intensify the conflict between the United States and the Black Soldier Organization. What was the Black Soldier Organization going to do at that time? Exterminate rats. Da Vinci murmured. The rat extermination operation had actually leaked out a long time ago. This can be explained. Da Vinci denied his original guess. He originally thought that the prophet was a rebellious faction among the black soldier. Rebellion is rebellion. But it should not have any collusion with rats. After all, the prophet had just arrived in New York. But from the perspective of what he is thinking now, the prophet is likely to be on the side of the rats from the beginning. After the prophet learned about the rat extermination operation, the rat organization drove the prophet and apple pie to stage a manor invasion. If this alone is not enough to destroy the rat extermination operation, they muddied the waters in New York, forcing the U.S. to send out super soldiers. And apple pie also lured super soldiers to fight against black soldiers everywhere, further intensifying the conflict. All this is to stop the rat extermination operation. Until today, apple pie created a conflict with greater momentum than the previous 2 days. heading straight to Wall Street. After breaking through the entrance of Wall Street, she rushed into Building 40 without stopping, with an extremely clear goal. There's a thing in Building 40 that apple pie is willing to take out even if it means being in a dangerous place. It's a person. To be more precise, it's a rat in the rat organization. The Black Soldier organization has put the safety of this rat in jeopardy while trying its best to eliminate rats. This rat is imprisoned in Wall Street and cannot be easily evacuated. So they planned this drama of super soldiers besieging Wall Street, so that the super soldiers stand on the same front with them and help them escape. Da Vinci stared at Building 40 with a sharp gaze, which also explained why there were so many people in Building 40 to support them. Because Building 40 is the core base of the rat organization that colluded with apple pie. This rat organization is also the operator of the current unrest in New York and the root of all evil. Chapter 814, Not Fighting Alone. If I guess correctly, Building 40 itself is the base of a rat organization. The reason why Da Vinci thought so was because this explanation was too reasonable and perfect, and it could almost connect everything and restore the truth of the matter. There is a manipulator rat organization in Building 40 that disrupts the situation in New York. At the beginning of the rat extermination operation, it colluded with the elite black soldiers Apple Pie and Prophet, destroyed the trust between the United States and the Black Soldier Organization, and left the Black Soldier Organization no time to continue to investigate. It is precisely because this explanation is too logical that Da Vinci, who is rational, believes the truth he speculated. It's actually very simple to verify my guess. Although the battles on both sides of Building 40 and Building 39 were deadlocked, Da Vinci was not discouraged at all, but became more determined and said to the adjutant beside him, "As long as I withdraw the black soldiers in Building 39 and let them go to support Building 40, everything will be clear." The adjutant didn't understand. "What do you mean? If Building 40 is really as I thought, then the monster that appeared in Building 39 is a bait to tie down our combat power. If I order the black soldiers to go to Building 40 and directly abandon Building 39, how do you think he will react?" The adjutant hesitated for a moment and said, "Normally, he should take the opportunity to escape." "Yes, that's normal. But what if he doesn't escape, but instead tries to rescue his companions in Building 40? The adjutant understood. If that situation really happened, then the suspicion of Building 40 would double. There must be something in it that is enough to make a monster-level strawman risk his life alone to rescue it. But for some reason, the adjutant always felt that it was not that simple. He did not understand conspiracy and human nature. So when thinking about the current situation, his thinking angle was different from that of Leonardo da Vinci, who relied on logic. He judged more from intuition. He always felt that the truth mentioned by Leonardo da Vinci had a foggy sense of disobedience and was not real. If you have to say it, this does not seem to be analyzed by Leonardo da Vinci. But the enemy deliberately let Leonardo da Vinci think in this direction. The adjutant thought for a moment and did not speak directly, but said tactfully, "Lord da Vinci, the enemy is the mastermind behind the chaos in New York. The current situation is all led by the enemy, including apple pie. Building 40 was not discovered by us, but by apple pie. Is there any problem here? It's not surprising that you think so. But if you think from the enemy's perspective, this doubt can be explained." Da Vinci certainly would not let go of this doubt and explained, "In our rat extermination operation, the enemy itself has reached the edge of the cliff. If apple pie does nothing, their only chance to create chaos on Wall Street is that they have to create chaos on Wall Street. As an elite black soldier, apple pie is naturally indispensable to them. They are just betting that we can't detect the truth." The adjutant frowned, still feeling something was wrong, but he was also half convinced. Da Vinci pressed the communication button to transmit the communication to Building 39. The adjutant was about to say, "Do you want to inform Commander Sue?" But he swallowed his words back. "Forget it. It's good that the black soldiers in Building 39 escaped from the clutches of that monster. If you want to talk about the person who knows the current situation best, there will be no other person in New York except Jew Sergio. The American super soldiers are the chess pieces lured out by him. Apple pie is the chess piece deceived by him. The rat organization is the chess piece used by him to confuse people. Even Da Vinci's logically self-consistent truth is still within Jew Sergio's expectations. In other words, everyone is his chess piece. And Da Vinci is no exception. And playing so many chess games is just to lead out one person. Su Feng. To lead out Su Feng, the most critical step is still missing. Finally thought of it. Enough time has been wasted. Zhu Shurjiu sensed that the black soldiers, who were originally on guard on the first floor of Building 39, have evacuated one after another. It was clear after releasing the pheromone a little bit. Their withdrawal was not to lure the enemy deeper, but to really give up. This also meant that Da Vinci finally followed the path he had designed and personally put the last piece of the puzzle together for him. With Da Vinci's cooperation, this scene would be more perfect. After sensing that there were no more pheromones of the black soldiers in Building 39, Zhu Shurjiu put away his pheromone field and took a deep breath. The consumption is greater than I thought. It is not physical strength that is consumed, but pheromones. His battle was able to crush the black soldiers, thanks to his huge pheromones. But pheromones were not infinite. In the second half, he almost couldn't maintain the pheromone field. Even just now, he had to slow down to continue fighting with the remaining black soldiers in Building 39. Now that the pheromone field was suddenly closed, he suddenly felt a sense of emptiness, which was the intuitive feeling of pheromones being close to drying up. But he couldn't stop. He slowed down for a while, and did not choose to take the stairs or the elevator. Instead, he randomly found a window at the end of the corridor, opened the window and jumped down, and jumped out of Building 39 directly. No one stopped him, because the nearby black soldiers surrounded Building 40, until Zhu Shurjiu's figure appeared not far from Building 40. It's true. In the command room, Da Vinci's eyes condensed slightly. The other party's actions confirmed his guess. A person appearing on an empty street is extremely conspicuous, and there is no need to scan through pheromones. The black soldiers surrounding Building 40 almost saw the monster that almost killed Building 39 at a glance. Stop! The black soldiers all pointed their guns at Zhu Shurjiu from a distance. Be careful. His pheromones are very strong. Don't fight this man in close combat. Otherwise, as long as the other party touches your body, he will have a way to paralyze us directly at a glance. The working principle is unknown. The black soldiers who retreated from Building 39 to the surrounding team of Building 40 knew the strength of Zhu Shurjiu, the monster, the most, and warned their teammates. Zhu Shurjiu did not release his pheromones this time, but instead restrained his pheromones to the extreme. Just like an ordinary person without pheromones, he walked towards the direction of Building 40 in a dignified manner, completely ignoring the rows of guns pointed at him. Get out of the way. Zhu Shurjiu's voice was neither happy nor sad, and he looked at the black soldiers as if he was looking at dead objects. Faced with this situation, Da Vinci in the command room felt that an opportunity had come. To be honest, if this guy took the opportunity to escape after he was transferred from the black soldiers, he would have no way to deal with it. But fortunately, the other party came to the front of Building 40, as he expected. This proves that the other party has been pinned down by Building 40, and cannot leave easily. Apple Pie was surrounded on the upper floors of Building 40, and this mysterious monster was pinned down near Building 40. As long as the operation is proper, these two waves of enemies can be wiped out. At the scene, the buzzing sound of armed drones rose quietly. Zhu Shurjiu looked up and saw an astonishing number of densely packed drones flying quickly in this direction in the distant sky. At first glance, they looked like a group of noisy hornets gathered together. This number is more than what I saw before, Zhu Shurjiu muttered to himself, and then fell silent. It doesn't matter. No matter how many come, there is only one ending. Looking at the armed drones that are almost covering the sky, Zhu Shurjiu took out the communicator calmly and pressed the communication button. It's time. Come out. He is not fighting alone. The next moment, in Wall Street, in various buildings, a group of people with ordinary clothes stepped onto the streets of Wall Street. Everyone held a gun in their hands. The number of people was even greater than the number of black soldiers surrounding Building 40. And this is not the key point. The key point is that these people are all emitting pheromone. In other words, they are all black soldier-level strongmen. Da Vinci in the command room felt bad when he saw this. And in Zhu Shurjiu's headset, Xue An's distressed voice sounded. These are the strongest forces I can summon. Hey, can you do it? Chapter 8:15 Controlling Pheromones. Zhu Shurjiu did not answer Xue An's question. He could not make any promises to Xue An, and it was not up to him to decide whether these people could survive. The current situation was not a conspiracy, but a head-on confrontation with the black soldiers. Zhu Shurjiu could not predict how many people would die under the black soldiers' guns. In his plan, these people were just consumables used to consume the black soldiers' strength. Should this be called Zhu Shurjiu cold? No. Although he made the plan, It was also agreed by these people. In other words, they knew what role they would play. And some of the weaker ones even came here with the awareness of death. Appeared. Da Vinci in the command room was more convinced of his judgment after seeing the figures suddenly emerging from the buildings on Wall Street from all directions. If Building 40 is not the core base of the rat organization, how can we explain the appearance of so many rats on Wall Street? And from the on-site report, these rats are black soldier level strongmen. This number can be used to attack a small black soldier base. My guess is right. Armed drones. Aim at the target. And shoot. Da Vinci did not hesitate and directly gave orders to the armed drone control team. It would be fine to leave only Apple Pie alive. Although these people's origins are unknown and worth exploring. They have threatened the siege of Building 40. The premise of keeping them alive is to ensure that their mission is not affected. At the same time, almost at the same time when Da Vinci gave the order, Zhu Sergio also shouted to all the gun-carrying troops in the rear. Aim at the drones and shoot them down. Armed drones were flying densely in the sky in the distance. As soon as Zhu Sergio finished speaking, all the mice felt the danger and oppression that could cause death, which was brought by the armed drones. The black soldiers surrounding Building 40 raised their guns at the same time and aimed at the mice, who were ready to shoot. The goal of the black soldiers was not to kill the mice, but to prevent the mice from shooting down the drones. Zhu Sergio shouted, "Don't worry about these black soldiers. Just aim. I'll deal with these black soldiers." His words were really absurd. Whether it was the black soldiers or mice present, or Da Vinci who was monitoring the screen in the back, they all thought Zhu Sergio was talking nonsense after hearing this. No matter how strong Zhu Sergio was, he couldn't stop so many black soldiers from shooting at the same time. Right? However, the next moment, just when the black soldiers were about to pull the trigger and the mice were about to put down their guns to dodge, the black soldiers and mice changed their faces. Da Vinci also saw the strange behavior of the crowd behind the monitor and asked quickly, "What's wrong?" His pheromone burst. Da Vinci didn't understand for a moment. What's wrong with a pheromone burst? It would be strange if there was no pheromone burst in the face of so many black soldiers. Right? Unlike Da Vinci who didn't understand the situation, the black soldiers present all felt a surge of pheromone coming from the man in front. To be honest, they had never thought that someone's pheromone could be so strong. Especially the black soldiers, who had a brief confrontation with Zhu Sergio in Building 39 before. They couldn't understand it, because Zhu Sergio's pheromone before the pheromone burst was already not like that of a human. And now Zhu Sergio's pheromone burst was even stronger. Pheromone of this level is definitely not something that can be formed by injecting drugs. The black soldiers gritted their teeth and made the same judgment. They couldn't shoot in front, because Zhu Sergio locked his own pheromones to every black soldier at the same time as the pheromone burst, and almost instantly broke through the pheromone environment in the black soldiers' bodies through pheromones, and instilled the black soldiers with wrong pheromones, forcing the black soldiers' sixth sense to be seriously confused. This is not a simple pheromone destruction, but a pheromone disturbance that can almost be mistaken for the real thing. It's like a machine running strictly according to the program. Under normal circumstances, the machine can operate according to the program design. But now a hacker has tampered with the program and input wrong but executable code into the machine, causing the output of the machine to change. And the machine itself has no way to realize that its program is wrong. In short, their sixth sense can no longer accurately judge what is the real danger. When they aim and prepare to shoot, they can always sense that a great danger is about to strike, just like a sniper in the dark is aiming at their vital points, forcing them to dodge temporarily. There was more than one black soldier at the scene who was in this situation, and the other black soldiers were also in the same situation. A black soldier quickly determined the current situation and quickly reported it to Da Vinci. In the command room, the adjutant subconsciously denied it. How is this possible? If the opponent of that monster was one or two black soldiers, I could barely accept it. But to control all the black soldiers at the scene like this, it's too unrealistic. Da Vinci looked unhappy. No matter how unrealistic it is, it has actually happened. Da Vinci could understand what the adjutant meant, because this further proved that the opponent's pheromone had reached an inhuman level. To achieve this, it was necessary to quietly control one's own pheromone to synchronize with the controlled black soldier while breaking through the black soldier's pheromone, and then pay attention to the changes in the black soldier's pheromone, and input the wrong pheromone into the black soldier at the right time. It was incredible that dozens of black soldiers on the scene encountered the same situation at the same time. This miracle could not be explained by multitasking. This person cannot be killed. Soon, Da Vinci realized a very important point. Although this level of pheromone appeared on the enemy, it was terrible. But it also meant that the opponent's value was immeasurable. Imagine if we find out why the other party has such powerful pheromones, and turn it into a universal means to promote it to the entire Black Soldier organization. The adjutant didn't understand what Da Vinci said. He looked at the screen and said, "Lord Da Vinci, now is not the time to consider capturing alive this guy. Look, he has already started killing people. The situation is one-sided. What terrible consequences will there be if your own pheromones are controlled by the enemy? To put it simply, it is to suddenly become an ordinary person in front of an elite Black Soldier. This gap is fatal on the battlefield." There was a lot of gunfire at the scene. Behind Zhu Sergio, a large group of companions raised their guns and fired at the drones in the sky. Although their strength was at the bottom of the Black Soldier level, they were at least Black Soldier level, and compared with ordinary people, they were sharpshooters. The movement speed of the drone was limited. No matter how fast it was not faster than a gun, and it was not faster than the reaction speed of a Black Soldier level strongman. In just a few seconds, the drones that came to support from afar fell like leaves falling from the sky in the autumn forest. The drones that were shot were smoking and spinning, splashing sparks and falling to the ground, breaking into pieces. The Black Soldiers were unable to stop them, because they were also busy. Zhu Sergio also raised his gun, but he did not shoot at the drones, but at them. The fatal pheromone gap made them living targets for the other side. The other side just shot at them calmly, and then they were shot calmly. There was no fancy operation, and every shot of the other side was extremely accurate. Of course, they also tried to fight back. After all, Zhu Sergio was there, and they just had to raise their guns and shoot. But the bullets they shot did not even touch the corners of the other side's clothes. In fact, Zhu Sergio did not do anything. He just stood where he should stand. Under normal circumstances, the shooting of dozens of Black Soldiers would be enough to block any space for him to dodge. But now all the Black Soldiers' pheromones were under his control, and there were a lot of flaws in the hail of bullets, which he could use. After firing one magazine, the Black Soldiers fell to the ground. Zhu Sergio took out the second magazine from his pocket slowly, lowered his head, twisted his waist, staggered his feet slightly, avoided the bullets, and fired easily. This excellent acting skill made no one see that under such a good situation, his pheromones were about to run out. Chapter 8:16, The fastest way to deal with the Black Soldiers. The depletion of pheromones is a fatal thing for the Black Soldiers, and also for Zhu Sergio. So this battle can only be fought quickly. But if the Black Soldiers see that he wants to end the battle in a hurry, Da Vinci behind them will definitely predict his own situation. So the more anxious he is at this time, the more he can't be anxious. Zhu Sergio showed a relaxed look because he understood this point. The gun in his hand shot the Black Soldiers accurately one after another. The Black Soldiers whose pheromones were controlled by him were simply unable to resist. Since he can't be anxious, let the Black Soldiers be anxious. Da Vinci felt his oppression, and would definitely want to end the battle more than him. The result would be either to retreat actively or to counterattack more strongly, and would not delay the battle. Zhu Sergio kept calm thinking even in the battle, and there were calculations behind it. Drones crashed one after another in the distant sky, and the Black Soldiers surrounding Building 40 were all suppressed by Zhu Sergio. The drones that dared to show up crashed, and the Black Soldiers, who did not find shelter, were all shot and killed. This battle took only 1 minute. When the remaining Black Soldiers retreated to Building 40, Zhu Sergio's gun magazines were all emptied. The order to retreat to Building 40 was issued by Da Vinci, because there was only such an option at the moment. The gunfire on Wall Street gradually stopped. Everyone, count the personnel and equipment. After Zhu Sergio killed the Black Soldiers and retreated to Building 40, he immediately summoned the remaining rats. To be frank, his performance just now was enough to convince these rats, who had originally followed Shui An's orders, to attack the Black Soldiers. He became the rat king of these rats. The rats gathered together quickly. The quality of these rats was much better than some rats that didn't fight often. Someone counted and concluded, "There's not enough ammunition. I'm afraid we can only hold on to one more gunfight like the one just now." But Zhu Sergio was not concerned about this. He asked, "Is anyone injured?" "Yes. I was shot in the arm by the Black Soldier. But it's not a big deal. I can still fight. I was shot in the shoulder. According to a rough count, a total of 5 people were injured. Zhu Shizhou made arrangements without hesitation. The injured people should not participate in the battle. Hand over your guns and ammunition to the uninjured people. You can find a place to hide. We, the uninjured people, will break into Building 40 and annihilate the remaining black soldiers. How can this be done? Zhu Shizhou interrupted one of the people who was excited and wanted to say something. He looked at the gunshot wound on his shoulder and didn't have time to talk nonsense with him. Do you think you can kill a black soldier one-on-one while injured? If not, then obey orders. The injured mouse covered his shoulder unwillingly. But soon, he handed over his guns and ammunition to his uninjured companions. The others also handed over their guns and ammunition after a little hesitation, and then quickly left the scene according to Zhu Shizhou's orders. Zhu Shizhou said to all the remaining people, "We are short of ammunition, and the black soldiers are short of." Before he finished speaking, Zhu Shizhou raised his hand and fired a shot in the direction of Building 40 without turning his head. A black soldier who tried to sneak up and attack while he was explaining fell out of Building 40. Zhu Shizhou continued as if nothing had happened. It's the same with the black soldiers. You should have all participated in the destruction of the safe streets on Wall Street. Right? The mice knew this, because Zhu Shizhou had given this task to Xuan, who then gave it to the mice. In the end, most of the black soldiers' safe houses on Wall Street were destroyed by them, and only 1 in 10 of the guns and ammunition inside remained. Even if the black soldiers quickly coordinated their work, it would not change the fact that their safe houses were destroyed. Now is the time for us to pursue the black soldiers. We can't miss this opportunity. The mice were already very convinced by Zhu Shizhou just now. Now that Zhu Shizhou said this, they believed even more that Zhu Shizhou could lead them to victory. Someone came up and said, "I see you don't have enough ammunition. I'll give it to you." Zhu Shizhou just smiled faintly and said, "I don't need it, because my next battle will be close combat." What? Close combat? Although the ammunition on the black soldier side may not be sufficient, close combat is too. Zhu Shizhou naturally couldn't explain to them the problem of his pheromone depletion. He chose close combat to avoid exposing his weaknesses in the process of continuing to fight with the black soldiers. There was no time to waste on explanations now. Zhu Shizhou waved his hand, and everyone shut up. He waved his hand again, and everyone followed him, and walked towards Building 40. In the command room, Da Vinci realized at this time that Zhu Shizhou's goal was not just to deter the black soldiers in Building 40. Zhu Shizhou's goal was exposed at this moment. He wanted to wipe out all the black soldiers in Building 40. Because Zhu Shizhou and Apple Pie's separate actions were too obvious. This guy was advancing from the bottom to the top, while Apple Pie was advancing from the top to the bottom, preparing to strangle the black soldiers layer by layer in a certain floor of Building 40. Now Da Vinci faced 2 choices. Either to let the black soldiers on the first floor continue to evacuate upwards as the other party wished, or to let them stay and continue to face Zhu Shizhou. Are these 2 choices determine the fate of the black soldiers in the next building? Time waits for no one. Although Da Vinci's ability is insufficient, his point is decisiveness. Faced with a dilemma, he immediately ordered the black soldiers to evacuate upwards. Compared with the team led by this monster, the team led by Apple Pie is easier to be defeated. So when Zhu Shizhou and others entered Building 40, the mice who were facing a great enemy did not see a single black soldier. What's going on? Where are the black soldiers? Zhu Shizhou laughed, needless to say. They naturally evacuated upwards. The mice were silent. Who would have thought that they were all prepared for death? But the rats all ran away? Although it was just a tactical retreat, it was the first time that they beat the black soldiers into retreating. Just as I expected. Zhu Shizhou smiled. The rats looked at Zhu Shizhou one after another, and it seemed that this situation was within his expectations. Could Zhu Shizhou not have expected the current situation? It was his plan to let Apple Pie enter Building 40 to counterattack. And it was also his plan for him to kill through Building 39 alone. And it was also his plan to force the black soldiers into Building 40 and evacuate upwards until now. Da Vinci did not see through the fact that his pheromones were about to dry up, but retreated, which gave Zhu Shizhou time to restore his pheromones. In addition, his purpose of letting Apple Pie stick to the upper level was also very simple. Just for this moment, he could attack the black soldiers with Apple Pie. It was not because he believed that Apple Pie or he had the strength to win a complete victory over the black soldiers, but because he believed in his arrangements in the middle level. The purpose of attacking the black soldiers was to force all the black soldiers to the middle level. Then he detonated the bomb he had set earlier in the middle floor of the building. This was the fastest way to deal with these black soldiers. Chapter 817: A Strong Dose of Medicine. Da Vinci could think of his current dilemma. There was Zhu Sergio below him, and Apple Pie above him. The black soldier seemed to be controlled by an invisible big hand to move to the middle floor of Building 40. But he could not imagine that there was a bomb in the middle floor. The more critical the moment, the harder it is to notice some details that have been foreshadowed. For example, Zhu Sergio used bombs when he set Xuan and others to destroy the safe house of the black soldiers on Wall Street. For example, the root cause of the current situation where the black soldiers are concentrated in Building 40 is that Apple Pie lured the enemy deep. For example, Apple Pie did not organize a counterattack against the black soldiers until it climbed to the 39th floor. There are too many clues pointing to the tricks of the middle floor of Building 40. But now Da Vinci has attracted too much attention. He focused his attention on Zhu Sergio, who killed many black soldiers with great momentum, and ignored so many clues. This is one of the reasons why Zhu Sergio went all out. He deceived and confused Da Vinci with his outstanding performance. If Da Vinci did not make any changes, he would be defeated by him again. If Da Vinci were to make a choice, the only way out he could think of was to force the black soldiers to break through the defense line of the rat team led by Zhu Sergio, instead of continuing to climb up the stairs. This might cause heavy casualties, but at least it would save the lives of some black soldiers. Da Vinci did not see this, and he still gave the black soldiers an order: continue to climb up the stairs. If there is really a core organization of rats on this floor as I thought, then as long as the core is captured alive, the monster below can be forced to stop. He was still immersed in the illusion carefully woven by Zhu Sergio. Da Vinci firmly believed that his guess was correct, and the more he believed, the more wrong he was. Zhu Sergio created a two-choice situation for Da Vinci, either up or down. But Da Vinci was confused by Zhu Sergio's previous powerful crushing performance. In fact, Da Vinci only had one choice left, which was up. Damn! These black soldiers? Can they only run away? They killed our companions so neatly before, but now they run away as fast as rats in the sewer. Boss, what do you say? Should we speed up? Noisy. Zhu Sergio was still verifying whether there was a problem with his design in his heart, and patiently waiting for the moment of victory, but was interrupted by the rats following behind. He had no dissatisfaction, because he had already regarded these rats as chess pieces before he started designing. Don't force it too eagerly, but it can't be too slow. Zhu Sergio said a nonsense that was not nonsense. If he chased too closely, he would easily clash with the black soldiers again. Once they did, the black soldiers would find out that his pheromones were about to run out, and his lie would be exposed. If he chased too slowly, Da Vinci would realize that the truth he firmly believed in was actually problematic. He had to look anxious to make Da Vinci believe that there was really a big shot from the rat organization in the high-rise building. So even when he was close to success, Zhu Sergio still kept his calm thinking, calculating the speed of both sides like a venomous snake, and leading the rats to keep approaching behind the black soldiers. The bombs were not widely distributed in most of the middle floors, because the sixth sense of the black soldiers is not a decoration. If the bombs are distributed in various middle floors, it is easy for the black soldiers to detect clues little by little. So Zhu Sergio deliberately set the bomb on the 33rd floor of a floor. This floor number has no practical meaning. It is just the most suitable floor after calculation and design. Now the black soldiers have climbed to the 30th floor, and there are only 3 floors left to the bomb floor. It feels a little wrong, a black soldier suddenly said while climbing the stairs. The black soldiers with a slightly sharper sixth sense all sensed the danger that was there, and not there. The danger did not come from Zhu Sergio chasing them below, but from above. As if the more they climbed up, the danger was gradually increasing. It was right to feel the danger. Apple Pie was not an easy opponent to deal with. Not to mention that there were ambushes of Apple Pie and others above. I am almost certain that Apple Pie and others are the real important forces to protect the core figures of the mouse organization. And the monster below is just a trick to consume our strength. As long as we can catch the core figure of the rat organization first, then this victory will be ours. Da Vinci's voice sounded in the headset, dispelling the confusion in the hearts of the black soldiers. Ambush. The black soldiers believed Da Vinci's words. As for letting them choose to go down and face the monster now, or continue to face the ambush of Apple Pie, they will definitely choose the latter without any prior agreement. The reason is that Zhu Sergio's previous performance was too overwhelming. leaving them with an indelible impression. So the black soldiers continued to climb the stairs. Da Vinci's eyes slightly moved away from Building 40, and he glanced at the battle situation at the intersection of Wall Street. Compared with the deadlock in Building 40, the situation at the intersection of Wall Street was more tense. There were two reasons for the tension. One was the difference in the number of troops on both sides, and the other was the difference in firepower on both sides. The black soldiers were completely at a disadvantage in both aspects. It's all because the safe house was destroyed in advance. The reason for all this was naturally that the safe house on Wall Street was accurately bombed, resulting in the lack of firepower for the black soldiers, which indirectly led to Apple Pie's successful breakthrough of the black soldiers' encirclement at the entrance of Wall Street. Now the number of super soldiers is increasing, and the continuous reinforcements have caused the super soldiers to crush the black soldiers. This is an embarrassing situation that the black soldier organization has never encountered, and Da Vinci always felt uneasy about this situation, as if he had missed something. But after thinking about it carefully, he found nothing. What's the problem? Apple Pie. Where are they? 27th floor. Zhu Shizhou asked. 32nd floor. This number is very subtle. Zhu Shizhou asked. Have they stopped? Apple Pie answered in the headset. Yes. What should we do? She didn't know that there was a bomb on the 33rd floor. Zhu Shizhou's bomb was very hidden, and she didn't even notice anything unusual when she passed the 33rd floor. Zhu Shizhou said. You don't need to do anything. It seems that I need to give them a strong dose of medicine. What are you going to do? Apple Pie asked in surprise. She was in a high-rise building and had seen Zhu Shizhou's super performance downstairs. While she was shocked, she also knew that Zhu Shizhou was almost the only one who could overturn the situation and the only hope to rescue her from this building. So she didn't want Zhu Shizhou to mess around more than anyone else. Zhu Shizhou said, My pheromones only have one last chance to burst. After this burst, I will fall into a real pheromone dryness, and it will take a long time to recover. So when I burst, it all depends on you. What? Wait. Before Apple Pie finished speaking, Zhu Shizhou mobilized his own pheromones and burst them again. Pheromones were like a surging tide, sweeping upward from Zhu Shizhou, the source, shuttling through the corridors, crowding and surging upward, covering 10 floors in just a few seconds. At this time, the black soldiers who were stationary on the 32nd floor also noticed this abnormal pheromone. Although the pheromone level was weaker than what they felt when fighting downstairs, it made them feel more dangerous than ever. That monster, he's catching up. The black soldiers no longer hesitated and stepped towards the 33rd floor. Chapter 8:18 Explosion. Boom! A loud noise came from the center of Wall Street, accompanied by the sound of glass shattering and flying. The whole Wall Street could feel how deafening the explosion was. People closer to the center of the explosion could even feel the ground shaking slightly. And Da Vinci's thoughts also trembled with the explosion. At the moment of the explosion, he quickly looked at the screen of Building 40 and saw the sky-high flames erupting from the 33rd floor. The source of the explosion was the 33rd floor. Just 10 seconds ago, he ordered the black soldiers to retreat from the 32nd floor to the 33rd floor. However, who would have thought that just after the black soldiers executed the order and arrived at the 33rd floor for less than 10 seconds, the entire 33rd floor exploded violently? This is impossible. There must be something wrong, Da Vinci said subconsciously. There is no need to confirm the status of the black soldiers, because all the communications were lost at the moment of the explosion. Even if there are black soldiers who can survive the explosion, he cannot contact the surviving black soldiers unilaterally, not to mention that the black soldiers have no way to escape from the explosion. Even if they don't die, they will be seriously injured. The reason why Da Vinci doubted the current situation is that he did not expect the Rat organization to cut off its own retreat, detonating the bomb on the 33rd floor. What about the Apple Pie on the upper floors and the possible Rat Corps organization? Aren't they afraid that the explosion will cause the entire high-rise building to collapse? Unless his inference is wrong. There is no such thing as a Rat Corps organization at all. Apple Pie lured them into this building in order to deal a heavy blow to the Black Soldier organization. I fell into the enemy's thinking trap? Master Da Vinci. Master Da Vinci. In a trance, Da Vinci heard the shouts of the adjutant beside him. Da Vinci immediately came back to his senses. The adjutant shouted, Master Da Vinci, now is not the time to be absent-minded. The black soldiers in Building 40 have lost contact. Should we let the black soldiers at the intersection of Wall Street shrink here to surround the enemy? Now shrinking the front line is the best solution. Da Vinci's thoughts are now a mess. He was wrong from the beginning. So what else is right? How credible are the predictions that he believes in and sees? The enemy deliberately designed such a trap. Did they calculate all his reactions? Monitoring? What about the monitoring in Building 40? Da Vinci flashed and rushed to the combat screen, quickly calling up the monitoring screen in Building 40 on the screen. As expected, it was all snow screen. The adjutant also rushed forward and confirmed the fact after assisting in the operation. All the surveillance was destroyed. In fact, when Zhu Sergio led the rat team to chase the black soldiers, all the surveillance had been destroyed. But at that time, Zhu Sergio and others' operations were too normal, and Da Vinci didn't care about it at all. Now he wanted to check the situation in Building 40, but he was completely in the dark. This bastard. Da Vinci finally admitted that he was calculated, although it is unknown whether the person who calculated him was Apple Pie or the unknown mastermind behind everything. In short, the other party calculated all the subsequent developments and set traps in advance. The purpose is to use an explosion to annihilate one of their black soldiers. Lord Da Vinci, look at the situation of Building 40. It seems that the upper floors are shaky. The explosion affected the load-bearing columns, and the upper floors began to collapse. Da Vinci quickly looked at the screen. As the adjutant said, this powerful explosion almost shattered the entire 33rd floor, so that the floors above the 33rd floor were affected and began to tilt to the side. Apple Pie was a discarded pawn from the beginning. I was fooled. Da Vinci made a calm judgment. You know, Apple Pie is still on the upper floors. This explosion almost ignored Apple Pie's safety, and was a trap specifically for their black soldiers. The enemy doesn't care whether Apple Pie is dead or alive. Da Vinci can figure it out. But what about Apple Pie? She knows better than Da Vinci. At the moment of the explosion, Apple Pie was completely confused. She could feel the explosion happening on the floor below her, and she could also feel the entire building shaking slightly because of the explosion, just like an earthquake. And she could even feel the dangerous atmosphere in the air. She immediately figured out that the black soldiers had fallen into Zhu Sergio's trap. Zhu Sergio forced the black soldiers to the floor where the bomb was located, and then detonated the bomb in one breath. But she didn't expect that Zhu Sergio didn't control the power of the explosion at all, and maximized the power of the explosion without reservation, even blowing down the load-bearing column in one breath. And the floor of the high-rise building began to slowly tilt. Bastard. When Apple Pie noticed that the ground began to slowly tilt, he cursed loudly, and the target of the curse was naturally Zhu Sergio, who was going downstairs quickly. The mice around Apple Pie were even more panicked. What's wrong? Why do I feel the ground is tilting? The building is going to collapse. The building is collapsing. Damn! What happened? Ordinary people were screaming. And the mice were screaming too. When the mice turned their heads to look at Apple Pie had already stepped forward and rushed out of the corridor without looking back. At this time, she had no time to care about the lives of ordinary people and mice. She only regretted cooperating with Zhu Sergio, the bastard, and regretted obeying Zhu Sergio's orders unconditionally, so that she was now in a life-and-death crisis. Clang! Apple Pie jumped with both legs, blocked in front of her with both arms, and the whole person smashed the window glass and flew out of the building. The building collapse crisis is not a dead end. As long as you risk falling from a high altitude and jump out one step ahead, you can land in the gap between the 34th and 33rd floors. Ordinary people might die in this situation, but Apple Pie was able to find a way out in an instant and decisively save herself. As for the remaining ordinary people and mice, she could do nothing to help. The tilted building formed a road under her feet. Apple Pie stepped on it several times, avoiding the debris flying out from the left and right due to the collapse of the building, and rushed down all the way. When she was about to reach the fault of the 33rd floor, she was shocked because she saw that the 33rd floor had become a ruin, with rubble everywhere, and some blood-red broken limbs could be vaguely seen from under the rubble. Are these black soldiers, or ordinary people? Apple Pie was a little scared for a while. Rumble. The building behind her collapsed and hit the building next to her, creating a shock wave. Apple Pie staggered as soon as she landed, and barely clung to a boulder next to her to avoid being blown away by the wind. When everything settled, the air was already filled with gray dust, and the remaining heat from the explosion on the 33rd floor was still in the ruins. Apple Pie used pheromones to scan, and found out that there was no one alive on the 33rd floor except her. Apple Pie, who survived the disaster, barely held on to the wall next to her to avoid falling to the ground, and cursed, "Prophet, you are a fucking lunatic." At this time, Jew Sergio, who was called a lunatic, had already gone downstairs and led a group of rats behind him to look back at the high-rise building that had collapsed more than half near Building 40. With a calm face. Except for him. The rest of the rats were still in shock. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. At this moment, a noticeable sound of helicopter propellers turning came from afar. Jew Sergio and others looked up at the distant sky, and armed helicopters took off from afar. With Jew Sergio's eyesight, he could clearly see that there were missile devices under those armed helicopters. Da Vinci, who had always wanted to capture him and Apple Pie alive, was finally forced into a corner. Da Vinci, you should have done this a long time ago. Jew Sergio had a blank expression on his face. After mumbling something, he said to the mice behind him, "I'm sorry, everyone. I dragged you into the water. Maybe you will all die here today." The mice naturally saw the armed helicopters and felt cold in their hearts. Asking them to shoot down the drone was already the limit. Now, the helicopters were coming. The weapons in their hands could not cause any damage to the armed helicopters. Jew Sergio saw the fear on their faces and said lightly, "If you want to live, then scatter and run away. The black soldiers are targeting me." The mice in the back looked at each other and were silent. Although silent, they did not leave. "You," Jew Sergio was about to speak. "Your pheromones are dry, right?" One of them stepped forward and stood in front of Jew Sergio. Jew Sergio was stunned. Another person came forward and stood in front of Jew Sergio. "To be honest, when Schwed asked me to do this, I didn't want to come because I thought I was going to die. But I didn't expect to be able to chase the black soldiers like a lost dog. So it's not a loss. The explosion at the end was really wonderful. Seeing so many black soldiers die in front of me. I have no regrets even if I die. You are much better than us. You must not die in this place. If you have to die, it is more appropriate for us, who have no value, to die before you." One after another, the incompetent and timid mice in Jew Sergio's impression stood in front of Jew Sergio beyond his expectations. "And me!" Apple Pie's voice came from the sky. Jew Sergio looked up and saw Apple Pie jumping down from the outside of the building like an agile monkey, and soon jumped to the ground on the street. "You bastard. Although you screwed me so badly, at least I survived. Everything is created by you. You designed this situation to take advantage of the situation. Don't tell me you didn't expect them to send out armed helicopters. If I'm not mistaken, this situation should still be within your calculations?" Apple Pie came to Jew Sergio and glanced at the armed helicopter in the distance. "Red Star bomb. You should know it. Right?" "Yes." Jew Sergio nodded, and then answered Apple Pie's previous question. "Yes. Everything now is still within my calculations." Apple Pie cursed viciously. "So what is your plan? Can't you tell me now?" Jew Sergio looked at the approaching armed helicopter and said, "My plan has been realized for more than half. There is no time to explain in detail. Don't ask anything. Next you just need to do what I say. Otherwise we will be killed by the Red Star bomb together." Damn it! Apple Pie forgot that since she cooperated with Jew Sergio, she has had no choice. Chapter 819 Red Star Bomb Bombing. In fact, the bombing of the Red Star bomb is not terrible. It is nothing more than a death. But Jew Sergio is the only one who thinks so. Others, whether they are mice or apple pies, fight side by side with Jew Sergio with survival as the first priority. They hope that Jew Sergio has a complete plan to help them defeat the black soldiers. But they never thought that Jew Sergio's goal was never to survive, but to force Su Feng out. Although the entire Wall Street is quietly controlled by the black soldiers lurking in the dark on weekdays, the number of black soldiers is actually not large. And there are even fewer black soldiers who are restrained by the super soldiers at the entrance of Wall Street. The black soldiers who can be sent to deal with Jew Sergio and his men are the maximum number that Da Vinci can mobilize. So when this part of the black soldiers is designed to be annihilated by Jew Sergio and others, Da Vinci loses control of this area. This directly gave Da Vinci the final determination. He decided to dispatch the Red Star bomb and bomb this group of enemies in one go. The choice miraculously returned to the advice Su Feng gave him before. If I had known this, I should have listened to Commander Su's advice. It's impossible to regret it. But from an objective point of view, Using the Red Star bomb from the beginning would be more cost-effective for the current annihilation result. Commander Sue made this suggestion. Did he foresee the current situation? Da Vinci couldn't help thinking so after giving the order. That means Commander Sue had no expectations of him from the beginning. The adjutant looked at the armed helicopters hovering over the enemy, and the weapons system showed that it had locked the enemy, and said, "These rats, blocking each other. Do they still think that their flesh and blood can withstand the Red Star bomb? They don't lack the courage to fight against death. But they use their courage in the wrong place," Da Vinci said coldly. He admitted his previous failure after barely controlling the situation. But he didn't think the other side had the ability to turn the tables until now. The adjutant said, "It seems that the only thing worth noting now is the large number of super soldiers at the entrance of Wall Street. Although the super soldiers are not as strong as us individually, they have formed a siege on Wall Street. And they also have advantages in firepower and support." Da Vinci nodded and said, "That's right. But there is no need to worry about this, because we can't really go to war with the super soldiers. As long as we get rid of Apple Pie and the others, it will be our turn to negotiate with the US. The super soldiers look powerful, but it is impossible to fight them." Although he said so, Da Vinci's voice suddenly became smaller. Then he looked at the screen fiercely, unless, as he stared at them, in the screen, Zhu Sergio and his group suddenly started running. "Everyone, run with me!" Zhu Sergio called out to everyone before running, without explaining the reason, because it was too late. The armed helicopter was almost in place, and if they didn't run, they would only become a living target for the Red Star bomb. Apple Pie ran after Zhu Sergio first, and then shouted on the road, "Asshole! What can you do? We can't withstand the bomb, and I don't want to die with you. So as long as the Red Star bomb can't explode, it's okay." Zhu Sergio shouted without turning his head back, without keeping anyone in suspense, and said directly, "The target of the Red Star bomb is us now. But it is limited to the middle section of Wall Street. But what if we can run to the entrance of Wall Street before the Red Star bomb intensively bombs us? There are a large number of black soldiers fighting with the super soldiers at the entrance of Wall Street. No matter how much Da Vinci ignores the lives of his black soldiers, he can't stab them in the back." Apple Pie was stunned at first, and then his face was ugly. "Is this your way? Can this alone help us escape? You must know that the entrance of Wall Street is now the most intense place in the entire Wall Street. Are you sure that this group of people rushing over are not sending themselves to die? Escape? What are you talking about? Apple Pie? Have you forgotten our goal?" Apple Pie was stunned, and remembered after a moment, "You mean to rescue Commander Sue? You are not thinking about this now? Is your brain okay? It's already extremely lucky to be able to escape from here now. I didn't expect Zhu Sergio to have not given up the original goal." In Apple Pie's opinion, Su Feng is now being controlled by other factions in the organization, and Wall Street's tight arrangement is very suspicious. So she originally came to Wall Street to rescue Commander Sue, but she forgot about it while working. No, it's better to say that she didn't have time to care about it. When Apple Pie was chased by the black soldiers, she had already determined that the goal could not be achieved. Zhu Sergio said, "Aren't we doing very successfully now? We killed so many black soldiers, and the black soldiers at the entrance of Wall Street were suppressed by the super soldiers. Now is a great opportunity." Apple Pie thought about it and understood. If Su Feng was really controlled here, then once the black soldiers' defense line was breached, it meant that the super soldiers could find Su Feng for them, and they would not need to do anything in the future. This was just Apple Pie's rough thought, and he felt that there was a lot of potential in this matter. Zhu Sergio did not give Apple Pie time to think about it. He glanced at the armed helicopter behind him and said quickly, "Apple Pie, take me away from the bombing of the Red Star bomb." Apple Pie's thoughts were interrupted. She also knew the current critical situation. Zhu Sergio's pheromones were dry, and she could only rely on her to avoid danger. Apple Pie reached out and grabbed one of Zhu Sergio's arms. She pulled up Zhu Sergio, who did not resist, and put him on her back. Her pheromones spread out in all directions. She could already sense the danger that was about to reach its peak. So she shouted to the other mice that were running wildly, "You scum! All of you! Scatter!" Swish! A Red Star bullet was shooting towards this side, with a tail flame. Apple Pie staggered her steps, and did not turn her head back, following the danger she instinctively sensed. She exerted force with her legs. With a bang, the ground was stepped on, and cracked into a spider web. The next moment, Her whole body disappeared from the spot. When she reappeared, she was already 5 meters away to the side. The Red Star bullet landed at the original position of Apple Pie. With a bang, it exploded with a flame more than 10 meters high. The strong wind that swept in did not shake Apple Pie's figure at all. Apple Pie did not stop and continued to burst out with a very strong speed to rush forward. Her speed was even faster than the speed of a single person sprinting before. This move is quite heavy on the muscles. Right? Zhu Shizhou understood that Apple Pie had forced overload to release the muscle power of his body to avoid the bombing of the Red Star bomb. The evidence was that Apple Pie's skin had turned blood red all over his body, which was caused by the rupture of capillaries in his skin. Apple Pie gritted his teeth and rushed forward, saying, "The weakness of the Red Star bomb is that it is extremely intelligent. It can change direction and intelligently identify multiple times when facing a small force. But its disadvantage is that its speed is slower than that of conventional missiles. It is a short-range small missile. The method to crack it is very simple. That is, to calculate its turning blind spot and explosion time through the angle and trajectory of the Red Star bomb's launch. No matter how intelligent it is, the Red Star bomb cannot violate the law of inertia. This is one of the reasons for bringing Apple Pie along." Zhu Shizhou didn't know much about the Red Star bomb. If he wanted to crack it alone, he might have to try several times. But it only took one time to learn from Apple Pie. Just as he was about to speak, a gust of wind poured into his mouth, forcing Zhu Shizhou to shut his mouth. It turned out that Apple Pie changed direction again, and the extremely strong speed was raised to a higher level again. This time the change of direction was a little more complicated, and it was performed more than once, and finally accelerated and ran wildly. The number of Red Star bullets also increased from 1 to 3. Red Star bullets can establish the action model of Black Soldier level strongmen. At the beginning, Black soldiers can dodge Red Star bullets calmly, but as long as they dodge a few more times, the index system inside the Red Star bullet will automatically correct its tracking route and optimize the change of direction path. This is probably because the commander behind the scenes only fired one Red Star bullet to test it at the beginning. He is letting the Red Star bullet analyze our dodge model. It will only become harder and harder to dodge the bombings in the future. Zhu Shizhou also glanced at the armed helicopters behind him and said, "There are not enough Red Star bombs for them to carry out intensive bombings." Apple Pie gritted his teeth and changed direction again. "Yes. So the problem now is that we have to reach the entrance of Wall Street before the Red Star bombs complete our evasion model." Boom! A Red Star bomb exploded beside him, and the shockwave blew Apple Pie several meters away. With the body control of the elite Black Soldier level, he barely stabilized his center of gravity and ran forward again. "They really stared at us and bombed us." Zhu Shizhou looked back, and the rest of the rats were scattered and fled. But the Red Star bomb only stared at him and Apple Pie and bombed them, without any intention of caring about others. Chapter 820. The man behind the scenes is the prophet. These rats. Apple Pie. Da Vinci noticed Zhu Shizhou's intentions and understood that Zhu Shizhou and others wanted to get rid of the bombing of the Red Star bomb through the group of black soldiers at the entrance of Wall Street. So from now on, they competed in speed to see whether the Red Star bomb would kill them first, or they would reach the entrance of Wall Street first. Apple Pie is indeed not to be underestimated. It can escape danger through instantaneous bursts repeatedly under the bombing of the Red Star bomb. Is this the strength of the elite black soldiers? If you want to avoid the bombing of the Red Star bomb, you must first have a certain understanding of the Red Star bomb. The more you know about the Red Star bomb, the more information you get, and the more sensitive you will be when predicting danger through pheromones. You don't have to guess that Apple Pie must know the working principle of the Red Star bomb, and perhaps even the system calculation principle of the Red Star bomb. Otherwise, it would not have been able to avoid the bombing of the Red Star bomb several times at the critical moment. But the real key is the man who is being carried by Apple Pie at this moment. We were all deceived by that man before. Da Vinci only realized it now. The man still had enough strength. Why didn't he rush to the entrance of Wall Street by himself, but let Apple Pie carry him to the entrance of Wall Street? The reason is very simple. That is, the man's pheromone has dried up. In Building 40, the man's pheromone dried up after the last pheromone burst, so Apple Pie carried the man on his back. Otherwise, he would not be able to avoid the bombing of the Red Star bomb. Why did Da Vinci say that he was deceived by the man? It was because Da Vinci only realized now that in Building 40, as long as he held on for a little longer and let the black soldiers resist, he might be able to exhaust the man's pheromone and successfully kill him. But in the end, he still gave the order for the black soldiers to retreat to the 33rd floor, which eventually led to the black soldiers being killed by the enemy's bombs. Strictly speaking, this was all his command error. Don't think that he failed in the last lesson, but in fact, his psychology was controlled from beginning to end. Since the enemy can calculate until now, then the deployment of the Red Star bomb may also be in their calculations? Da Vinci muttered to himself. The adjutant listened and said, their actions don't seem to be unprepared. From the beginning, they used super soldiers to contain our forces. Now they are trying to form a two-sided attack with super soldiers. Maybe they really calculated it. Da Vinci looked at Apple Pie and others, who were getting closer and closer to the entrance of Wall Street in the picture. After a deep look, he issued an order that made the adjutant on the side look sideways. Red Star bombs. All fired. Block all their escape routes and carry out large-scale bombing. The adjutant carefully put forward his opinion, but in this case, as long as the opponent can avoid this round of bombing, we will not be able to stop the opponent. I know. But the more indecisive we are now, the more likely we are to fall into a passive position. Da Vinci is very clear about the current situation. As long as the opponent can survive the bombing, the fall of the black soldiers at the entrance of Wall Street is inevitable. However, he knew that he had been tricked from the beginning to the end. If he continued to follow the original train of thought, he would only repeat the same mistakes. He did not believe that his unexpected attack could be calculated by the opponent. Da Vinci was very confident. However, he did not expect that he was facing a cheater. Sergio, who was carried on Apple Pie's back, looks tired. He calculated the time and said, the Red Star bomb will bomb us in a range next. You can't avoid it by ordinary dodging methods. Apple Pie was trying to avoid an explosion at this time. She found that the attack of the Red Star bomb in the sky paused slightly. When she was relieved, she was shocked when she heard Sergio's words. She didn't bother to ask Sergio how he knew it, and hurriedly asked, then what should we do? Range bombing? This is not something I can avoid. Sergio replied lightly. It doesn't matter. I have also calculated it. I still have a backup plan. After that, the people who were running for their lives suddenly heard that the sky became noisy again, and they all looked up. I don't know when it started. And suddenly several helicopters rose from all directions. And these helicopters blocked the route of the armed helicopters bombing the ground one after another. Da Vinci in the command room was about to reap the fruits of victory, but suddenly found that the road to the orchard was blocked. He did not expect that his decision was predicted by the enemy again. How is it possible? I was completely seen through by the enemy, even if he wiped out his emotions. Da Vinci could not easily admit this logically. Where did these helicopters come from? Da Vinci suddenly asked. These helicopters are not armed helicopters, but ordinary helicopters. The investigation was very fast, because the armed helicopters also clearly photographed the source of these helicopters from different angles. The adjutant quickly figured it out after frequent operations and answered, these helicopters have flown to the roofs of various buildings on Wall Street from last night to today. Is it strange that there are helicopters coming and going on Wall Street? Not at all. In this area with the most prosperous economic activities in the United States, it is normal to have helicopters coming and going. But what is abnormal is that these helicopters were deployed since last night. At that time, Apple Pie had not yet exposed her intention to target Wall Street, and even Da Vinci did not urgently deploy armed helicopters. How did the enemy calculate that these helicopters would be useful? Is it really just to be prepared? No. This is too wrong. Why do I feel that I have become a pawn in the hands of the enemy now? And every move is completely controlled by the enemy. Da Vinci is not the only one who feels this way. As a bystander from beginning to end, the adjutant on the side also knows his boss's feelings very well. It seems that the enemy has long anticipated all the subsequent changes and woven a strict procedure. No matter how Da Vinci makes a decision, it seems to be within the opponent's expectations. But it is too terrifying to think like this. The calculation ability of the people behind the scenes is simply incredible. Da Vinci said, check the source of these helicopters immediately. I want the answer within 30 seconds. The adjutant frantically operated the tablet computer. I'm already checking. The attack route of the Red Star bomb was blocked. And Da Vinci did not sit and wait for death, but instantly changed the order. First use the Red Star bomb to shoot down these helicopters. Then carry out range bombing on the enemy's position. So a grand fireworks explosion exploded in the daytime sky above Wall Street. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. One helicopter after another was hit by the Red Star bomb and exploded in the sky. And then the wreckage of the helicopter hit the ground with fire and spinning, creating violent explosions again and again, blowing up the Wall Street buildings and the ground below into a cruel and tragic scene similar to that of a battlefield. In just a few tens of seconds, Apple Pie brought Zhu Shizhou closer to the entrance of Wall Street. Da Vinci finally found the source of these helicopters. Found it. The surveillance and reports here show that these helicopters all come from the same place. Anastasia Lopez. Da Vinci was rarely confused for a moment. Who the hell is this? Then he suddenly found the corresponding event from his memory. This was the last rich man that Zhu Shizhou came into contact with when he disguised himself as Sally and went to the charity dinner to investigate the wealthy supporters behind the rat organization. That night, in order to allow Zhu Shizhou to mix into the rat circle, they also pretended to attack. And then Zhu Shizhou had the opportunity to go deep into the rat organization. This matter was really too small, and this person could be said to be insignificant. Their subsequent plans were frustrated before they were fully launched. And then, there was the Manor invasion incident. After Da Vinci found this woman from his memory, he instantly became more convinced of a fact. This is definitely related to the prophet. In other words, the person who stood behind the scenes and calculated him from beginning to end was the prophet. Chapter 821, Pincer Attack on the Black Soldiers. Last night, this was the third time that he was killed by the Red Star bomb. No matter how Zhu Shizhou pushed Apple Pie to avoid the Red Star bomb, the farthest he could get was only 200 or 300 steps away from the entrance of Wall Street. In the end, Da Vinci would definitely use the Red Star bomb to bombard the enemy on a large scale, leaving Apple Pie and him nowhere to hide. Da Vinci put aside all his hesitations and decisively killed them. So he needed to think of a way to avoid the danger of the Red Star bomb. The worst way was to find a way to attack the armed helicopter head-on and destroy it in advance. But this would be laborious, and I don't know how many times it would take to kill Da Vinci's arrangement from the front. And it would also change all the efforts so far and fail. After thinking for a long time, Zhu Shizhou thought, since he couldn't avoid it, could he block it? As long as he sent a helicopter to block the bombing route of the Red Star bomb before the Red Star bomb bombed on a large scale, then it would not be them who would be bombed, but the helicopter. This is a simple and plain method. But there is a big problem. Where do the helicopters come from? Xuan and others have done their best to send people. At this stage, when the entire New York rat organization has been gradually controlled, it is impossible to get a few helicopters from the rat organization. So Zhu Shizhou thought about it for a long time and finally thought of someone. Anastasia Lopez. This woman is a wealthy person who met at the charity dinner arranged by Leonardo da Vinci. If there is anyone who can provide a large number of helicopter support and let the helicopter land in the prosperous Wall Street in advance without arousing suspicion, this woman who has an intersection with her is undoubtedly a good candidate. So last night, Zhu Shizhou disguised himself as Sally Valencia again and went to see Anna. Sister Sally, why did you come to see me suddenly? Because it was a night visit. Anna was ready to go to sleep, so she was wearing a thin pajamas, revealing her exquisite curves. When she looked at Zhu Shizhou, her eyes were still full of inexplicable charm. It's a long story. Sister Anna, can you help me? I really have no other way now. Next, Zhu Shizhou made up a lie. Although she reached a cooperation with Xuan and others, the two sides needed to establish trust between the two sides through a transaction so that more transactions could be reached later. Xuan reached an agreement with her that the two sides needed to trade a batch of materials at a specific place and time. However, waves arose because of this. The hostile organization of Xuan and others noticed their recent movements and intervened directly, ruining the transaction between Xuan and her. Since this was the first transaction between the two parties, they lacked trust in each other. Therefore, after the transaction was ruined, neither Xuan nor she could easily trust each other. I later found out that this matter had nothing to do with them, but their hostile forces were at work. So I initiated a second transaction with them. But this time, they said that they could no longer trust me. If they wanted to facilitate this transaction, they needed a familiar person to guarantee it. Anna understood and smiled at the pitiful beauty in front of her. So you thought of me? Yes. Sister Anna, can you guarantee me? Although Anna thought it was not a big deal, it was not good to agree to it. After all, she and Sally had only met briefly and talked once before. It was not necessarily that she really knew Sally. The desire in her heart was just a simple desire for Sally's angelic face. As a successful entrepreneur and a cautious businessman, she licked her lips and said, "Yes, you can. But how are you going to repay me?" Sally acted like a harmless little sheep. "Money. I don't need it. Because I already have a lot." Anna revealed her intentions and moved lightly to the soft sofa next to Sally. One hand was placed on Sally's thigh as if by accident, and gently pinched it. "I have a lot to talk to my sister about. Why don't you stay at my place tonight? My house is quite big. We can sleep on the same bed and have a private chat." Sally blushed. "Of course. I can. But I need to see Anna's sincerity first." Anna was overjoyed. She was right. She had noticed Sally's gaze before. She always observed her body first, and then looked at her face like a man. She knew that Sally's sexual orientation was the same as hers, or maybe different. Now she tested it a little, and it turned out to be true. "Okay. How do you want me to guarantee it?" "I need you to send a few helicopters, and fly them into Wall Street one after another. That will be considered a guarantee. Lust makes one lose one's mind." This is true. Not to mention that Anna only has to pay such a small price. Just a few helicopters. Nothing for her. Anna agreed without thinking much, and arranged it that night. Several helicopters took off from her manor, and headed straight for Wall Street. Anna started to move her hands again, this time stroking Sally's thigh and going up. However, Sally held Anna's hand, her face slightly red, and said, "Sister Anna, why don't you drink some wine to cheer up?" Anna looked at Sally, who was becoming more and more attractive, and after a dry mouth, it was not easy to refuse. So she asked the butler to send strong liquor. Maybe it would be more exciting to get this beauty drunk. Then she was drunk. When Anna woke up from a hangover, it was already daytime. She was still a little dizzy, and couldn't remember any details of what happened last night. The only thing she could remember was that Sally drank with her, and it seemed that they had a competition of drinking capacity. And in the end, she was the one who blacked out. Sally disappeared during the day, leaving only one message for the housekeeper. "Miss Anna, I spent a wonderful night with you. I hope you can keep your promise." Anna was not angry when she saw the message, but laughed. "It's romantic. I like it." Then he really kept his promise, and sent several helicopters to Wall Street. "Are all yours?" Apple pie was also amazing. Helicopters were hit, and fell in the sky. And the scene was spectacular. And behind this spectacular scene, there was indeed a far-sighted calculation. At this time, the man who was carrying her with dried pheromones seemed to have calculated everything in advance. Even the large-scale bombing of the Red Star bomb. The helicopter blocked the Red Star bomb. Although it looked plain and simple, this man had already planned 10 steps ahead. Which shocked Apple Pie. "I guess so. But now the people who are flying the helicopter and falling with the Red Star bomb are all living people. This strategy is bound to kill people. That kind of thing doesn't matter," Apple Pie said excitedly. "Now the point is that the Red Star bomb can't stop us. Thanks to your backup preparation. We are here, running most of Wall Street, under the bombing of the Red Star bomb like fireworks." Apple Pie carried Sergio all the way to the entrance of Wall Street. At this time, there were still gunshots at the entrance of Wall Street. Many black soldiers turned their backs to them, and fought fiercely with the super soldiers outside Wall Street. They and the super soldiers attacked these black soldiers. Chapter 8:22 Prediction again. We lost. Looking at Apple Pie and others who had rushed to the entrance of Wall Street and formed a pincer attack with the super soldiers, Da Vinci had to admit that the situation was no longer under his control. Even if it was the Red Star bomb, there was no way to fire it at the entrance of Wall Street, where the battle was fierce. Moreover, the disadvantages of using the Red Star bomb also appeared. The super soldiers also dispatched armed helicopters. A little investigation showed that the armed helicopters came from the nearby US military base. This is the rebound of using war weapons. If you want to win, you must achieve 2 goals. One is to fight quickly and get rid of Apple Pie and others. And the other is that our black soldiers can stop the attack of the super soldiers. It seems that neither of these 2 goals can be achieved now. We may not have the possibility of winning from the beginning. Da Vinci knew that the general situation was gone. He was attracted by Apple Pie's actions. And Wall Street was also in chaos because of his wrong decision. In the end, he couldn't even capture Apple Pie alive. This confrontation with the enemy was a complete defeat. The adjutant looked at the black soldiers at the entrance of Wall Street being dispersed by Apple Pie and others, and said, We still have black soldiers outside Wall Street. Why not surround the super soldiers to rescue them? Da Vinci asked back. Does it make sense? The adjutant was silent. Yes. Does it make sense? Their goal is not to let the black soldiers on Wall Street survive, but to defeat Apple Pie and others. Even if they mobilize the black soldiers now, they can't reverse the situation, but will further intensify the turbulent situation. The adjutant asked, what should we do next? Da Vinci looked at the black soldiers who were gradually suppressed in the picture and said, the advantage of Apple Pie is that they are like rootless duckweed, and they can be popular in New York. We are backed by the Black Soldier Organization. Once the super soldiers find our base, we can only fight with the super soldiers. This is our weakness that Apple Pie uses. But on the other hand, isn't this our advantage? The adjutant thought about it. But Da Vinci didn't wait for him to think of a result before he gave the answer. Our only way now is to compromise with the super soldiers and take the initiative to initiate peace talks with the United States. The United States is afraid of our Black Soldier Organization, which is a behemoth and has no choice. We can cooperate with the super soldiers to eliminate these rebellious rats. The adjutant felt that there was a lot of room for improvement and agreed, yes. This is our advantage. But why is Lord Da Vinci still hesitating? Although Da Vinci told the adjutant about the current solution, he didn't give an order, which made the adjutant very confused. Da Vinci thought about the fact that he had been plotted against from the beginning until now, and had only one way to go, and said, but, can't the enemy think of this? Will my current choice be another trap led by the enemy? Da Vinci suspected, the enemy had expected this long ago. They worked hard to lead the situation to this situation. Didn't they have any preparation? Da Vinci's prediction was very accurate. Zhu Shizhou would not let Da Vinci surrender to Qiaoping. Zhu Shizhou now borrowed the momentum of both the United States and the Black Soldier Organization, creating contradictions to make the two sides incompatible. While he was like a leaf falling on the sea when the wind and waves hit the reefs, moving with the momentum and staying safe. If the United States and the Black Soldier Organization negotiate, the confrontation between the two sides will no longer exist. And he, Apple Pie, and a group of mice will only be captured and killed by the United States and the Black Soldier Organization. As long as he understands this, Zhu Shizhou will be able to prevent Da Vinci's next decision. You can send the rest of the people out. Lying on Apple Pie, Zhu Shizhou reached into his pocket and dialed a communication. At this moment, there are countless eyes watching the movements on Wall Street. But due to the powerful offensive of the black soldiers and super soldiers, and all the people on both sides of the war are pheromone masters, no one dares to act rashly, especially some ordinary people who don't even have pheromones. Zhu Shizhou knows that it is useless to let these people get involved. But there is a group of people who are different. The original Manor black soldiers led by Fred had been hidden in the turmoil in New York before. After that, no matter what battle, Zhu Shizhou did not easily send them out, but asked them to hide themselves and be careful not to expose their whereabouts. Their peculiarity lies in that they only have a partial understanding of the truth of the matter, and they even know nothing about Zhu Shizhou's cooperation with Apple Pie. Since they were forced by Zhu Shizhou to leave the manor, they have lost their source of information, and their cognition remains in the past. In their cognition, Apple Pie is the only traitor that can be confirmed. Whether it is Da Vinci who has regained power in New York, or Zhu Shizhou who appears and disappears mysteriously, Fred and his team cannot determine their loyalty. This is also the reason why Zhu Shizhou did not use them easily before. Fred and his team seem to obey him, but in fact they have been judging his loyalty. Once Fred knows more details, the truth may be exposed. So Zhu Shizhou has been asking Fred to wait and see until today. In addition to being certain that Apple Pie is a rebel, Fred can also be sure of one thing. The super soldiers fighting the black soldiers must be enemies of the Black Soldiers Organization. Fred had been secretly observing Apple Pie when it lured the super soldiers to attack Wall Street. He was sure that the pheromone masters on Wall Street were the black soldiers, and the Red Star bombs that were dispatched later directly proved their identities. So the super soldiers fighting the black soldiers must be enemies. Right? Fred made such a judgment. And at this critical moment, when Da Vinci was hesitant, he received Zhu Shizhou's order to rescue the black soldiers. He had already determined that Zhu Shizhou was a loyal party. Since Zhu Shizhou was a loyal person, Zhu Shizhou, who was an elite black soldier, was his superior. The only thing they, the black soldiers, had to do was to obey the superior's orders. Hesitation would lead to defeat. Zhu Shizhou's order was timed very well, basically without giving Da Vinci any time to hesitate. Fred and other black soldiers rushed out directly outside Wall Street. Report. A group of gunmen appeared in the rear, suspected to be black soldiers. The person in charge of alert among the super soldiers immediately reported the situation to the captain of the super soldiers. The captain of the super soldiers laughed grimly. Sure enough, I knew that this group of black soldiers would not sit and wait for death. Although I don't know who is the one who caused the unrest among the black soldiers in front. The black soldiers will never surrender and compromise with us. This battle is very important and determines the control of the situation in New York. They will only find ways to win. At this time, Da Vinci looked expressionlessly at his former adjutant Fred, who had been talking about in his heart, and appeared on the battlefield behind the super soldiers. Without saying a word, what's the situation with this group of black soldiers? The adjutant did not notice that the group of black soldiers who appeared behind the super soldiers were Fred and his team. He was confused and reported to Da Vinci the result of his attempt to connect to the other super soldiers. Lord Da Vinci, the super soldiers rejected our request for peace talks. Fred's appearance was fatal. The enemy seemed to have guessed everything he was thinking. At this critical moment, a group of uncontrolled black soldiers attacked the super soldiers. With that strength, posture and fighting style, no one would believe that they were not black soldiers. Da Vinci could still restrain the black soldiers at the entrance of Wall Street to defend. But he really couldn't control Fred's black soldiers. The key was that the super soldiers didn't think so. What should be done next to reverse the situation? Da Vinci was numb. After a long while, looking at Fred's black soldiers, who had already caused casualties, to the rear of the super soldiers in the picture, Da Vinci knew that the situation could not be changed. It would be better to open fire directly and break all laws with one force. He was about to speak. Red Star Bomb. Range bombing super soldiers. Stop. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his full-channel communication with the black soldiers. It was Commander Su. Chapter 823 Su Feng appears. Da Vinci was defeated. Others may not be able to see clearly, but Su Feng, who was indifferent from beginning to end, could not be more clear. Da Vinci was anticipated by the enemy in everything, as if he was playing a double act with the enemy. Every time he made a wrong decision, it seemed like he was deliberately giving himself up. The first person Su Feng thought of was Zhu Shizhou, who had not appeared until now. But there was no evidence. Zhu Shizhou hid too well. Su Feng thought that Zhu Shizhou would appear in Wall Street, but he never saw him. So Su Feng did not dare to assert that the mastermind behind the scenes was really Zhu Shizhou. And now, seeing that Da Vinci was about to fall into a situation of life and death with Chao Bing, Su Feng knew that if he did not stop it, the end result would be that Wall Street would be breached by Chao Bing, and his existence would be exposed, falling into a more passive situation. Stop, Da Vinci. Commander Su. It's not your fault. The enemy is not simple. You have done the best you can. Su Feng never blames others who have done their best. Although Da Vinci did not follow his advice to launch the Red Star Bomb in the middle, Su Feng knew that if Zhu Shizhou was the mastermind behind all this, then no matter what Da Vinci did, he would only get the same result. It's my turn to come forward, Su Feng said lightly. The elite black soldiers Feng Kite and Bible on the side couldn't help but say, Commander Su, do you want to come forward? Is it too dangerous? Su Feng is the wealth of the entire human race. Normally, as subordinates, they will only follow orders. But this is not a normal situation. They still don't know who is the one who disturbed the entire New York. It is very dangerous to come forward now. What is dangerous? What is safe? No one knows that I am in Wall Street now. But if Wall Street is breached and I am passively discovered by the super soldiers, the US will only be more suspicious of our black soldiers' conspiracy. Da Vinci's request for a ceasefire from the super soldiers was fruitless, because Da Vinci has little influence. They think that Fred, who is attacking them, is Da Vinci's man, and it is natural not to believe Da Vinci. So if we want to make both sides cease fire at this time, we need someone with enough weight to come forward. No one is more suitable than him. Su Feng felt strangely that this situation seemed to be designed specifically for him. Just right. As if he came forward to be the only correct answer. This decision was not made by himself, but passively accepted by the arrangement of the situation. Su Feng wanted to see what the result would be if he really followed the trend. Feng Zheng and Sheng Jing looked at each other. Seeing that persuasion was fruitless, they could only stand on the left and right sides of Su Feng. Then please let us escort you out. Fred and others who were attacking the super soldiers found that the super soldiers suddenly stopped firing. Although Fred and his group did not understand what happened, they at least stopped attacking the super soldiers. In the previous battle, they had stained their hands with the blood of dozens of super soldiers. Such a small loss was just a drop in the bucket for the large number of super soldiers. Fred naturally would not think that the super soldiers were stopped by them. Everyone ceased fire. Fred also asked the black soldiers to stop. Their goal was to rescue the Wall Street super soldiers and minimize the losses. Fred found that in the center of the super soldiers, the captain of the super soldiers was answering a call from an unknown source. Judging from his respectful appearance, the call should be from his superior. Just as he was about to investigate the situation, a voice suddenly came from the headset. Fred, take your people away. Your mission has been completed. Fred didn't know what was going on, and quickly gestured to the black soldiers to evacuate the scene. While asking, Prophet, can I ask what's going on? From Fred's perspective, they rushed out and evacuated in a hurry, which was very confusing. The super soldiers were lured by apple pie and besieged Wall Street. But they didn't know that Commander Sue was on Wall Street at this time. So the gunfight you saw happened. And now, in order to avoid greater casualties, Commander Sue appeared. After hearing this, Fred just thought Zhu Shijie was joking. Why is Commander Sue in Wall Street? Where do you think he should be? Jiancheng? Don't use your thoughts to speculate Commander Sue. The reason why he appeared in Wall Street is because the whole New York is now the focus of his strategic plan. In short, don't ask too much. The two sides will have peace talks next. Your task is to evacuate as soon as possible and be on guard around. For some reason, Fred always felt that Zhu Shijie was sending him away. Before leaving, Fred glanced at the entrance of Wall Street from a distance and had a question in his mind. He left. But what about the rebel apple pie? Fred was destined not to know the answer to this question. But Zhu Shijie, who was at the entrance of Wall Street, knew it best. The Qiaobing received a call from his superiors, and the rain of gunfire stopped suddenly. After the Qiaobing stopped firing, the black soldiers turned their guns to aim at them. But no one fired. In this stalemate, Zhu Shijie did not let everyone continue to fight, but came down from behind Apple Pie and stood beside Apple Pie. In the rustling of the wind, Su Feng finally appeared. The appearance of this man was not mysterious or special, but he just walked out of the building where the New York Stock Exchange was located in a very ordinary way. In other words, Su Feng had been staying at the stock exchange during the entire period of the battle on Wall Street. Such a simple answer was placed in front of Zhu Shijie. But if he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not know how many lives he would have to spend to confirm it. Zhu Shijie saw it, and Apple Pie certainly saw it too. She still remembered what the purpose of their trip was. She glanced at the black soldiers who were aiming at them in unison, sensed the few remaining pheromones, and breathed a sigh of relief while saying to Zhu Shijie a little unsteadily, It's Commander Sue. The two next to him are Kite and Bible. How come they are here? Kite and Bible are both like Leonardo da Vinci, the masters of a state. Logically, they should not be here. Just like Su Feng. Apple Pie asked Zhu Shijie with sharp eyes. Zhu Shijie replied, Maybe they are the ones who held Commander Sue hostage. Didn't you notice? They are very close to Commander Sue. After saying this, Apple Pie did notice it. The same thing is always interpreted differently by different people. Feng Kite and Bible thought that their personal protection was very comprehensive. If there was any danger, they would be able to protect Commander Sue in the first place. But in Apple Pie's eyes, it was interpreted as Commander Sue being held hostage by these two rebels. While Su Feng was walking slowly towards the entrance of Wall Street with Feng Kite and Bible, Zhu Shijie said to Apple Pie beside him, Now it's your turn. Do you remember the coded note I gave you that only Commander Sue and I can understand? Apple Pie suddenly recalled the conversation with Zhu Shijie. That's right. This Commander Sue may not be the real Commander Sue, but may be a disguised person from the rebellious faction. If you want to confirm the authenticity of the other party, just give this note to the other party. But how can we approach Commander Sue now? Apple Pie turned around and asked. But suddenly he felt that the man next to him was emitting pheromones. Wait, you. Aren't your pheromones dried up? Zhu Shijie smiled helplessly at Apple Pie. Sorry. Apple Pie. It's not us. It's you. After that, Zhu Shijie directly slapped Apple Pie. Chapter 824 Apple Pie is seriously injured. Interrogation after waking up. For Da Vinci, the chaos on Wall Street is unreasonable. Whether it is the beginning, process or the end, it is beyond his ordinary rational cognition. First, he was set up by the enemy, stepped into the enemy's trap step by step, and was finally forced into a desperate situation. Secondly, there is a monster among the enemies, whose strength and pheromones are far beyond the level of elite black soldiers. Finally, Commander Sue, who should not have appeared here, walked out of the New York Stock Exchange in order to negotiate with the super soldiers. In addition to these 3 points, Da Vinci thought that there should be no other things beyond his understanding. But he did not expect that at the last moment. An internal conflict broke out among the enemies, and the man with the strength of a monster actually attacked Apple Pie. Apple Pie was seriously injured on the spot and fell into a coma, while the mysterious man forcibly broke through the defense line of the black soldiers and leapt under the attention of all the super soldiers and black soldiers. Of course, Da Vinci immediately ordered the black soldiers to stop him, but he failed to stop him. The opponent's pheromone sensitivity has surpassed the black soldiers on the scene. He easily dodged the bullets and disappeared in the corner between the nearby buildings after a few accelerations. Because the incident happened suddenly, and the command was now taken over by Commander Sue, Da Vinci failed to stop the opponent. Time goes back to the present. The peace talks with Chow Bing have ended, with Commander Sue, the core figure of the Black Soldier organization, coming forward. The matter is easy to explain, including Apple Pie, Fred and others, plus some mice. After their identities were clarified, the US side temporarily stopped. Of course, it's only temporary. The US is still clamoring for the Black Soldier organization to withdraw from the United States. But Commander Sue used the excuse of needing to deal with the rebels in New York first to perfunctorily get over it. Let's not talk about the super soldier for now. Has Apple Pie woken up? Su Feng has now moved to another location and returned to the manor with Da Vinci Kite Bible and other black soldiers. The seriously injured Apple Pie also received emergency treatment in the manor. A white-clothed man was reporting the situation. Not yet. The enemy's final attack during the internal strife was completely aimed at the vital points. Judging from the injury, whether Apple Pie can survive can only be determined by luck. So the possibility of a fake internal strife is ruled out. After listening, Da Vinci analyzed. Then the enemy should think that Apple Pie can no longer escape in that situation, and in order to keep the information confidential, so they decided to kill Apple Pie? Su Feng did not comment on this, and his attention was now all on a piece of paper. There was a string of garbled characters written on the note, and the meaning of the garbled characters was unclear. It had been handed over to a cryptographer to decipher. However, Su Feng thought that it would be faster to ask Apple Pie, who was carrying the coded note. As a result, Apple Pie was really seriously injured. The man who betrayed Apple Pie was really measured. The white-clothed men in the organization were trying to rescue Apple Pie. It took several hours to barely stabilize her injuries, but Apple Pie was still unconscious. How long will it take? Su Feng didn't need to know how serious Apple Pie's injuries were. He just needed to know the exact time when she woke up. It will probably take another half an hour. Then wait another half an hour. Su Feng did not urge him, but continued to read the note for a while, folded it, and put it in his pocket. As for Da Vinci, Kite and Bible, the 3 elite black soldiers, they were assigned to strengthen the defense of the manor courtyard. Kite and Bible did not say anything at first, but after walking with Da Vinci for a while, Kite said, Da Vinci, logically I should not doubt you too much. But did you lose too badly in the command of Wall Street? Da Vinci glanced at Kite expressionlessly, and Bible, who did not say a word, also cast an inquiring look, obviously meaning the same thing. Da Vinci asked back, what do you mean? Phone Kite said calmly, we watched the entire Wall Street battle, and found that you were almost calculated by the enemy at every step. Although it seems that the enemy is in danger, it is unreasonable in retrospect. How could the enemy know all your arrangements in advance? I heard that the location of the safe house was also exposed in many places. This is also an important reason for the lack of firepower of the black soldiers in the later period? Bible concluded, there are 2 possibilities at present. Either all your arrangements were leaked by the insider when you arranged Wall Street, or you are the insider. Logically speaking, this is indeed the case. But Da Vinci could not refute it from a logical level, because even he himself felt strange about this matter, let alone the exposure of the safe house. Because the Wall Street safe house was not set up by him, but had been needed for several years. The enemy knew the location of the safe house in advance, which can only be said that the enemy's investigation ability is quite strong. But the problem lies in the arrangement of Wall Street. And the key is the Red Star bomb. These were arranged temporarily by Apple Pie when he led the super soldiers to Wall Street this morning. And the helicopters that blocked the Red Star bombs were in place one after another since last night. In fact, Da Vinci almost suspected that he was the insider colluding with the enemy. I can't explain it. So facing the questioning of the two elite black soldiers, Da Vinci could only answer coldly. Then speed up his pace to get rid of the two and do his own thing. Phone Kite and Bible looked at each other in the back, and their eyes were full of the same suspicion. They didn't dare to question Commander Sue's decision, but they believed that moving to Da Vinci Manor now would itself be risky. It was difficult to judge whether Da Vinci was loyal or treacherous. Is it really okay to let this guy be responsible for the defense of the manor? If the enemy attacks the manor again, Da Vinci will really be in trouble. But that shouldn't happen, right? Even if Da Vinci is really a traitor, he shouldn't be stupid enough to add suspicion to himself at this time? Half an hour passed quickly, and Su Feng received a report from his subordinates that Apple Pie woke up. Although he was very weak and had just finished the internal organ repair surgery, he was at least awake and able to have a normal conversation. Su Feng went to the infirmary. The air in the infirmary was filled with a pungent smell of medical alcohol, and the medical equipment was dripping and making operating sounds. Su Feng could also smell a faint smell of blood and the smell of gunpowder left by ammunition. In an environment surrounded by various smells, Su Feng walked to Apple Pie's bed. Apple Pie was pale, with tubes inserted into his body, and he looked very weak and about to die at any time. Commander Su. When Apple Pie saw Su Feng, his face was slightly excited, but he was still very weak. Su Feng was expressionless. I don't care about the reason for your betrayal. I just want to ask one thing. Su Feng took out the note with the code from his pocket. What does the code on this note mean? Hearing this, Apple Pie's originally excited expression stopped abruptly, and his eyes looking at Su Feng changed instantly. Although the expression change was very slight, Su Feng observed it clearly. What does this change mean? Su Feng had a blank expression on his face. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his previous questioning. Since Apple Pie knew that he was arrested, he must have known that the note with the code hidden on his body would be seen by him. So his questioning should be normal. But why did Apple Pie seem to get some answer from his question? Su Feng stared at Apple Pie, and Apple Pie's face was stiff and silent. Chapter 825 Su Feng's Reasoning, Zhu Shizhou. Could it be you? From the moment Su Feng asked this question, Apple Pie knew that the man in front of him was a fake. It was obvious that Commander Su and Zhu Shizhou had made an agreement and agreed on a code. But the Su Feng in front of him could not interpret the meaning of the code. Doesn't this mean that this man is fake? Apple Pie also understood why Zhu Shizhou wanted to seriously injure her at the last moment. The purpose was to make this fake reveal his flaws without knowing it. It was because she was seriously injured that the fake was able to search this code note from her without any defense, and then expose the fake identity without any defense. Originally, Apple Pie still had some resentment towards Zhu Shizhou, who seriously injured her. But now it seems that Zhu Shizhou's move was really a wonderful move. Your expression is wrong. Su Feng did not show any sign of being calculated. Instead, he sat down next to Apple Pie's bed very calmly, looking at Apple Pie, who was silent, and said lightly, "From the moment I came in, you saw my instant expression of surprise and excitement. Although there is a possibility of falsehood, as an elite black soldier, you only need to control your facial muscles to restrain all micro-expressions. But I ordered Bai Yi to inject you with an emotion-amplifying drug during your treatment. After you woke up, it was difficult for you to notice this at the first time without knowing it. So the instant expression you saw me was most likely real." Apple Pie's heart skipped a beat when he heard Su Feng's words. He immediately controlled his facial muscles and restrained all micro-expressions. But his body became stiff because of this. It's too late to control your facial muscles now. Your previous reaction revealed a lot of information. Su Feng looked at Apple Pie calmly, but he didn't try to observe the other party's micro-expressions. Instead, he calmly used words as a knife to cut Apple Pie's psychological defenses bit by bit. Your first reaction didn't seem to regard me as an enemy. Why? You have already rebelled against the Black Soldier organization. Why didn't you release hostility to me at the first time? Your subsequent alert reaction was quite qualified. But leaving aside the first reaction, your reaction was also very strange when I approached you. Anger, fear, tension, resentment, unwillingness, and regret. I didn't see any clues in you of all these reactions that a captive should have. Instead, you cast a scrutinizing look at me as I approached you. Are you trying to judge something from me? Combined with the previous inference, the answer should not be that complicated. You want to judge my position, whether I am an enemy or a friend. This is very strange. From Su Feng's perspective, Apple Pie is a definite enemy. Whether Apple Pie was bewitched or deliberately rebelled, he is a definite enemy. But it doesn't seem to be the case for Apple Pie. Su Feng continued, but your scrutiny of me only ends when I take out this note. After I take out this note, your scrutiny of me ends, and it is replaced by clear hostility. Even if Apple Pie is expressionless and tries to control his facial muscles, he can't hide the information that has been exposed to Su Feng before. At this time, Su Feng took out the note again. The code on this note is a bunch of garbled code that is difficult to decipher. I didn't want to decipher anything from this garbled code. I'm afraid that the information deciphered in the end will be meaningless. So I am more concerned about the note itself. First of all, the code on this note is not your handwriting. I compared all your past handwritten materials and can basically confirm this. Moreover, it is meaningless to conceal the handwriting. This note was taken from you, so you should hand it to someone in person. For the person who received the note, your handwriting is irrelevant. So the first conclusion is that this note was written by someone else and then handed to you. Then I did further testing. I first tested the fingerprints on it. Do you want to guess what the result is? At this point, Su Feng showed an interested expression to Apple Pie. Hearing this, Apple Pie's heart was alarmed. Her body became more and more tense. She didn't expect this fake to be so awesome. Just like peeling off the silk thread from a cocoon. She revealed clues one by one, deduced a solid conclusion bit by bit, and approached the truth she knew step by step. This is something that an ordinary counterfeit can do. And fingerprint. Did Zhu Shizhou foresee the current situation? According to her recollection, Zhu Shizhou, who handed her the code note, seemed to be unprepared at the time. The note had the guy's fingerprints. This was the biggest possibility. As an elite black soldier, Zhu Shizhou's fingerprint information must also be in the database. Once the fingerprint is detected, Zhu Shizhou's identity will be exposed. Facing Su Feng's question, Apple Pie did not answer. And on the surface, everything was calm. But this was only on the surface. Exposed. Completely exposed. Have you forgotten where you are now, and what the emotion-amplifying agent flowing in your body is for? Su Feng's eyes moved to the body detection instrument connected to Apple Pie. This was supposed to be a medical machine for detecting Apple Pie's physical health. But now it has become a magic mirror that reflects Apple Pie's inner activities. And the premise of using this magic mirror is that Su Feng had already ordered people to inject the emotion-amplifying agent into Apple Pie's body, which is just within the normal range of emotional fluctuations, so as not to distort overly excited emotions. The layout for Apple Pie's psychology was completed in an instant. Apple Pie's nerves became more tense after noticing this. She didn't expect that she would fall into this situation in such a short time. Your heartbeat is very intense. But I can tell you the answer. The fingerprints on the note were not detected except you. Instantly, Apple Pie's heart stopped beating. Su Feng's answer was equivalent to telling her that Zhu Shizhou had already taken precautions against this. No. It was normal to think about it. If this note was obtained by the Black Soldier Organization, then the Black Soldier Organization would definitely try every means to check all the information on this note. So it was normal for Zhu Shizhou to take precautions in advance. Normal? I don't know if it was the influence of the emotion amplification potion. But Apple Pie's thoughts began to become confused at this time. There was only one thing she could be sure of. From the moment she got the note, it was a game between wise men. And she was at best just a prop to connect the two sides. Su Feng's devilish whispers did not stop there. He looked at the fluctuations in the data on the medical instrument and said, from your reaction, I can tell that I may have investigated the person who gave you this note. Or to put it more concretely, I may even know this person. After all, if it was a complete stranger, you would not be so frightened by the fingerprint issue. This is the second conclusion. Can't think. Calm down. Apple Pie. Don't be affected by the emotion amplification potion. Apple Pie forced herself to forget the note. Forget about Zhu Shizhou. And try to control her heartbeat and all emotions. However, her current position is passive. She can't actively cover her ears. Her body is fixed on the bed and can't move. And Su Feng's words are constantly entering her ears. A person I might know gave you a note. But you changed your attitude towards me because I asked about the code on the note. This shows that in your perception, I should have known the content of the note. This seems to be a proof of my position? Su Feng played with the note, his expression still calm. Did the person who gave you the note say something? Did he tell you that anyone who could decipher the code was a friendly force? And vice versa? No. It doesn't seem to be entirely true. Because your first reaction when you saw me told me that in your perception, I should know how to decipher the code. So the third conclusion is that someone I know told you that Su Feng knew how to decipher the code when he gave you the note. Because of this, Apple Pie's first reaction was a kind reaction. It is basically clear to infer here. Apple Pie's vigilance has been raised to the highest level, and the conclusions that can be drawn from her are no longer of reference value. Compared with the current tense situation, it is meaningless to waste time on her. The important thing is the owner of the note. Zhu Sergio, could it be you? Chapter 826. The manor was attacked again. There is no doubt that Apple Pie was bewitched. This is exactly what Su Feng judged about Apple Pie, because she was captured as a pawn with a wrong understanding, and even foolishly showed goodwill to him at the beginning, so that he caught her flaws. It was just like an unsuspecting lamb coming to the big bad wolf and expecting peace. Naive. Su Feng had some guesses about the person who pushed all this behind the scenes, but he had no solid evidence. However, he really wanted to know how Zhu Sergio would die at the hands of Apple Pie, as he had mentioned to him in the communication before. After all, Apple Pie was seriously injured and unable to move in bed. According to Baiyi's estimate, it would take at least 2 months for her body to fully recover. How could Apple Pie kill Zhu Sergio, who was prepared in this situation? Not to mention that Apple Pie was under strict supervision and restraint by them, with no possibility of escape. Unless, just after taking a step out of the ward, Su Feng reacted instantly. If Zhu Sergio's prediction of the future was correct, then Apple Pie would never be restrained here safely by them. And since Apple Pie himself could not escape, then someone would definitely come to rescue Apple Pie. Su Feng immediately took out the communicator. All black soldiers. Zzz. The communicator heard a noisy signal interference sound, and the communication failed. At this time, hurried footsteps came from the corridor. It turned out that Feng Kite and Bible rushed over. He also suddenly received a report from the manor's black soldiers, saying that all communication equipment had failed, and it was suspected that the signal was interfered with in the manor, and the communication channel was full of noise. Feng Kite and Bible immediately thought of Su Feng, who was interrogating Apple Pie in the ward, and returned here at the fastest speed without stopping. Commander Su. Su Feng interrupted calmly. I already know that the signal is blocked. Has the range been confirmed? For the time being, it is known that the signals from the south to the central part of the manor are all blocked, and the north has not been confirmed yet. Feng Kite replied that they came here all the way from the south side of the manor, and there was noise in the communication. There is no need to confirm urgently, because the manor is full of black soldiers, and any abnormalities can be discovered at the first time. So within a minute, Da Vinci also hurried over. The signals on the north side are all blocked. I'm afraid the signal blocking range is our entire manor. Is it the US? Are they going to attack us? Bible did not answer with a cold face, but stared at Da Vinci with ill eyes. Feng Kite saw Bible's performance and quickly looked at Da Vinci. Signal shielding can be done very easily. You only need to install a few signal shielding devices in the manor. As long as they are installed secretly, no one can find them. But there is a problem. The manor attack happened again, and it was hard not to think of the last time. Moreover, it was reasonable to say that a similar incident had already happened once. So Da Vinci should have had some experience in defense. Right? How did the enemy sneak in again without knowing it? Or was Da Vinci really an insider? Su Feng remained calm and issued orders quickly and without haste. Call all the black soldiers to shrink here. The enemy's target is Apple Pie. We cannot give them the opportunity to defeat them separately. Count the number of black soldiers. The three of them understood immediately. The purpose of counting the number of black soldiers is to confirm whether the enemy has entered the manor, in the manor that had experienced an attack. 3 elite black soldiers dispatched black soldiers to strengthen the defense. It was very difficult for the enemy to sneak in without alerting anyone. So if they wanted to sneak in quietly, they had to get rid of some black soldiers. The loss of black soldiers could be used to determine whether the enemy had sneaked into the manor. The communication signal was blocked, and all the black soldiers were gathered together to strengthen the defense line and confirm the current situation. However, Feng Kite and Bible did not move. Da Vinci was about to move, but saw Phone Kite and Bible still standing there, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Follow the order." Phone Kite and Bible said, "Our mission is to protect the safety of Commander Sue. You go to contact other black soldiers in the manor." Da Vinci glanced at Phone Kite and Bible, said nothing, and left at an accelerated speed. After Da Vinci left, Feng Zheng said to Su Feng, "Commander Su, there might be something wrong with Da Vinci." The Bible also said, "How can it be such a coincidence? We just returned to the manor not long ago, and the manor was attacked. And this is not the first time. I guess Da Vinci reported the real situation of the manor to the enemy in these few hours. Not to mention signal shielding. Who is easier to install signal shielding devices in the manor than Da Vinci?" Su Feng did not comment on the two's speculation. He simply said, "Take the apple pie. Let's leave here first." The enemy dared to attack the manor and use such obvious means, which was equivalent to active exposure, which proved that the enemy had planned it. The enemy's target may or may not be apple pie. If it is, then apple pie becomes a bait that can attract the enemy. So they rushed into the ward together. Apple pie didn't understand what happened yet. Even if she knew, she couldn't resist. She looked at Feng Zheng and Bible in amazement and rushed to her bed after rushing into the ward. They also cooperated with each other to quickly untie the restraints that fixed her on the bed. "Hey, wait, what are you doing? I still have tubes inserted in my body, and the wound is about to split. Damn!" Apple pie was forcibly pulled up from the bed by Feng Zheng and carried on his body. Her own weight was as light as nothing to Feng Zheng. When several people rushed out of the infirmary, Apple pie saw several fully armed black soldiers appearing in the corridor. Looking out of the window, you could also see the black soldiers outside the building appearing one after another from all directions. It is a picture of orderly black soldiers gathering. Needless to say, every black soldier has a gun in his hand, and the communicator on Su Feng's waist has been sending out a buzzing signal interference sound. Even if Apple pie was slow, he knew what was going on and laughed. "Ha ha! I know. Someone attacked the manor. Right? My companions came to save me." Phone Kite bumped Apple pie with his shoulder twice and said coldly, "Shut up." Su Feng, who was between Phone Kite and Bible, chuckled calmly, but on the other hand, this is also an opportunity for us to get a glimpse of the person behind the scenes. Right? I was worried that I had no clues at all. Apple pie's smile became awkward and turned into a pout. How can it be so easy? Since they chose to attack the manor, they must have made full preparations. In my opinion, at least the number of people will not be small. Your communication has been blocked. Can the message for help be delivered? Su Feng waved his hand. Dislocate her jaw. Click. Apple pie remained calm. Her jaw was dislocated, and she remembered this grudge because of Bible's action. Although she looked confident, she was more worried in her heart. You know, her chance of survival depends on Zhu Shizhou and his men. Seeing the increasing number of black soldiers on alert, she now has only one hope. Zhu Shizhou, no matter how strong the people you bring are, you must bring more people. Otherwise you won't be able to break through the black soldiers' defense line. Chapter 827 Sneaking into the manor. Just you and me? Are you crazy? Outside the manor, Du Fei pulled Zhu Shizhou's arm and cursed. Just now, Zhu Shizhou told her that he wanted to attack the manor with her. Zhu Shizhou glanced at Du Fei. The original plan was for only me. But you insisted on coming. If you don't want to go, I can go alone. What Apple pie didn't know was that the thousands of troops she expected actually only had Zhu Shizhou and Du Fei. If she knew, she would definitely be so angry that she would curse Zhu Shizhou 10,000 times in her heart. Du Fei also thought that Zhu Shizhou was simply crazy. What's the difference between the two of them attacking the manor and seeking death? Of course, Zhu Shizhou said that he would come alone. But Du Fei was worried. And seeing Zhu Shizhou's swearing look, she followed him. But they came. The two of them were hiding in the woods on a small hill near the manor, looking down at the manor from a high position. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked. Du Fei found that the manor's defense level was even more frightening than she thought. The rotation was so tight that there were almost no loopholes. The number of black soldiers was also frightening, and often there were no black soldiers in a place. But during the rotation period, black soldiers would appear from nowhere. The main feature was a concealed defense. Du Fei observed for a long time and felt that if he broke into the manor without knowing anything, he would probably be captured or shot in less than half a minute. In addition to the manor personnel defense, There were a large number of drones hovering in the sky around the manor, and they were clearly equipped with guns. If they were really daring villains, they would probably be deterred and retreated when they saw the drones. But Zhu Shizhou didn't know what was wrong with him. He said this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After observing for a long time in the woods on the hill, he still didn't give up and said he was going to attack the manor. This is why Du Fei dissuaded him. Drones are nothing to be afraid of. Zhu Shizhou expressed contempt for the drones hovering over the manor, and then took out a remote control from his arms and pressed the button. From Du Fei's perspective, there was no earth-shattering scene. It was just that the drones fell from the sky like birds with injured wings. After a while, there was no trace of drones over the manor. What did you do? Du Fei asked in surprise. I activated the signal shielding device. This is the killing weapon I placed in the manor a day in advance. If it weren't for this thing, even if we wanted to attack the manor, we would be discovered in the first place. Du Fei was not surprised that Zhu Shizhou could install the signal shielding device in advance. But she was more curious about how the signal shielding device was made. Zhu Shizhou answered Du Fei's doubts. The answer is those rats. Although the Black Soldier organization destroyed one organization after another and killed or injured countless rats during its sweep of New York, this was a good thing for Zhu Shizhou, because it was equivalent to the Black Soldier organization eliminating most of the weak rats. And the remaining rats were also considered as figures in their respective organizations. Zhu Shizhou deliberately concentrated the survivors among the rats. And the significance of this was that his personal strength was limited. And it was even more so when he wanted to deal with the Black Soldier organization. The signal shielding device was handed over to the logistics team among the mice. Most of the civilian surviving mice, who did not rescue the other survivors or participate in any battles, had some scientific research capabilities. They gathered together to complete the signal shielding device in less than one night. Zhu Shizhou sneaked into the manor overnight and installed the signal shielding device in several hidden locations in advance, which was considered a trap set in advance before Su Feng arrived. It doesn't sound so mysterious, but in the eyes of Du Fei, who didn't know it, it was a clear proof that Zhu Shizhou had calculated the current scene as if he had calculated it. You can sneak into the manor. Zhu Shizhou looked at the time and said very calmly. Du Fei didn't hear the ups and downs in his tone at all, as if he was preparing to do something very easy. Wait, are we going in like this? What about the Black Soldiers Defense Patrol team? Du Fei hurriedly grabbed Zhu Shizhou, who was about to walk down the hill and climb over the wall from the side of the manor. Don't worry. That thing is gone. Why do you think I paused for so long after activating the signal blocking device? I deliberately gave the Black Soldiers time to react. Now the Black Soldiers in the entire manor are shrinking their defenses towards the atrium, while the atrium has become impregnable. The periphery has become weak. Are you so sure? Yes, I am sure. But there will be some minor troubles. Da Vinci is leading a team of Black Soldiers to search for traces of intruders in the manor. As he spoke, Zhu Shizhou had already set off, and Du Fei had no choice but to follow him. She could sense that there was a great danger hidden in the manor. Just approaching made her pheromones surge, and her sixth sense made her body tremble involuntarily. That was a pheromone kingdom composed of a considerable number of Black Soldier pheromones. Her personal pheromones were not worth mentioning in front of this huge pheromone. Zhu Shizhou jumped over the wall without hesitation. His movements were agile and neat. Du Fei forced herself to keep up, but saw that Zhu Shizhou, who had a clear goal, did not rush directly to the courtyard at the first time, but went to the right instead. As if taking a detour, Du Fei followed and asked, "What are you going to do?" "I just said it." "Right. Da Vinci is now leading his team to circle around the manor to look for invaders. We can't kill them in a short time, so the best way to solve the problem is to avoid it. Da Vinci is about 200 meters behind us, blocked by a greenway, and they haven't found us yet. If you look from a bird's eye view at this time, you can clearly see that Da Vinci is leading a Black Soldier team mainly for reconnaissance to search the manor. The straight line distance from Zhu Shizhou and his team is not far, but unfortunately there is a greenway in the middle, so they really can't see Zhu Shizhou and his team. And just when Da Vinci and other Black Soldiers crossed the greenway, Zhu Shizhou and Du Fei happened to turn a corner and were out of Da Vinci's sight. The reason why Da Vinci searched everywhere in the manor was, on the one hand, because he was suspected of the last defeat, and now he was suspected by Feng Zheng and Sheng Jing, and on the other hand, because he was sure to catch the clues of these invaders. Report: the Black Soldiers soon discovered that Zhu Shizhou and Du Fei had barely cleaned the ground. These black soldiers were all from the reconnaissance department, and they were best at meticulous reconnaissance. A black soldier squatted on the ground and picked up a piece of soil the size of a fingernail, saying, "This piece of soil is soft soil with traces of moisture. It will not appear naturally in the manner." This was brought in by the enemy. The place with this kind of soft soil nearby is the woods and the surrounding hills. It has a little moisture and the smell of dead grass. The enemy should have waited on the nearby hills for a while before choosing to invade the manor. While talking here, another black soldier made a discovery. The direction is this way. There are traces of grass being pressed here. The enemy did almost nothing to deal with it. Either the other party was sure that they could not be discovered, or they left the place in a hurry because they did not have time to deal with it. But the direction must be correct. They must have gone to the right. Another black soldier said, "Not many people." He did not say the clues he judged, but everyone knew that he was a man of few words and strong ability. Since he dared to assert it at this time, it was probably the reality. There are few people and the direction is clear. What else can be said? Da Vinci waved his hand. "Chase!" Da Vinci is very confident in the current search team. Now all the members of this team are from the reconnaissance department. Even if they strike back, they can still find the enemy. He can't make the same mistake as last time and let the enemy play him around in the manner. Chapter 828, a trap specially set for the enemy. Da Vinci's expectations were doomed to fail. Go this way. Da Vinci led the black soldiers to chase behind, and Zhu Shizhou led Du Fei to run forward. When passing a corner, he suddenly turned around and signaled Du Fei to turn. Du Fei was not surprised, and did not ask anything, because the pursuit started half an hour ago, and Zhu Shizhou repeatedly instructed her to keep circling around in the huge manner. But she did not encounter black soldiers once. If it were not for the pheromone that could sense the danger from behind, she would even mistakenly think that there was no one in the manor at all. However, this time it seemed different. The previous few times when Zhu Shizhou took her around in circles, her pheromone could sense that the sense of danger was weakened. But this time when Zhu Shizhou took her around a corner, the sense of danger not only did not weaken, but became stronger. "Zhu Shizhou, are you sure we want to take this road?" After a while, Du Fei, who was concentrating on following Zhu Shizhou to speed up, finally couldn't help asking questions. Zhu Shizhou glanced at Du Fei, who was getting nervous. "Do you think I just want to avoid Da Vinci's pursuit team?" Du Fei was puzzled. "Isn't it?" "Of course not. If that's all, we too can't get close to the atrium. Da Vinci's pursuit seems to have no success. But if you think carefully about our evasion route, you will know that Da Vinci has been chasing around the atrium and defending the atrium area perfectly. What's more, if we really get close to the atrium by chance, facing the defense of the atrium's black soldiers, Da Vinci only needs to turn around to help us, and we will be caught in a pincer attack by Da Vinci." Du Fei opened his mouth and had a bad feeling. "So what are you going to do?" Zhu Shizhou laughed. "The two of us surround Da Vinci's black soldiers from the rear." Du Fei was dumbfounded. "The two of us surround them? What kind of crazy talk is this?" Zhu Shizhou laughed. "Think about it carefully. Of course you know that there are only you and me who invaded the manor. But can Da Vinci and others confirm this? This move, I call it a false encirclement tactic. Da Vinci has been chasing for more than half an hour, but let alone touching the corner of the invader's clothes. He didn't even see the shadow of the invader. The enemy is like a cunning fox. Although he didn't deliberately clean up the traces, he seemed to know that someone was chasing them. He turned left and right in the manor. Slippery. And he was always one step behind the other party. When he led people to chase, he could only check fresh traces, but couldn't see anyone. Are these invaders just hiding here and there? But if they are just hiding here and there, how can they dare to directly activate the signal shielding in the manor, as if declaring war and provoking? Da Vinci was puzzled by this. But soon things changed a little. Report. From here on, the traces seemed to be different from before. Some black soldiers found the traces left by Zhu Shizhou and Du Fei. Is it finally going to change? Da Vinci understood in his heart that it was obvious that the enemy also knew that it was just a waste of time to continue like this. The enemy's invasion must be more urgent than theirs. Under his intentional defense, the enemy must also actively seek changes to break through the situation. What's different? Da Vinci took a step forward. The black soldiers were observing a bush. The black soldiers replied, "The number of enemies seems to be more than we expected." The black soldiers had previously judged through simple traces that the number of invaders would not be too large. But now the bush they saw still had no traces. But the messiness reflected did not look like there were only a few invaders. Da Vinci thought this was more reasonable. After all, the enemy was not stupid. Would anyone be so stupid as to use a small number of people to attack a large number, and only send 2 or 3 people to invade their black soldier manor? Da Vinci was not surprised by this result and asked, "How many people are there?" "At least 10 people." "Even so, this number is still too small compared to the number of black soldiers in the manor." Da Vinci said, "Before this invasion team had been circling us. They seemed to be timid and avoiding fighting. But in fact, they had been looking for opportunities and disguising their numbers. But now they have finally been exposed." "Do you think they did it on purpose or accidentally?" The black soldiers frowned and thought. "We can tell by looking at the traces at the scene." Da Vinci did not rush to continue chasing the enemy, but asked the black soldiers to further check the traces at the scene. The results came out soon, and the black soldiers found that the traces at the scene suddenly reached more than a dozen places around. They split up. Da Vinci concluded. The breakthrough they were looking for was to split up their troops. But they did not cover up the traces, because they did not want to avoid us and go around the courtyard. The messy traces here are both a deterrent and a declaration, announcing that they are about to surround and counterattack us. We still don't know the enemy's means. If we continue to concentrate our forces in one place, we will easily lose the initiative and be attacked by the enemy. We will also divide our forces. Divide into 3 teams and take different routes. Da Vinci quickly made a decision. Although the communication equipment was temporarily unusable, they still had a map. Every black soldier was very familiar with this manor. As long as they were told the route, they could be flexible without temporary communication. Da Vinci took the map and quickly pointed out the routes of each team, which could not only support each other, but also prevent the enemy from attacking from behind. "Lord Da Vinci, have you forgotten that there may be masters of disguise among the enemies?" A black soldier made an opinion. Of course Da Vinci didn't forget. You know, the first time the manor was invaded, someone disguised himself as him. And the black soldier, the maid in the back garden, was perfectly deceived. In response, Da Vinci said, "I thought of this a long time ago." Da Vinci raised his hand and quickly wiped his face. Suddenly, a small wound scratched by nails appeared on one side of his cheek. It was invisible if you didn't look carefully. Da Vinci said, "This is more effective than any mutually agreed code. Even if the enemy can disguise themselves as me, they can't predict that there will be a wound on my cheek. Why not agree on a code?" Da Vinci considered it very comprehensively. But at the same time, you should pay attention that the enemy is likely to be an elite black soldier. If you agree on a code, if you meet rashly, the enemy will not be able to answer the code, and you will have to fight to the death with the opponent. Why don't I create a wound on my face? If you find me without a wound on my face, I must be a fake. You can lead him into the trap without making a sound. Understood? With a few words, Da Vinci arranged everything. The black soldiers on the scene were ordered to split into 3 teams and scattered towards the manor. After the last defeat, Da Vinci was holding back his anger and wanted to prove his innocence. Strictly speaking, his innocence was not completely cleared, because the reason why he could live here safely now was just because Apple Pie rebelled. But where was the conclusive evidence to prove his innocence? No. So Kite and Bible always kept their suspicion on him. But all this was enough as long as they could catch the enemy, who was proficient in disguise. The purpose of his division of troops was for this. Since the enemy wanted to change, they would choose to conflict and fight with him. And the enemy had a disguise master card in his hand. So there was no reason to hide it and not play it. This was a trap set specifically for the enemy, and it depended on whether the enemy would step on it or not. Chapter 829. The enemy did it on purpose. In Da Vinci's opinion, this manor chase was nothing more than a game of proving innocence. Not to mention that there were 3 elite black soldiers in the manor ready for battle. He had already known the enemy's tactics. How could the enemy win? So after Da Vinci gave the other black soldiers instructions, he confidently divided the black soldiers into teams, and led a team to track in one direction. But he did not completely believe that these traces were real. He was not naive enough. But in any case, the enemy's goal is very clear. While leading the team, Da Vinci did not forget to analyze the enemy's purpose of invading the manor. Apple Pie and Commander Sue are now in the atrium. It is a small matter to let the enemy rescue Apple Pie, but it is a big matter to let the enemy have the opportunity to hurt Commander Sue. Although he did not tell anyone, Da Vinci always had a hunch that the enemy's goal was not just Apple Pie. Judging from the previous series of operations that disrupted the situation in New York, the enemy's means would not be so simple. If the enemy's goal was really just apple pie, then the enemy could have waited for a better opportunity and waited for the Black Soldier organization to transfer apple pie. Why choose such a bad opportunity? Another doubt is that since the enemy has the ability to quietly install a signal shielding device in the manor, why didn't they sneak in quietly, but instead made such a big fuss? From these two questions, Da Vinci had a slight premonition that this matter might not be as simple as he thought. He didn't say much to Phone Kite and Bible, because he knew Phone Kite and Bible's responsibilities very well, and they didn't trust him very much. Talking too much would only do harm. Besides, Commander Sue must have thought much deeper than he did. He didn't believe that Commander Sue couldn't think of what he could think of. But Commander Sue never said anything, and didn't even interfere with the deployment of the Black Soldiers in the manor. Why? In Da Vinci's opinion, the answer is already very obvious. Commander Sue wants to give him a chance to redeem himself. Whether this opportunity can be seized depends on now. While thinking, Da Vinci's actions were not disturbed under the dual-threaded thinking. On the contrary, the more he thought, the more active his thinking became. Soon his eyes focused and looked at the road ahead. Stop! Da Vinci waved his hand, and the Black Soldiers stopped. They all looked at a floor tile in front of them with Da Vinci's eyes. There is a problem with this floor tile, Da Vinci said lightly, motioning a Black Soldier to go forward for reconnaissance. A Black Soldier nodded and stepped forward cautiously. The problem with the floor tiles that Da Vinci mentioned was indeed difficult to find before I noticed it. But it became very obvious after I noticed it. The height of that floor tile was slightly different from the height of the other floor tiles around it, and it floated up a layer higher than the other floor tiles, as if something was buried under the floor tile. The Black Soldier first extended his pheromone to explore, and then carefully moved a corner of the floor tile, with his muscles tensed, to ensure that if he sensed danger, he could evacuate at the fastest speed in the first time. The other Black Soldiers were alert to the surrounding situation. However, nothing bad happened after the floor tile was lifted up, but the things buried under it surprised all the Black Soldiers. It was a simple small square box, lying quietly in the middle of the soil under the floor tile, covered with yellow mud, and it seemed that there was no danger at all. The Black Soldier took action directly, dug the box out of the mud, wiped off the mud on the box, and looked at Da Vinci. The box is very light. I don't know what's inside. Da Vinci looked at the box and guessed what it was. He took out the communicator from his waist and turned on the channel. The communicator really made a strong sizzling sound. After taking 2 steps forward, the signal interference sound from the communicator became louder. Signal jammer. This is important news, because as soon as they found that the communication signal was interfered, they launched a large number of reconnaissance Black Soldiers to conduct a carpet search of the manor. But no signal interference source was found. If they were given more time, they should be able to find the interference source without missing a single one. But the time was still too short, and in order to protect Commander Sue, the troops were further reduced. It was better to be prepared than to find the signal interference source. Of course, that was a passive choice under helplessness. The current situation is that Da Vinci has discovered a possible hiding method for the signal interference source, and this matter must be told to other Black Soldiers. But the problem is that he had just sent out the other Black Soldiers, and the communication could not be used, so he could only let the other Black Soldiers contact other Black Soldier teams. But before that, Da Vinci took the signal jammer from the Black Soldier, threw it into the sky, and then raised his hand and fired a shot. Without aiming, the flying bullet easily smashed the signal jammer into scattered pieces. Various parts flew in the air and made a clanking sound of scattered metal after landing. He took out the communicator and checked it. It's not that simple, Da Vinci said lightly. The signal has not been restored, which means that there is more than one signal jammer in this area. Pay special attention to the floor tiles. We didn't find them in the first wave, but now we accidentally ran into them. The enemy is likely to use the same method to hide the signal jammer. Yes. The Black Soldiers began to move, but just after Da Vinci gave the order, he saw the Black Soldiers dispersed in all directions, but suddenly had a bad idea. Wait! Can't the enemy notice such an obvious flaw? Why is it so coincidental that the first signal jammer was discovered just after he gave the order to split up? No. Wait. Speaking of which, aren't they here now following the traces left by the enemy? Not good. Da Vinci's thinking was very short, and he tightened his muscles the moment he thought of the doubt. At this moment, the figure of a black soldier appeared not far away, and it seemed that he was still trotting towards this side. "Lord da Vinci!" the black soldier shouted while being on guard. Without thinking, Da Vinci pointed his gun at the black soldier running towards him. He had not ordered the black soldier to return. But Da Vinci did not shoot immediately, but gave the black soldier a chance to speak in confusion. And the black soldier was stunned when he spoke. "Master Da Vinci, in the process of tracking the traces, we found that the signal shielding device is likely to be placed under the floor tiles." "Huh?" The black soldier saw a pile of scattered parts on the ground. If you put aside the internal parts, you can clearly see the basic shape of the box before it was shot. Before Da Vinci could respond, another black soldier ran over from not far away. "Master Da Vinci, we found the possible location of the signal blocking device. It's under the floor tiles." The third black soldier was embarrassed because he saw the signal blocking device broken into pieces. Da Vinci asked seriously, "You two are the same? Something is wrong. It's really wrong." 3 teams were divided, but all 3 teams found the signal blocking device. The key is that the route was deliberately created by the enemy. The enemy expected that they could find the signal blocking device. No. To put it bluntly, the enemy deliberately let them find it. Chapter 830, Digging One's Own Grave. I can't figure it out. Da Vinci can't figure out what the enemy wants to do. But one thing is clear, his manor has been completely infiltrated by the enemy. If you want to install a signal shielding device under the floor tiles, you must be able to come and go freely in this manner. And you have to find a suitable time to do it. Da Vinci didn't know when the enemy did it. At this time, he only felt that if this matter was heard by Phone Kite and Bible, they would probably deepen their suspicion of him. Now it is very clear what to do. Since the possible location of the signal shielding device has been discovered, it is natural to first find all the signal shielding devices and destroy them. The primary goal is to restore the communication in the manor. In addition, Da Vinci whispered to the adjutant beside him, "Your task is to return to the atrium as quickly as possible. Inform Commander Sue of this matter, and see what instructions Commander Sue has." Received. Da Vinci was also worried that he would fall into the enemy's confusing trap again, and wanted his adjutant to seek help from Commander Sue. He did not follow Commander Sue's advice in Wall Street, which caused a team of his black soldiers to be wiped out. This was the source of his doubts. He was worried that his decision would be calculated by the enemy again. The adjutant quickly set off, leaving the place as fast as possible and rushing towards the courtyard. But at the same time, he was not without thinking. Even though he was a confidant promoted by Da Vinci, he was also doubtful at this moment. How could the signal shielding device be placed under the floor tiles in various places in the manor in such a large area? When was it installed? The most terrifying thing is the enemy's concealment ability. But the adjutant has a more terrifying guess. What if the signal shielding device itself is the work of Lord Da Vinci? This terrifying guess is the most logical. If Lord Da Vinci is a ghost, everything can be explained. As the controller of the manor, Da Vinci can freely deploy black soldiers, avoid the sight of black soldiers, and install signal shielding devices in the manor. At the same time, he can cooperate with the enemy who is invading the manor now, and perform a double act that no one can see the flaws. Under the command of Da Vinci, their reconnaissance team has not even found the shadow of the enemy for most of the day. The enemy seems to know their route well, and has great anti-reconnaissance capabilities. In addition, Da Vinci said that there is a guy among the enemies who is extremely good at disguise. Think about it carefully. Isn't that guy who is extremely good at disguise only disguised as Da Vinci from beginning to end? Rather than saying that the enemy is extremely good at disguise, it is better to say that the so-called enemy is extremely familiar with Da Vinci. Who is the person who knows Leonardo best? This is not a brain teaser, and the answer is easily Leonardo himself. The person who knows him best must be Leonardo himself. So if Leonardo is a traitor, does his operation of cutting a wound on his face to distinguish him still count? The adjutant expressed doubts about this. When he was in Leonardo's team, the adjutant didn't think much. But now that he has left Leonardo, his doubts have deepened. While thinking about it, he ran forward. But at a certain moment, he suddenly stopped, because on the road ahead, there stood an ordinary-looking man, with no special features on his face. The adjutant didn't remember this face, but only saw this guy standing in the middle of the road inexplicably, holding a gun in his hand, and smiling at him inexplicably. And that smile looked fake no matter how you look at it. The adjutant stopped his steps and instinctively sensed something was wrong. He asked, "Who are you, adjutant? Why did you stop? Didn't Da Vinci ask you to report the situation of the signal blocking device?" The man said with a smile as he slowly walked towards him. The adjutant's heart trembled. He tightened his grip on the gun in his hand. Without any hesitation or nonsense with the other party, he raised his gun and shot at the other party. While shooting, his suspicion of Da Vinci emerged again. Da Vinci secretly told him to report back to the atrium. Logically, no one should know. But this man not only blocked his way forward, but also seemed to know the matter clearly. Duh. As the gunshots rang out, the figure of the man in front instantly disappeared. So fast. The man's burst speed was jaw-dropping. The adjutant's combat ability was mediocre among the black soldiers. He turned his gun muzzle and always wanted to catch up with the man. However, every time he aimed his gun at the man's footsteps turned and quickly dodged to another track. The opportunity was fleeting. He aimed several times and derailed several times. Prejudgment was useless. The man seemed to know what he was thinking and predicted his prediction. In just a few seconds, the man approached him in an S-shaped way. No, this man is too strong. The adjutant himself was not a good fighter. His tracing gun technique made him clearly aware of the gap between his strength and this man's. He rationally judged that there was a huge gap between his strength and this man's. So the best decision at the moment should be to escape. Although he had doubts about Da Vinci, the atrium should be safe. The adjutant turned from attack to escape, and his figure flashed, quickly distanced himself from the man. And with this move, he discovered another thing. The man's speed did not seem to be fast. The man's dodge just now made him subconsciously think that the man was very fast. In fact, the adjutant understood as soon as he moved. It was only because the man's prediction ability and danger avoidance ability were extremely strong that he mistakenly thought that the man was very fast. The fact is that the opponent's speed is just on par with him. In this case, I should have a chance to escape from here. Realizing this, the adjutant still had no intention of fighting. He turned his feet and pretended to continue to raise his gun to shoot. But the whole person moved sideways. The man opposite was pointed at by the adjutant's gun, and he seemed to subconsciously dodge the bullet. Unexpectedly, the adjutant did not shoot at all. The adjutant was just trying to create a gap with the help of the opponent's dodge. While the man dodged, the adjutant's legs, which had been tense for a long time, bounced off the ground like compressed springs, bursting out with powerful speed in an instant, passing through the gap where the man in front dodged. In just 2 or 3 seconds, he had opened up a considerable distance from the man. The adjutant did not even look back, but ran wildly, and his forward trajectory kept making S-shaped detours, as if he was worried that the man behind him would shoot him. So he did not see that the man behind him did nothing. And after he escaped, he did not even have the intention to chase him, but just stood there and watched him go towards the courtyard, until he saw the adjutant's figure disappear at a corner. The man dodged into a tree in the green belt on the side, and a minute later, he walked out from behind the tree again with the adjutant's face. This man was Sergio. None of Da Vinci's actions were beyond his expectations. Under his careful design, Da Vinci would only dig his own grave step by step, and Da Vinci would also become a weak gap to break through this manner. Chapter 831. The Gap in the Manor's Defense. All the black soldiers led by Da Vinci saw it. Da Vinci whispered something to the adjutant, and then the adjutant left the team. But no one knew what Da Vinci had said. Let's not talk about the real adjutant going to the courtyard. But Sergio, wearing the adjutant's face, quietly appeared near the other 2 search teams assigned by Da Vinci. One of the patrolling scout black soldiers looked up and saw the adjutant approaching with a gun. What's wrong? Does Lord Da Vinci have any instructions? The black soldier immediately stood at attention and asked. The other black soldiers also stopped searching and looked at the adjutant. Some of the slightly more vigilant black soldiers quietly tensed their bodies and prepared their hands holding guns. Sergio knew the nature of these black soldiers. He didn't believe that the gunshots from him and the adjutant just now didn't attract the attention of these black soldiers. On the surface, the black soldiers looked fine, but they were actually ready. So he didn't say anything and just fired a volley of bullets at the black soldiers. Duh. This is a fake. Everyone fight back. The captain of the black soldiers quickly rolled into the green grass while shouting to the other teammates. The black soldiers reacted quickly, and Sergio deliberately gave them time to react. So the bullets Zhu Shizhou fired at the black soldiers did not cause any casualties. Instead, the black soldiers found their own shelters. And some black soldiers, who reacted faster, even raised their guns and pulled the trigger to fight back against Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou just stood there, tilting his head and leaning sideways, bowing his head from time to time, and bending over from time to time, like a dancer doing various warm-up movements. He felt the bullets passing through his cheeks, shoulders, chest, waist and crotch, and his heart was calm. He had experienced this kind of scene more than once. What made the black soldiers more alert was that they did not feel any pheromone from the man with the face of an adjutant. This either means that this man is a human whose pheromone is so weak that it cannot be sensed, or that this man's pheromone convergence skills are extremely powerful. This guy, doesn't he need to spread pheromones to sense danger? In this case, how did this man dodge bullets? The black soldiers thought that the facts that happened now exceeded their rational logic. The two sides fired fiercely, and the upper left corner dodged on the spot for a while, and the black soldiers on the opposite side began to change their formation. Seeing this, Zhu Shizhou showed a weird smile to the black soldiers, then turned around and retreated. By the way, he kept dodging during the retreat, and before the black soldiers had fully formed a high firepower dense formation, Zhu Shizhou's figure disappeared. Do you want to chase? The black soldiers looked at the captain of the black soldiers. The captain of the black soldiers hesitated for a moment and said quickly, Lord Da Vinci did not give me clear instructions, but the enemy finally showed up in the manor. I think we should keep a close eye on them. So I will leave some people to continue scouting here, and another team will follow me to chase. Half of the other black soldiers agreed, and the other half hesitated. But there was no time for them to think slowly. The enemy had gradually gone away, and it would be too late if they didn't chase. Although some black soldiers felt it was not right, they had no better way. So this team split up again. Some people chased in the direction where Zhu Shizhou left, and most of the remaining black soldiers continued to scout. The captain of the black soldier team did not make a random decision, but because he noticed that when the fake adjutant evacuated, the direction in which the fake adjutant evacuated was exactly the direction of another black soldier team. From the battle just now, it can be seen that the enemy is extremely powerful. At least they can easily escape the firepower siege of the black soldier team. So if the enemy really encounters another team, then the enemy may be able to escape the siege again. But if they now divide their troops to catch up, when the enemy is fighting with another team, they can outflank the enemy from the rear and leave the enemy with no way to escape. This is the simple but very likely idea in the mind of the black soldier captain. The only problem is, you must not lose track of them during the pursuit. Fortunately, the enemy's figure is always in the sight of the black soldier captain and the group of chasing black soldiers. Soon, as the captain of the black soldiers expected, a team of black soldiers appeared in the distance and met the fake adjutant in front. The captain of the black soldiers raised his hand and was about to shout, "This adjutant is a fake." But he heard the fake adjutant in front shouting to the black soldiers, "These guys chasing me are invaders. Kill them!" If the captain of the black soldiers and a group of black soldiers had not been emotionally wiped out, they would have shouted hack at this time. It was obvious that they were tricked. The pursuit operation was calculated by the other party, and the other party also took advantage of their psychological division of troops to create a situation that could not be carefully considered. Moreover, the number of their divided troops was exactly the same as the number of invaders. In a hurry, the fake adjutant said that there was no way to tell the truth. Sure enough, just as the captain of the black soldiers expected, the fake adjutant rushed to the side of the black soldiers team safely, and turned around and pointed the gun at them. The captain of the black soldiers would not be so stupid as to shoot without explaining anything after being slandered for his innocence. He opened his mouth and wanted to shout out the truth, but the next moment the fake adjutant shot. Shoot them. The black soldiers in the front team were confused about the current situation, but they also knew that the situation at this time did not allow them to think carefully. Seeing the invaders chasing the adjutant, coming fiercely, the adjutant shot again at the first time, and some black soldiers also subconsciously pulled the trigger. Duh. For a while, the sound of gunfire was so loud that it drowned out the voice of the captain of the black soldiers, who tried to explain. The captain of the black soldiers and others were caught off guard by this unexpected friendly shooting. Several black soldiers were injured and bleeding almost instantly. Although they successfully found a shelter at the first time, they were still seriously injured. The captain of the black soldiers, whose arm was shot by a bullet, used a tree as a cover and rushed to the back of the cover. Only then did he have the opportunity to shout, "Fools! Don't be fooled. That adjutant is a fake. A counterfeit." The gunshots paused for a moment. The next second, dense gunshots rang again. The captain of the black soldiers looked out and saw that the fake adjutant was retreating in another direction while firing wildly at the black soldiers. Several black soldiers were injured and fell to the ground after being attacked by the fake adjutant. "Ha ha ha. Want to catch me? You're 100 years too early. Don't let him escape." The captain of the black soldiers knew that the identity of the fake adjutant had been exposed, and he felt that the time for counterattack had come. So he shouted and rushed out of the cover with the black soldiers behind the cover. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the fake adjutant made another trick. He looked at the captain of the black soldiers and others, showing an expression of success, and shouted to the captain of the black soldiers and others, "Now! Sneak attack!" The gunfire of the black soldiers who were fighting with Zhu Shizhou paused again, which gave Zhu Shizhou time to escape from here. In addition, some black soldiers pointed their guns at the captain of the black soldiers and others who were about to fight back. The captain of the black soldiers was almost speechless and shouted, "I am a friendly army. That fake brand is running away." The firepower besieging Zhu Shizhou stopped and reduced, and Zhu Shizhou's figure ran away. The captain of the black soldiers did not stop. Quickly past the black soldiers who were still a little confused, and left a sentence, "Let some people catch up and chase with me." He has deeply realized the enemy's cunning. He knows that he must not let this level of enemy run around in the manner, and he must kill him. On the other side, the real adjutant, who was deliberately let go by Zhu Shizhou once again, encountered a powerful enemy that he could not match. But it was Du Fei who was blocking his way. Du Fei did not change his appearance, but wore a simple white mask with only holes for eyes and mouth. Zhu Shizhou's task to Du Fei was simple, to force the adjutant to retreat, so that the adjutant had to choose another way to defeat and retreat. Du Fei still remembered Zhu Shizhou's words to her, "As long as you can do this, the adjutant will die under the guns of other black soldiers, and the gap in the manor's defense will collapse from here." Chapter 832 Bluffing. Gunshots were heard in the distance, and the adjutant heard them clearly. Sure enough, are the other black soldiers being held back? On the one hand, you are holding back the other black soldiers, and on the other hand, you are sending people to intercept me. What is your purpose? Du Fei remained silent and did not answer. The main reason was that Zhu Shizhou had not told her anything. If she answered without authorization, it might ruin the big thing. She raised her gun towards the adjutant. The adjutant did not attack Du Fei immediately, but carefully observed Du Fei's movements. His muscles were tense, ready to dodge and escape at any time, because he sensed that the surging pheromones on Du Fei's body were above his. If nothing unexpected happened, if he wanted to fight the other party head-on, he would only end up losing. The clichés. It was obviously not working, and the enemy did not intend to speak. The adjutant noticed a key point. The enemy was wearing a mask, and obviously did not want to see his true face. If he could find an opportunity to knock off this person's mask, it might be meaningful. But the adjutant did not want to fight this enemy for a long time. His mission goal was to return to the courtyard. In that case, knock off the opponent's mask in the next battle, and then quickly escape from here. The adjutant took a deep breath, and all the pheromones in his body were mobilized at this moment, condensed around him, and extended outward. It doesn't take even 0.1 seconds to spread the pheromones. The key lies in the enemy. This masked enemy actually watched him spread the pheromones like this, and seemed indifferent. Is he really so confident? The adjutant's legs tightened, and the next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot. And at the same time, a gunshot kicked off the prelude to the battle. Du Fei remembered Zhu Shizhou's instructions. After the battle begins, don't move too much. Just stand there and shoot. Why? Wouldn't that be very passive? No problem. Because the adjutant's purpose is not to fight you to death. As a black soldier, his primary goal must be to complete the mission. If he encounters you whose strength is unknown in the middle of the journey, he will not get too entangled with you. Of course, the premise is that your true strength must not be exposed. What do you mean? It means that your strength is too poor, but your pheromone level is not bad. As long as you don't really attack, he will be fooled by your bluff. The deduction that seemed to predict the development of the battle left a deep impression on Du Fei. Everything that has happened until now is still in Zhu Shizhou's calculation. Du Fei fired calmly, and then saw the adjutant flashing to the side at a very fast speed. Du Fei was shocked. From the adjutant's speed, it can be seen that the adjutant's strength is much stronger than hers. She almost didn't keep up with the opponent's movement trajectory. Fortunately, the gun was faster after all, and Zhu Shizhou had warned her in advance. The adjutant has a habit of dodging. He is used to using his left leg to exert force. When dodging or shooting, he usually chooses to dodge to the right. If you can't keep up with the opponent's speed, you can try to predict and shoot to his right. Du Fei's second shot was fired right after the first shot, with a difference of less than 0.5 seconds between the two. Du Fei knew what was going on, but it was a bad sign for the adjutant. What a quick reaction. Although he didn't hit me, he realized and judged my evasive direction in an instant. This guy is very dangerous. The adjutant's heart was alarmed, and he had the intention to retreat. Du Fei shot at the adjutant frantically, and bullets poured out from the muzzle, chasing behind the adjutant to form a dense barrage of bullets. No, we can't get entangled with this guy anymore. Although the adjutant also had a gun in his hand, he had no time to fight back. He even felt that if he tried to shoot back, the other party would catch the opportunity. But what's going on? Why didn't the enemy move his feet? The adjutant also had doubts in his heart. It was this hesitation that made him not evacuate immediately. After carefully observing the enemy, he always felt strange that the other party had not moved. Was there any concern? Du Fei also noticed the adjutant's eyes. Sure enough, he began to doubt. As soon as he noticed this situation, Du Fei immediately changed his strategy. Just as the magazine was empty, Du Fei ejected the magazine and quickly loaded it. Opportunity! The adjutant subconsciously raised his gun and was about to shoot at Du Fei. However, at this moment, he noticed that the opponent's movements were not fast, compared with the opponent's extremely strong reaction speed. The speed could be said to be suspiciously slow. No, this is a trap. The adjutant stopped trying to shoot. The opponent's reloading seemed to give him a chance to counterattack. But in fact it was to lure him to counterattack, so that the opponent could drag him here. Yes, that's it. This guy's purpose is not to kill me, but to drag me here. The adjutant's mind was not slow. He soon thought that he had been fighting with the enemy for such a long time, and the gunshots had spread throughout the manor. But there was no black soldier support. What did this mean? At this moment, a fierce gunshot suddenly came from a distance. The adjutant's attention was distracted. Sure enough, he thought he guessed right. The lack of black soldier support meant that the enemy had pinned down other black soldiers. They had estimated that there were more than 10 enemies before, but now there was only one who ambushed him. The rest of the enemies were not here, but were pinning down other black soldiers. Breakthrough in points. In other words, the enemy's main goal now is to prevent me from tipping off the courtyard. So the best decision now is take advantage of the opponent's reloading period to leave the battlefield and don't fight. The adjutant thought he saw through Du Fei's idea of wanting to lure him into a fight. Not only did he not shoot at Du Fei while Du Fei was reloading, but he turned around and started to flee like crazy, just like he left Zhu Shizhou's hands before. Good guy. Du Fei looked at the adjutant's fleeing figure and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Zhu Shizhou was right again. She had thought Zhu Shizhou's strategy was too risky before, and asked, what if he didn't fall for it and took this opportunity to attack me? Zhu Shizhou's answer was, since you want to use a bluffing tactic, you must carry it through to the end. This is the real bluffing. Once you show your weakness and violate the tactics, the enemy will see the flaw. Now it seems that Zhu Shizhou is right. Du Fei watched the adjutant go away, took a slight aim, and fired 2 shots symbolically. Then the rest is up to you. Zhu Shizhou. Chapter 833 Similar Thoughts. The adjutant ran forward without looking back, dodging left and right as soon as he heard the gunshot, trying to avoid the bullets with superb positioning skills. However, he never thought that Du Fei didn't aim carefully at all. On the other hand, if you look at the manor from a bird's eye view, you can see that in the distance on the adjutant's route, a team of black soldiers is chasing the fleeing fake adjutant, Zhu Shizhou, in the opposite direction of the adjutant's advance. There is a green belt with trees between the two sides, and it is this green belt that blocks the sight of both sides. Not far ahead of Zhu Shizhou is the green belt. Before rushing into the green belt, he deliberately looked back and saw that the black soldiers were rushing towards this side in a mighty manner, as if they wanted to kill him in one breath. At the last moment of rushing into the green belt, Zhu Shizhou laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. A weakling who is not even an elite black soldier. Do you really think you can kill me? You are simply courting death. Zhu Shizhou's voice was as loud as a bell. And his breath was long. However, his figure disappeared in the green belt after leaving this sentence. The black soldiers behind could not see it clearly. After hearing this seemingly provocative declaration, they lost sight of the target. He escaped? It's not over yet. After crossing the green belt, he must still be on the other side of the green belt, and has not escaped far. The black soldiers ran wildly in the direction of the green belt while discussing. However, at this moment, a familiar figure suddenly rushed out of the green belt. The black soldiers looked closely, and found that it was the adjutant. Some black soldiers who reacted quickly shouted, "He turned back. No matter what his purpose is, he can't let him escape again." After shouting, he raised his hand and pulled the trigger, rushing towards the adjutant. The adjutant was confused at this time. Before he crossed the green belt, he suddenly heard a roar like a bell, so loud that it shook people's lungs. He heard it clearly, and the content of the words was clearly spoken in the tone of the invader. The invader was on the other side of the green belt. The adjutant, who realized this, thought that there were pursuers behind him and enemies in front of him. At this time, he had no choice but to continue his pace, and his body suddenly jumped through the green belt. And the moment he crossed the green belt, his sixth sense was crazy. Swish, swish, swish. A series of dense barges covered the area around him, and he didn't even have any time to react or dodge. The adjutant just came out of the green belt and encountered the barrage without stopping. Although he tried to dodge, he was still hit by multiple bullets. Oh no! It's a trap! The enemy deliberately used sound to lure me through the green belt. But in fact, they had already set an ambush. I fell into the trap, and fell into the enemy's trap. The adjutant thought, while dodging bullets frantically and vomiting blood. Vomiting blood, he really vomited blood. Several bullets hit his internal organs. The adjutant knew that he was seriously injured. If he continued like this, he would bleed to death before being shot by the enemy's bullets. No, my mission is not yet completed, the adjutant shouted in his heart. At this moment, he was not thinking about his own life, but the task that Leonardo da Vinci had given him. He looked forward while dodging, and saw a group of gunmen shooting at him frantically. These must be the invaders. How could there be so many of them? The adjutant spat out another mouthful of blood, and a blood flower appeared on his arm a short while later. No, I have to run. The adjutant's eyes were bloodshot, and he threw down the gun in his hand and turned around and dodged into the green belt behind him. The gunshot stopped, and the captain of the black soldiers waved his hand. Chase! The black soldiers accelerated forward again. The enemy was already injured, and the blood flowing from his body would not be fake. The enemy had no way to stop the injury in a short time. The blood would expose the enemy's whereabouts, so they didn't need to worry about losing them. The enemy will never be just one person. There may be a trap ahead. Someone among the black soldiers reminded the captain of the black soldiers. The captain of the black soldiers frowned when he heard this. If the communication was restored, they could report the current situation to Lord da Vinci immediately. But now the communication was not restored, and it became a dilemma for them to chase or stop. But after just a moment of thinking, the captain of the Black Army made a decisive decision. Some people stay, and the rest follow me. The captain of the Black Army left some people behind, because he suddenly had doubts. They were facing only one enemy now. So what about the other invaders? Either they set a trap ahead, or they lured the tiger away from the mountain. The first thing he thought of was the latter. Now they were all out to chase a seriously injured enemy. So after they left, the surrounding defenses would be empty. If other invaders took this opportunity to besiege Da Vinci's team, they would have no chance to return for help. In addition, restoring communication is the first task now. They need to find the remaining signal shielding devices to regain the home advantage. These judgments only took a moment. Half of the people obeyed the order and stayed back to the original area, and the other half continued to pursue. The adjutant was seriously injured and his speed was getting slower and slower. The bigger problem was that the blood he left along the way could not be covered at all. Although he had controlled the muscles of his whole body to stop the blood at the wound, it only stopped the blood from most of the wounds. There was still a small part of the wound that could not be controlled. What's more, his condition was getting worse and worse, and the bloodstains along the way were getting more and more obvious. But even so, he still controlled his body to run wildly. and his speed did not slow down at all. This is the black soldier. As long as the body does not collapse until the last moment, it can persist. Now the adjutant has only one thought in his head: return to the courtyard and report the situation to Lord Su Feng. He believes that Lord Su Feng will make the right decision after knowing the situation. But the premise is that Lord Su Feng must know the current situation, so he must convey the information in place. The adjutant was now most worried about the blockers, like Xu Shizhou and Du Fei ahead. However, strangely, the masked man who was supposed to block the way after he turned around disappeared without a trace, and did not show up to block the way. The adjutant's head gradually became dizzy, and his thinking was slow due to excessive blood loss. He could not figure out the reason for a while. At this time, his throat rolled again, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His sixth sense sensed the danger coming from behind again. Have they caught up? The adjutant had a blank expression on his face, but sneered in his heart. He was now heading to the courtyard. Lord Su Feng's previous decision was correct, and most of the black soldiers in the manor were concentrated in the courtyard. If the enemy really dared to chase them, then their fate would only be death. What the adjutant didn't know was that the black soldiers in the rear also thought so. The captain of the black soldiers sneered. Lord Su Feng's previous decision was correct. Now most of the troops are in the direction of the courtyard. We don't need to advance rashly, so as not to step into the trap. If this goes on, even if the enemy approaches the courtyard, his fate will only be death. The two sides were in misunderstanding, one chasing and the other fleeing, and a strange balance was formed between the two. Chapter 834 Su Feng, whatever I do, it's a losing move. Manor courtyard. The gunshots are ringing all the time. Feng Kite retracted his gaze from the window and said to Bible, who was leaning against the wall on guard. Bible thought for a moment and said, there are two possibilities now. One is that Da Vinci is a traitor, so the gunshots are a double act between him and the enemy. The second possibility is that the number of enemies is not as small as we thought, which led to a large number of black soldiers counterattacking. Feng Kite said, the gunshots have not stopped, which means that the enemy's strength is at least equal to that of the defending black soldiers. What if Da Vinci is fine, and we have been guarding the courtyard? Will Da Vinci be wiped out? Bible expressionless. In any case, this is not something we need to worry about. Da Vinci has failed more than once or twice. Commander Su should be very clear about this. But he still let Da Vinci take charge of the peripheral reconnaissance mission. Right? Feng Kite nodded. Commander Su asked Da Vinci to be in charge of the outer reconnaissance mission. In his opinion, the purpose was obvious. On the one hand, it was to test Da Vinci's loyalty, and on the other hand, he really didn't believe in Da Vinci's ability. Rather than letting Da Vinci mess up in their core area, it would be better to let Da Vinci be cannon fodder in the outer area to block the enemy's advance. However, what puzzled Feng Zheng and Sheng Jing was that Commander Su only asked the black soldiers to gather in the courtyard after the enemy invaded the manor. Apart from that, there were no other orders. Why? Shouldn't they take the initiative to attack the enemy? If they were in charge, they would definitely do so. Don't think too much. Our mission is to protect Commander Su. If we can easily understand Commander Su's orders, then the enemy will be able to do the same. Bible obviously knew what Feng Zheng was thinking and said bluntly. Feng Zheng nodded. Although he didn't understand Commander Su's orders, he still did his duty to stand guard. He and Bible were now standing at the entrance of the underground command room. The underground command room was located in the center of Villa No. 1. The defense work was carried out around Villa No. 1. In addition to the only entrance to the underground command room guarded by Feng Zheng and Bible, there were also groups of black soldiers forming an airtight defense circle outside Villa No. 1. In the surrounding areas, there were groups of black soldiers hiding in multiple dark places waiting for an opportunity to move. On the upper floors of Villa No. 1, there were dozens of other snipers looking out from high places. It can be said that they have arranged the existing defense work to the extreme, and all the wind and grass movements around them cannot be hidden from their ears and eyes. In the case of communication failure, the one who occupies the high ground wins. The snipers will report everything they see from the heights to the black soldiers in charge of communications, and the communications black soldiers will pass on the intelligence in real time. Once a major situation is discovered, Commander Su in the command room will be informed immediately. For example, now, a communications black soldier hurriedly ran down from the upstairs and passed the latest intelligence to Feng Kite and Bible, who were on guard duty. The communications black soldier said, "Something is wrong. We saw the adjutant next to Da Vinci, who is being chased by a team. They are approaching the atrium and are expected to reach the black soldier defense circle outside the atrium in 3 minutes. This is the fact that the sniper saw from a high place." Feng Zheng and Bible looked at each other. The adjutant is being hunted. Then that team must be the invaders. What's wrong with this? The communication black soldier replied, "What's wrong is that the team that the sniper reported was hunting the adjutant was also the team under Da Vinci." Feng Zheng and Bible were silent. The communication black soldier thought that Feng Zheng and Bible didn't believe it, and explained, "More than half of the snipers arranged in the upper floors of the villa are black soldiers belonging to this manor. They recognized the faces of the black soldiers who were hunting the adjutant." "You mean Da Vinci's black soldiers are hunting Da Vinci's confidants?" Feng Zheng glanced at Bible. Bible and Feng Zheng thought the same thing. Bible said, "There is nothing strange about it. The face can be disguised. The adjutant who is being hunted is most likely a fake. And the gunshots heard before were obviously because the black soldiers discovered the identity of the guy who tried to infiltrate their team and had a gunfight." Bible and Feng Zheng both thought so. But now was not the time for them to analyze it. The most important thing was to see Commander Su's decision. So they asked the communication black soldiers to explore again. And Bible continued to stand guard at the door, while Feng Zheng turned around and entered the entrance of the underground command room. Soon, Feng Zheng stood in front of Commander Su and reported the intelligence just now, because the communication signal was blocked. The machines in the entire underground command room were useless and were now turned off, while Su Feng was sitting behind a desk, without turning on any machines, writing something on a piece of paper at his desk. After Feng Zheng finished his report, Su Feng did not stop writing. He stopped writing 2 or 3 seconds after listening. People are always confused by superficial information. But in fact, everything you see may be an illusion that the enemy wants you to see. Feng Zheng, do you think the enemy is prepared or just on impulse? Feng Zheng was stunned and replied, "Of course they are prepared. From the fact that the enemy has installed a signal shielding device in advance, it can be seen that the enemy has already prepared to attack the manor. Not on impulse. Since they are prepared, do you think they know the movements of our atrium? It is highly likely they know." Feng Zheng said uncertainly. The reason why it is said to be highly likely is that after the communication was blocked, they could only mobilize the black soldiers to gather in the atrium through the most primitive method. And this big move was too obvious. If the enemy paid a little attention, it would be easy to know that most of the manor's troops are now in the atrium. Not to mention that the enemy is prepared and may have conducted many rigorous deductions on the battle situation. So do you think the enemy disguised himself as the adjutant, and then was discovered by other black soldiers and hunted down? Yes. Su Feng sighed. The biggest problem is that the party being hunted, seemingly at a disadvantage, seemed to think that he was not dying fast enough, and was approaching the courtyard directly. Feng Zheng was finally awakened. Su Feng noticed the abnormality in a few words. Feng Zheng respectfully asked, "What do you mean?" "The adjutant is probably fine. The route of the chase and the hunted is not determined by the chaser, but by the hunted. The adjutant was eager to go to the atrium. Of course, he was not looking for death. He was probably here to pass on information from the front." Feng Kite was very imposing. "Then, there is something wrong with the team chasing the adjutant?" However, Su Feng shook his head. "No. They probably have no problem. They chase too blatantly. As a black soldier team under Da Vinci, they chased their superior adjutant. And the key point was that they didn't kill him, and let the adjutant escape all the way to the vicinity of the atrium. Have you seen the adjutant's information? His combat ability is not outstanding." Feng Kite realized the problem. The enemy who had the courage to attack the manor must be the elite among the elite. How could they let an adjutant with poor combat ability escape all the way to the vicinity of the atrium after the conflict broke out? Now that the adjutant has escaped to the vicinity of the atrium, it means that the team has a laissez-faire attitude towards the next development. It's like saying it's okay to let the adjutant escape to the atrium. Su Feng said, "Disguise and create conflicts. The enemy's methods have never changed. Although it is simple, it is very effective." Feng Zheng shook his head to stop thinking about these complicated things and asked Su Feng, "Commander Su, do you have any instructions next?" "Instructions?" Su Feng murmured. "If the opponent is that guy, then no matter what instructions I give, he will be able to calculate it, since he dares to do this. It means that he has sufficient confidence in the future. So no matter what I do, it will be a failure. Hearing this, Feng Zheng even suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Commander Su, who is the best in the world, actually admitted that he could not calculate the enemy. And it seems that Commander Su also knows the identity of the enemy? Chapter 835 Adjutant. The courtyard has fallen? Su Feng was thinking. What should he do now to be considered right, and what should he do wrong? However, one thing is clear. If the enemy who manipulates all this is Zhu Shizhou, then no matter what he does, he will fail. With the existing resources and strength, the strength that can be exerted must be limited. Since Zhu Shizhou dared to attack the manor, it proved that Zhu Shizhou had foreseen a future in which he could win. But if the enemy is not Zhu Shizhou, it would be too stupid for him to continue to let the enemy do whatever he wants in the manor. Mobilize the hidden troops outside and encircle from both sides. Su Feng took the map from the side and simply drew 2 routes on the map. After drawing, he gave Feng Zheng a simple explanation and gave the map to Feng Zheng. Is this okay? Normally, Feng Zheng would not ask more questions. But Su Feng's muttering that he thought he was not as skilled as others just now made Feng Zheng ask more questions. The order issued by Su Feng just now did not show too much initiative, and it felt more like passive defense. Su Feng said, "That's enough. Our communications are all out of order now. We are not as mobile as the enemy. Not to mention that the enemy is well prepared. The more we do, the easier it is for the enemy to find a flaw. More importantly, the order Su Feng issued now is more like a test. So the team that he regards as a test will naturally not be assigned 2 important tasks." Yes. Feng Zheng did not ask any more questions and retreated. After Feng Zheng left the underground command room, Su Feng continued to write the unfinished content on the paper. The communication black soldier set off with the route map given by Feng Zheng. Their task was to quickly hand over the route map brought by Feng Zheng to the hidden troops outside. In the case of communication failure, their footwork represents the speed of intelligence transmission. Every minute and every second is time and cannot be wasted. Fortunately, the black soldiers left in the courtyard are all the stronger ones in the manor. The black soldiers responsible for the communication task are even more fast. Soon before the adjutant arrived at the outer area of the courtyard, the task was handed over to the captains of the 2 hidden troops. The adjutant is coming here. We will detour from this route and cooperate with another team to intercept the adjutant, and choose the next move depending on the situation. The captain of the hidden mobile force was from the support department. His pheromone control ability is also the top level among the first-class black soldiers. After receiving the task, the captain frowned, because he did not have the vision of a sniper. He did not know what the situation was, but he did not need to understand the current situation too clearly. They would complete the task as the superiors gave them. The problem is how to understand this task. The adjutant is being hunted by our people, and we have to rush to rescue the adjutant as much as possible. If we are too late, we don't have to do anything. This is the core of this mission. And it is also what Su Feng asked Feng Zheng to say. Feng Zheng was puzzled when he first heard it. And the captain of the hidden mobile force was even more puzzled. The captain said to the communication black soldier, "I know. You will follow the team to carry out the mission first, and then you will pass the information here back." The communication black soldier nodded, restrained his own pheromones, and joined the team. He will not participate in any battles next. Even if a battle breaks out, he will hide in a safe corner to facilitate the transmission of everything he sees back to the courtyard. The black soldiers of the concealed mobile force were all good at hiding pheromones, and they moved very quickly, advancing quickly along the planned route. The adjutant in the distance was not far from the atrium. In the process of desperately escaping, he gradually saw the hope of survival. These invaders are simply seeking death. If I remember correctly, the corner in front should be the area of the outer security forces of the atrium. The adjutant heard a few more gunshots from the back at this time, and the sixth sense reacted instantly. Before the brain realized the danger, the body had already reacted with the sixth sense, facing the shooting from the back. His dodge was completely blind, and he easily dodged the bullets. Although it was strange that the firepower of the pursuit team behind did not seem to be fierce. He also understood that the team behind was saving ammunition, or did not want to cause too much commotion. The adjutant's legs flew, and he kept speeding up his pace. Soon, his figure rushed around the corner like the wind. Okay, this should be fine now. The adjutant looked around, trying to find the hidden troops hiding the pheromones, but he couldn't find them for a while. so he could only shout loudly, "Where is the guard team? There are intruders chasing me from behind." However, the voice had just sounded for a while, and the next second, a roar came from behind. "The adjutant in front is a fake. Guard team. Stop him." The captain of the hidden mobile team, who had already arrived nearby, waved his hand, and all the members stopped their fingers ready to pull the trigger. They pointed their guns at the adjutant and the black soldiers chasing behind at the same time. The adjutant is a fake? The chasing black soldiers are fake? They don't care about this kind of thing. Now the manor is in a panic, and everyone who dares to approach the manor must be on guard. However, Commander Su's order was to save the adjutant, but he didn't say to let them fight with the pursuing black soldiers behind them. So they are waiting now, waiting for the pursuing black soldiers behind to shoot. The captain thought, since Commander Su's order was to save the adjutant as much as possible, then as long as they wait for the black soldiers behind to shoot, they will also shoot at the same time. However, what they didn't know was that the pursuing black soldiers behind were also waiting for the hidden mobile team hiding somewhere to shoot. So they were actually in an awkward situation. After the adjutant and the black soldiers shouted in a hurry, there was no response in this area. The adjutant was the one who felt the most pain. You know, he is still seriously injured now. If he hadn't squeezed the wound with his muscles, he would have lost too much blood and fainted. With the long distance running and the passage of time, he couldn't stop the wound all the time. If he couldn't hold on and didn't get timely treatment, he would definitely die. Originally, he hoped to fight back against the invaders when he arrived at the atrium. But nothing happened here. Where are the people? Where did they die? The adjutant felt that he was losing strength. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea. Yes. What did the invaders shout just now? The invaders behind are not unaware that the atrium is under strict security. On the contrary, they are very clear. And knowing all this, since they dare to chase here, it means that they are confident to attack the atrium. Now there is no response to my shouting. Could it be that the atrium has fallen? This guess is terrible, because it proves that coming to this area is not only unsafe, but also actively stepping into the enemy's area, which is quite dangerous. Thinking of this, the adjutant changed direction decisively, no longer moving forward, nor turning around, but rushing in another direction. The captain of the black soldiers chasing behind sneered, "Haha." As expected, the fake guy's words just now were just to confuse the audience. The covert mobile team didn't shoot, probably because they were judging the situation, and they were really fooled by him. However, he also bought himself time. He didn't choose to continue to go deep into the courtyard, but turned around and prepared to escape by a detour. The captain of the black soldiers quickly analyzed the truth, waved his hand, and all the members immediately turned around and continued to chase the seriously injured adjutant. The captain of the covert mobile team hiding on the side obviously didn't expect this situation. Commander Su asked them to save the adjutant, but the black soldiers chasing behind didn't shoot, and the adjutant didn't stay for long. Both sides left after shouting, as if they were just going through the motions here. What's going on? Captain, what should we do now? The captain of the covert mobile team thought about it. They couldn't give up the vigilance here, but they also had to find a chance to complete the mission and save the adjutant. Leave half of the people here, and the rest will chase with me. The captain of the covert mobile team made a decision. So, without the adjutant and the black soldier pursuit team knowing, a team of black soldiers of the covert mobile team quietly caught up with them. At this time, another team just arrived at another route. If someone looked down from above the manor, they could clearly see that this other route was the route the adjutant turned around and fled. Chapter 836 Zhu Shurjio's response. Su Feng's guess was correct. If his opponent is Zhu Shurjio, then no matter what he plans, Zhu Shurjio will know, including the fact that Su Feng arranged two covert mobile forces to go to two different routes. One covert mobile force was given the task of rescuing the adjutant, while the other team was given a completely different order. Their task was to intercept the adjutant and the pursuing black soldiers. This task means that Su Feng has considered the possibility of failure of the first covert mobile force mission, and prepared a second plan for this possibility of failure. This is a predictive instruction made by Su Feng for the inconvenience of communication. And now this plan is really used. Zhu Shurjio, as you said, what is this commander planning? Du Fei hid in the dark with Zhu Shurjio. They watched the adjutant come to the courtyard and ask for help but had to turn to another direction. Under Zhu Shurjio's guidance, Du Fei also discovered the covert mobile force hiding in the dark. What surprised Du Fei the most was that Zhu Shizhou successfully predicted that Su Feng had prepared another team, and the direction the adjutant fled to coincide with the direction of another hidden mobile team. He was testing me, using the adjutant as bait to test me. This was not the first time Zhu Shizhou discussed this topic with Du Fei. He suffered a great loss in Su Feng's response in the previous weeks. What do you think is my purpose in putting the adjutant in a life-and-death crisis now? Du Fei still thought about this. You want to use the adjutant's death to ignite the atmosphere of mutual suspicion among the black soldiers. That's right. The adjutant is carrying Da Vinci's mission. And Da Vinci himself is the suspect of Feng Kite and Bible. The black soldiers in the manor are even more nervous about the traitor. As long as there is a small sign, the whole manor will be in chaos. That is our real opportunity. The death of the adjutant will become the fuse to ignite all this. Especially the adjutant will die at the hands of the black soldiers themselves in his design. Zhu Shizhou said. Su Feng saw through this, so he sent out the covert mobile force to try to get them to rescue the adjutant. Du Fei shook his head and said no. Didn't no one respond to the adjutant's request for help just now? That's because the covert mobile force is not clear about the current situation. They can't tell who is good and who is bad. And the adjutant has not reached the last moment of dying. So they didn't act rashly. This is also Su Feng's intention. I'm afraid Su Feng's order to them is to save if they can, and to continue hiding if they can't. Su Feng's order was a trick. He expected that the adjutant would take the initiative to ask for help after arriving at the atrium. But because of this ambiguous order, the covert mobile force failed to act immediately. Su Feng is testing our reaction. Zhu Shizhou recalled the experiences he had encountered in several weeks, and he also repeated it several times before he reacted. After the adjutant arrived at the atrium, he still had enough energy to ask for help. This was like standing on the edge of a cliff for us, who wanted the adjutant dead. The core of Su Feng's order to the first covert mobile force was to ensure that the adjutant was not dead. If we were impatient and jumped out to kill the adjutant, then our calculations would be exposed, and it would be difficult to convince the black soldiers that the adjutant was a fake. After hearing this, Du Fei patted her chest with lingering fear. Fortunately, we didn't take action just now. You know, when she saw the adjutant asking for help, she even wanted to jump out and kill the adjutant. But fortunately Zhu Shizhou stopped him at that time. Du Fei asked again, what does the second hidden mobile force mean? Zhu Shizhou looked at the scene where the adjutant and the second hidden mobile force were about to meet in the distance, and smiled. Su Feng naturally doesn't think that we are only at this level. He likes to consider everything about the enemy. And of course, he has considered the possibility that we will not move. This second hidden mobile force is also aimed at us. The order Su Feng gave them is probably to block the black soldier pursuit team and the adjutant. And he came out openly to ensure that the black soldier pursuit team behind can stop the war in time after seeing them come out. In this way, it is more guaranteed that the adjutant can survive. And later it can be verified that the adjutant is not a fake. Zhu Shizhou's mouth is outlined with a smile. This is still forcing us to take action. And it is even tougher than the previous one, almost reaching the level of overt conspiracy. At this point, if we still want the adjutant to die, we have to take action. Du Fei was dumbfounded after hearing this, and said anxiously, is that so? Then what are we waiting for? Instead of taking action now, it is better to take action just now. Zhu Shizhou shook his head. Haha. You think this way is exactly what Su Feng wants. Indeed, from the perspective of the situation, since Zhu Shizhou analyzed Su Feng's calculations, it is better to take action just now. After all, if he took action just now, the enemy he would have to face would at most be the black soldier pursuit team plus a hidden mobile force that would not take action until the last minute. Now we have come to the second level, with more black soldiers to face, and the situation is more serious. Du Fei didn't understand why Zhu Shizhou, after analyzing it, let the situation go to this point. Zhu Shizhou smiled and explained, because you haven't figured out Su Feng's real purpose. The purpose of his giving orders to the two teams was not to save the adjutant. It was to verify whether the enemy behind was me. Du Fei was really confused, speechless, and his pig brain was overloaded. Zhu Shizhou didn't care whether Du Fei could understand or not, and explained, Su Feng knows that if it were me, I would definitely be able to predict the most favorable future. So if I want to kill the adjutant, it is indeed the best choice to take action at the first level just now. But I will be exposed because of this. On the contrary, letting the situation go in an unfavorable direction, making the situation worse, And making a bad choice can better cover up the fact that the person behind the scenes is me. Suppose you are Su Feng. What would you think when you see the enemy forced to kill the adjutant at a bad time? Du Fei really understood this time. I would think that the enemy did not expect my second level of arrangement and was forced to take action by me. Yes. This is the response I want to give Su Feng. Du Fei took a deep breath. She had long known that she was not suitable for participating in this kind of thinking activity. Although Zhu Shizhou's series of analyses just now were just idle chats to kill time. He still pretended. However, there was no trace of pride on Zhu Shizhou's face. But calm as water. Du Fei looked into the distance. The second concealed mobile force had appeared on the road and was about to meet the adjutant. She asked, "So when will we take action later?" Zhu Shizhou replied, "When the adjutant loses too much blood and faints." The adjutant had almost given up after asking for help in vain. He turned around and continued to escape, just subconsciously choosing a wide road. He didn't think he could survive. The fact that the pursuers behind him didn't kill him said it all. They were hanging behind him like a cat playing with a mouse. If they didn't have absolute confidence, they wouldn't dare to let him escape like this. And what made these enemies so confident in the atrium area? This almost told the adjutant that the outer area of the atrium had been settled by the enemy. With information asymmetry, the adjutant had a serious misunderstanding. The adjutant felt that his physical condition was getting worse and worse. He could no longer control the muscles near the wound. Blood began to flow out, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. But at this moment, he saw a group of expressionless people holding guns on the road ahead. They stood in the middle of the road, as if they had been waiting for him for a long time. The adjutant instantly had hope of survival again. He staggered forward 2 steps and shouted loudly, "Save me!" Chapter 837. They are also fakes. The adjutant felt that he was saved. Who else could the group of people in front of him be if not the black soldiers? Perhaps the previous gunshots made other black soldiers notice the abnormality, and they came to support him. Or perhaps God blessed him, and let him meet this black soldier on the way of escape. In short, a new hope is very suitable to describe the current situation. "Save me!" the adjutant shouted without thinking. However, what greeted him was not the support of the black soldiers, but a row of black muzzles. "Stop!" The black soldiers raised their guns at him expressionlessly. Although he knew that there were enemy pursuers behind him, the adjutant still stopped forcibly, because he felt that if he didn't stop, these black soldiers would definitely shoot directly. Never mind whether the black soldiers regarded him as a fake. Even if he was real, what would it matter? In such a tense situation, even if he was shot and killed by mistake, it was just a life. No big deal. It is the most normal choice for them black soldiers to kill the wrong person rather than let him go. But in order to survive, the adjutant still had to explain. He quickly explained the current situation. "Don't shoot. I am the adjutant of Lord Da Vinci. I need to return to the courtyard to report the situation to Commander Su. But I encountered an intruder on the way." He was halfway through his speech when a loud shout interrupted his narration. "Don't listen to his nonsense." The black soldiers behind arrived in time, and the captain of the black soldiers shouted, "This guy is a fake. We have fought with him before. This is recorded in our portable recorders. Many of us have been injured in the battle with him. We have been chasing him all the way. This is already certain and can be checked." The adjutant felt dizzy. He was still losing blood. He felt even more dizzy after hearing the nonsense of the enemies behind him. However, he still pulled out his pistol from his waist and turned to aim at the enemies behind him. "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you know how to cover yourself now? Didn't you chase me happily before?" The adjutant didn't realize that they were stating the facts. He thought they knew they couldn't beat the black soldiers and wanted to use excuses to cover up. However, what he didn't expect was that when he pointed his gun at him, another guy stood up and shouted at the hidden mobile team, "Mark, it's easy to verify what I said. Just send someone to check his disguise." "What?" The adjutant finally realized that something was wrong at this time. Mark is the captain of the hidden mobile force blocking the middle of the road. How could these invaders know Mark and call him by his name? The adjutant's hand holding the pistol almost lost its balance. He lost too much blood and couldn't think carefully. But he instinctively realized that something was wrong. "No, you. Who are you?" The adjutant staggered 2 steps and stared at the team. "I didn't see it when they were being chased before. But now that both sides have hurt each other." The adjutant carefully observed and noticed that this team looks like a black soldier team. Whether it's the team's formation, or the expressions on everyone's faces, body movements, and pheromones emitted from their bodies, They all looked like black soldiers, not invaders. Mark of the hidden mobile force finally spoke. Put down the pistol. Adjutant. Now we cannot judge your statements. In order to confirm the truth, we need you to provide evidence. The adjutant's face turned pale, and his body shook twice. So that's it. I finally understand. The adjutant pursed his lips, and did not put down his pistol. It turns out that there is no intruder at all. He finally understood everything. No wonder the enemy was able to quietly set up so many signal shielding devices in the manor. No wonder we have not found any trace of the enemy, since we started searching the manor. It turns out that the so-called enemy did not exist from the beginning. The enemy did not invade from outside the manor, but was inside the manor from the beginning. The adjutant gradually raised his voice, began to emit the last of his pheromones, and roared out the last sentence with a last-ditch effort. So you are the real enemy, the traitor hidden among the black soldiers. Hidden mobile force? Black soldier pursuit team? The captain of the black soldier pursuit team said with a fake smile. You are pretending to be quite convincing. Is this your final answer for refusing to cooperate? That's right. We are going to expose your true face. Of course you are unwilling to cooperate. In this case, the captain of the black soldier pursuit team waved his hand, and the black soldiers in the back raised their guns together. Some aimed at the adjutant, and some aimed at the hidden mobile force in front, who had been standing still since the appearance. By the way, are you really Mark and others, who are responsible for guarding the periphery of the atrium? The captain of the black soldiers stared coldly at the hidden mobile force. Just now when we arrived at the atrium, you didn't show up in such a big commotion. Why are you directly in the open now? He now directly regarded this covert mobile team as a suspect. He suspected that this team was actually a disguise of invaders. There were more than a dozen invaders, but they only encountered a fake adjutant. Where did the rest of the invaders go? He felt that his guess was very likely to be true. Mark finally spoke calmly at this time. No matter who of you is telling the truth, put down your weapons now. At the same time, the other black soldiers standing on his side also raised their guns, ready to subdue them by force at any time. As I said, it is better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. Commander Su gave them the task of intervening directly in the open, and the subsequent development was not something they could control subjectively. The three parties were on edge for a while, and the scene became extremely tense. It seemed that only a little disturbance would cause the entire situation to change suddenly. At this moment, Zhu Sergio, who was hiding in the dark, estimated the time and gently pushed Du Fei beside him with his hand, indicating that Du Fei should be ready. And the time was almost up. Du Fei was originally enjoying the show, but after being pushed by Zhu Sergio, he perked up, tightened his gun, and began to aim at the key figure on the field, the adjutant. Zhu Sergio had said before that he would wait until the adjutant fainted due to excessive blood loss before shooting, and now it was probably about time. Du Fei held his breath, and without the use of a scope, the muzzle of the gun was already aimed at the adjutant. With the naked eye, it could be seen that the adjutant on the field had begun to shake his body, and his legs began to tremble visibly, as if he could be blown down at any time. Zhu Sergio counted down softly. 3, 2, 1. Du Fei's finger was on the trigger, and he applied a little force. Shoot! At the same time, on the field, the adjutant's eyes finally went black. He couldn't hold on after losing too much blood. After a long stalemate, he held on until the last moment. But he couldn't resist the normal physiological shock. That is, at the last moment when he lost consciousness and his body went limp. A gunshot suddenly rang out. Bang! His body fell to the ground. But if you look closely, you can clearly see that he didn't have any signs of being shot. But the timing of his falling to the ground was too coincidental, and it looked like he was shot directly. At this critical moment, a little disturbance was enough to trigger the battle. The key figure, the adjutant, was suddenly shot. The black soldier pursuit team and the hidden mobile team, who had been ready to go after hearing the gunshot, were easily detonated by this shot. Shoot! I don't know who shouted. It doesn't matter. What's important is that the next moment, gunshots rang out everywhere. Swish, 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 dense bullets shuttled through the scene, and the barrage of bullets like a storm outlined the death scene of monsters bearing their fangs and claws, which made all the black soldiers' sixth senses frantically worn. At this time, whether it was the hidden mobile team or the black soldier pursuit team, their thoughts were surprisingly consistent. The enemy was very strong. Mark commanded the team to disperse the formation and shouted, Leave them here. The captain of the black soldier on the opposite side also shouted, sure enough. There is a problem. They are also fakes. Don't hold back. Outflanking from the side. Chapter 838, Disguise. Da Vinci heard gunshots. This is normal. Anyone who is not deaf can hear the gunshots that sound from time to time in the manner. From the short gunshots at the beginning to the continuous gunshots that seemed like a group of people in a chaotic gunfight. It only took less than 10 minutes. Due to the failure of the communication equipment, Da Vinci did not know the battle situation where the gunshots sounded. He only knew that the enemy should not be so easy to deal with. Otherwise the gunshots would not last so long. Da Vinci did not rush to check the situation because he was worried that this was the enemy's strategy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The gunshots might not be the black soldiers fighting with the enemy, but might be bait deliberately sent by the enemy. Have all the signal shielding devices been cleared? Da Vinci asked the black soldiers, who were searching in a carpet-like manner. Report. The signal shielding devices in this area have been cleared. The black soldiers had checked 2 or 3 times and confirmed that there were no omissions. However, when they turned on the communication equipment, the communication channel still heard the sizzling signal interference sound. Da Vinci said expressionlessly, "It seems we have been deceived." A black soldier was puzzled. What do you mean? The signal shielding device is not simply placed under the floor tiles. The enemy deliberately buried a large number of signal shielding devices under the floor tiles to mislead us and make us waste our energy on this. They destroyed the signal shielding device in this area, but the communication was still not restored. This can be seen from this point. There may be signal shielding devices in other places. As long as the devices at key points are not destroyed, communication cannot be restored. This means that everything they did just now was useless. Da Vinci twitched his mouth twice secretly. The question is, how did the enemy install so many signal shielding devices in this airtight manner? Has this manner become a sieve? If he didn't know that he was loyal, Da Vinci would even suspect that he was the traitor. Just when Da Vinci was in self-doubt, the black soldier he had sent out for reconnaissance returned and brought bad news. Lord Da Vinci. The gunshot came from the direction of the atrium. Atrium? Da Vinci turned his head and looked in the direction where the gunshot came from. He didn't expect this answer. The gunshots from the atrium meant that the enemy had quietly bypassed their patrol teams and quietly arrived at the atrium. But how could this be possible? There were quite a few enemies, and the 3 black soldier teams had blocked the road to the atrium. If they didn't force their way in, they couldn't reach the atrium at all. How could a gunfight happen in the atrium? The black soldier who reported the news had no expression on his face and continued to report. In addition, I met other black soldiers on the way. From their descriptions, I have learned the situation. The black soldier reported the intelligence he knew. On the way, he encountered a fake adjutant, and many black soldiers were injured. The black soldier team split up to pursue, and both teams encountered the same situation. What else? Da Vinci didn't hear the key point after listening. The key point is that even if the enemy really disguised himself as an adjutant, the black soldier team still did not completely lose, and the road to the atrium was still firmly controlled. At most, the fake adjutant broke through to the atrium alone. So what happened to the gunfight in the atrium? The black soldier said, due to the emergency, I did not get close to the atrium. After learning the information, I immediately returned. Idiot! Da Vinci cursed expressionlessly. How could he return at such a critical moment? At least, he should have gone closer to the atrium to observe. However, he didn't have time to waste on this idiot. After thinking about it, Da Vinci decided to lead his team back to the atrium to check the situation. At the same time, the defense lines of the other 2 teams should also shrink accordingly, so that the absence of his area would not cause a gap in the defense line. Da Vinci hesitated a little when he made the decision, because he thought of his experience of being calculated by the enemy everywhere, and he suspected that his current actions were also calculated by the enemy. Just when Da Vinci was thinking about this, the black soldier who reported the situation suddenly said, Lord Da Vinci, I think it's better for us not to rush to the atrium. It would be bad if this is the enemy's trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Besides, there are hidden mobile forces defending the atrium, so there should be no problem. Right? The words of the black soldier suddenly reminded Da Vinci. Yes, there are secret mobile forces in the atrium. Wouldn't they go to check after hearing the gunshots? From this point of view, if the enemy really broke through to the atrium silently, they should not deliberately make gunshots. So the gunfight in the atrium should indeed be a gunfight between the enemy and the black soldiers. Da Vinci no longer hesitated after hearing this and said, "The enemy may want us to think so. If they really think so, then won't we be constrained everywhere in the future? And there is another advantage of shrinking the defense line. That is, the enemy will inevitably shrink the defense line to the atrium." This gave him an opportunity to take advantage of it. Da Vinci whispered to the black soldier beside him and gave him a task. He led the team to the atrium to check the situation, while the black soldier stayed behind. If the enemy was really nearby, he would probably show up directly if he was relaxed. The black soldier nodded, said nothing more, turned around slightly, and flashed into the green belt beside him. Then Da Vinci pointed at 2 more black soldiers, each of whom went to the location of the other 2 teams to notify the order. Now that all the defense lines were shrinking inward, he didn't believe that the enemy would hold back from showing up. But what Da Vinci didn't know was that after the black soldier flashed away, he peeled off the simulated human skin on his face behind a tree, revealing Zhu Sergio's face. As long as you are human, you will make mistakes. Although Da Vinci is an elite black soldier, he is no exception. Da Vinci has experienced failures one after another, and most of his attention is focused on the gunfight in the atrium. He attacked the black soldier sent by Da Vinci to the atrium, and disguised himself as the black soldier to report back. Da Vinci did not even notice that he was a fake. On the one hand, it was because of his superb pheromone camouflage skills, and on the other hand, Da Vinci's attention was indeed diverted. Next, Zhu Sergio took out the disguise tools, painted on the simulated human skin again, kneaded the simulated human skin, covered the human skin on his face, took out the mirror and adjusted it slightly, and a brand new face appeared. Even Da Vinci himself would be stunned for a few seconds when he saw this face. Zhu Sergio deliberately adjusted the details on his face, in order to prevent someone from disguising himself as him. Da Vinci deliberately added a small wound on his face, and he did not miss this detail. After the disguise was completed, Zhu Sergio turned around and left the bunker, accelerating to another road. On the way, Zhu Sergio also quickly adjusted his own pheromones. After a few seconds, his pheromones had completely turned into the shape of Da Vinci. Da Vinci led the team to the atrium, and the command of the other 2 teams belonged to him. Chapter 839, Assemble the Team. The Real and Fake Da Vinci. The gunfire is very intense. A black soldier looked up at the atrium of the manor. He had heard the gunfire 10 minutes ago, and was even a little used to it. Another black soldier said, "It seems that we encountered the elusive invaders, and they chased them to the atrium." Because the gunfire was continuous, it was easy for them to imagine that there was a gunfight between 2 groups of people. If there was only one group of people, there would not be such dense gunfire. But I don't know what Lord Da Vinci is planning. Logically, we should rush back to the atrium to support. Right? Don't talk nonsense. Let's destroy the signal shielding device as soon as possible. Destroying these devices is better than anything else. If the communication of the manor can be restored, then these invaders are just trapped. The black soldiers were discussing here, and they didn't even realize that because of the gunfight in the atrium, they subconsciously thought that the atrium was the main battlefield. According to common sense, the purpose of the invaders is to rescue Apple Pie. So when they finally broke through to the courtyard, would they still make trouble in the outer area? And it was this slackness that caused the black soldier's alertness to drop by several levels. "Hey, Master Da Vinci?" A black soldier was about to look away, but saw a familiar figure flashing around the corner in the distance. It was their boss Da Vinci, because their captain had divided half of the team to chase the fake adjutant. The remaining half of the black soldiers automatically elected a temporary captain. In the absence of the captain, this temporary captain made important decisions. The black soldier reported the situation to the temporary captain. The temporary captain was very imaginative and analyzed. Lord Da Vinci probably heard the gunshots in the courtyard, but he was not confident in arranging other black soldiers to go for reconnaissance. So he went alone. Is this analysis reasonable? The black soldier thought about it, and it was reasonable. Lord Da Vinci might also have the intention of personally luring the snake out of the hole. The enemy did not know that Lord Da Vinci deliberately left a scar on his face. If he disguised himself as Da Vinci while Da Vinci was away from the team, it would be purely courting death. So Lord Da Vinci dared to go back to the courtyard alone for reconnaissance. Worthy of being Lord Da Vinci, the temporary captain was also convinced by his own analysis and said to the black soldier, "Go after him and see if Lord Da Vinci needs help." Without other orders, they cannot leave their positions without permission. Zhu Shizhou's disguised Da Vinci did not appear directly in front of him, which further reduced their vigilance. Little did they know that Zhu Shizhou took advantage of this. Soon, the black soldier returned, and when he returned, he was accompanied by Zhu Shizhou with the face of Da Vinci. When Zhu Shizhou appeared in front of the black soldiers in disguise as Da Vinci, the black soldiers were alert. But when they saw the slight scar on Zhu Shizhou's cheek, they secretly determined that this Da Vinci was the real thing. Master Da Vinci, what instructions do you have? The temporary captain stepped forward and asked, and took the opportunity to sense the pheromones on the man in front of him. Yes, it was Master Da Vinci. Zhu Shizhou had a cold face, and every move was the usual posture of Da Vinci. Now he is Da Vinci. There was a gunfight in the courtyard, and I am going to check it out myself. I was going to go alone, but the closer I got to the atrium, the more I realized how intense the pheromones in the atrium were. I'm afraid the enemy is now concentrating their efforts to break through the atrium's defenses. The black soldiers looked towards the atrium, although they did not sense the pheromones coming from the atrium, since it was an elite black soldier. What Lord Da Vinci said should be correct. The temporary captain asked, "Do you need our support?" "We need support. But we also need you to keep some people here to prevent the enemy from having a backup plan." Understood. The temporary captain nodded immediately, and was about to order the remaining black soldiers to split into 2 teams. But Da Vinci spoke again. "Wait a minute. I wanted to ask just now. Why are there so few black soldiers here? And why don't I see Das?" Das is the original captain of the team that Da Vinci personally appointed to guard this place. Zhu Shizhou certainly knew that the original captain of this team was now fighting with his own people in the atrium. But he still had to pretend. After all, he was Da Vinci now. The temporary captain did not doubt it, and explained everything that happened. "So that's it. Das did the right thing. If I'm not mistaken, Das should have encountered the enemy in the atrium. There are also hidden mobile forces in the atrium. I'm afraid they are now besieging the enemy's team. Judging from the gunshots, the number of enemies should be greater than we thought." Zhu Shizhou waved his hand and said coldly, "If that's the case, then if we hesitate, it may give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage. We only need to leave 1 or 2 black soldiers here, and the rest of you follow me to the courtyard for support." After hearing this, the temporary captain thought that this plan was a bit bold, but it felt reasonable, so he nodded quickly. Zhu Shizhou said, "The black soldiers left here will find a hiding place by themselves. If the enemy has a backup plan, they will definitely send people to scout after seeing us leave. If there is any situation, don't alarm the enemy. Just return to the atrium to report the situation. This arrangement is more reasonable." The black soldiers picked out 2 black soldiers from the support department from the team. They had superb pheromone concealment ability, and were left in place. So, Zhu Shizhou led the team to set off in a mighty manner. But not to the atrium, but to another road. The temporary captain saw this and asked, "Lord Da Vinci, aren't we going to the atrium?" "No. Before going to the atrium for support, we must gather the greatest strength, so that we can give the enemy a fatal blow." The temporary captain understood that Lord Da Vinci was ready to go all out. The situation of the other team was similar to theirs, and Lord Da Vinci wanted to gather them as well. But in this way, the outer defense line is almost empty. It is a bold decision. If it were him, he would never make such a decision. Risks and opportunities coexist. It can only be said that he is worthy of being called Lord Da Vinci. Zhu Shizhou led the team to the area where another black soldier team was located. Needless to say, this team saw the scar on Zhu Shizhou's cheek, felt the pheromones on Zhu Shizhou's body, and looked at the familiar black soldiers behind Zhu Shizhou. There was no doubt at all. After a brief and quick conversation, this black soldier team also joined the team. Before Zhu Shizhou led the team to the atrium, he glanced at the black soldiers, after returning to the atrium. "No matter what happens, you only need to listen to my orders. The number of these black soldiers is more than the number of the real Da Vinci leading the team to the atrium. When they arrive at the atrium, won't they stage a good show of the real and fake Monkey King?" Chapter 840. This Da Vinci is fake. Once again, Da Vinci felt an unprecedented logical collapse. He had no way of understanding what he saw. "What are they doing?" Da Vinci asked the black soldier beside him. The black soldier shook his head and replied, "I don't know. Probably. Is there an internal conflict?" This answer obviously did not satisfy Da Vinci, and Da Vinci continued to look at the gunfight in the distance in confusion. Just now, he led the team back to the atrium. But he was not in a hurry to show up, because what appeared in front of him was an absurd scene. Both sides of the gunfight were familiar faces to him. One side was the black soldier captain he appointed, and the other side was the hidden mobile force responsible for guarding the periphery of the atrium. Why did the two sides fight? Da Vinci couldn't understand. This gunfight was fought with real knives and guns. Da Vinci had seen many bloodstains on the ground, and several black soldiers on both sides were injured in the battle. The black soldier on the side said, "Lord Da Vinci, although I don't know what's going on, you should hurry up and stop them. Now only you can stop them." Da Vinci nodded. Because of his high rank, if he showed up, both sides should stop fighting. The premise is that both sides are fine. But how is this possible? If both sides are fine, why did a gunfight suddenly break out in the courtyard? So the only explanation Da Vinci quickly thought of was that one of the two sides was an insider. It is not certain whether the hidden mobile force is the insider, or the black soldier captain appointed by him is the insider. What makes Da Vinci more confident in his judgment is that he saw the corpse of the adjutant lying on the ground in the middle of the battle between the two sides. The adjutant fell in a pool of blood, his face pale. He asked the adjutant to return to the atrium to report the situation. But the adjutant was shot in the atrium. Is this a coincidence? If he guessed correctly, it should be that the inner party wanted to kill the adjutant to silence him. But the black soldiers of the other party witnessed the incident, and then the two sides had a gunfight. It makes sense. In order to find out the truth of the matter, he must also come forward. So Da Vinci left a few black soldiers to conduct covert reconnaissance in the rear, and he led the team to advance openly on the road in the direction of the atrium. Da Vinci's actions led by the team naturally could not be concealed from the black soldiers of both sides who were fighting. And soon someone discovered Da Vinci and others who came from a distance. "Captain, it's Lord Da Vinci." A black soldier reported the situation to the captain of the black soldiers. The captain of the black soldiers glanced at Da Vinci, who was rushing towards this side from a distance, and his heart sank slightly. Something is wrong. At this time, the captain of the black soldiers quickly fired 2 shots to the left, temporarily forcing back the black soldiers of the concealed mobile force, who were good at dodging, and then said, "Can you see if the communication has been restored?" The black soldiers were stunned, and then hurriedly checked the communication and got the answer, "No." Lord Da Vinci should know that the most important task now is to restore the communication system of the manor. The communication device is hidden under the floor tiles of the manor. This is very clear. As long as we spend time, we can solve the communication problem. So even if there is a gunfight in the atrium, Lord Da Vinci should give priority to handling the communication instead of leading the team to appear in the atrium. The black soldier heard it and thought it made sense. It seems reasonable that Lord Da Vinci suddenly appeared here, but it does not conform to the logic of the black soldier's actions. In other words, this Lord Da Vinci is a fake. Probably. Well, these guys are really good at shooting. The captain of the black soldiers rubbed his shoulders. If he had not dodged just now, the bullet would have hit his heart. Fortunately, his sixth sense played a role in time, and the bullet only scratched the skin of his shoulder. While dodging, the captain of the black soldiers said to the black soldiers beside him, "So this Da Vinci is very likely coming for us. There are more enemy invaders than we thought, and we must not be fooled by appearances." In his understanding, it is obvious that the enemy disguised as Da Vinci appeared here. They want to support their companions and annihilate them here. The captain of the black soldiers said, "If I am not mistaken, when this impostor arrives, he will definitely ask us to stop first. If we really listen to him and stop shooting, they will take the opportunity to attack us by surprise." The black soldier asked, "Should we give them this opportunity? Hasn't Lord Da Vinci already done a good job of prevention? We only need to identify whether there is a small scar deliberately made on Lord Da Vinci's face to determine the authenticity." "Right." The captain of the black soldier did not relax his vigilance. He said, "What if the enemy can even disguise the wound deliberately made by Lord Da Vinci? This is just a possibility. But from everything Lord Da Vinci has encountered so far, Lord Da Vinci is either in a miserable defeat or on the road to a miserable defeat. All the decisions made by Lord Da Vinci seem to be wrong, and the enemy had anticipated his opportunities more than once or twice." Although the black soldiers were silent and said nothing, they had always seen it. So if the enemy really saw through Lord Da Vinci's advance arrangements and perfectly disguised himself as Lord Da Vinci, it would not be surprising at all. The captain of the black soldiers was not too optimistic, as he had already felt how difficult the enemy was. The strength of the group of enemies fighting with them was comparable to the black soldiers, who graduated from the Illuminus training base. And the enemies cooperated with each other during the gunfight and defended tightly. They had not gained any advantage since the gunfight. Glancing at Da Vinci, who was constantly approaching this side, the captain of the black soldiers ordered, "Everyone spread out the formation. If we are unstoppable, we will consider retreating." "Yes." The captain of the hidden mobile force on the other side sneered, and said to the black soldiers on the side, "This Da Vinci is probably a fake." A black soldier hiding behind a bunker asked, "Why do you think so? Didn't you notice that the number of people led by Da Vinci is a little bit wrong?" The black soldier quickly looked out and quickly retracted, "Yes. It seems that there are a little few people. It's right that there are few. Because the number of enemies can't be so many. The group fighting with us now, plus the group led by this fake Da Vinci, add up to about the total number." The captain of the hidden mobile team looked at Da Vinci's position and said, "How long has it been since the battle started?" This time is enough for Da Vinci to react. If Da Vinci really wants to lead the team back, he should have come back long ago. But why did he wait for a while before coming back? This shows that Da Vinci has a priority task to deal with outside the manor. Since there is a priority mission, why did you interrupt the priority mission and return to the atrium? Da Vinci should be the one who knows the defense strength of our atrium best. And it is impossible for him to appear here suddenly. So if I am not mistaken, this Da Vinci will stop us immediately after arriving, and then take the opportunity to unite the enemies on the opposite side to attack us together. The hidden mobile captain sneered. Do you think we should stop? The answer to verifying this question is actually very simple. It is enough to see whether the enemies on the opposite side stop. If they do not stop, it means that the enemy really intends to annihilate us together in one breath. Chapter 841 The Best Bait. Lord Da Vinci. How do we verify which of the two groups is the enemy? The black soldier beside Da Vinci asked. Da Vinci said, "It's very simple. After I come out to stop it, the one who doesn't stop is the enemy." His reason is easy to understand. The enemy can't pretend to be submissive at this time. Even if they want to pretend to be real black soldiers, they can't stop firing after he gives an order. Once they stop firing, they will lose the initiative. When they are finally exposed, they will face siege from both sides at the same time. So after he comes out, the real enemy will not stop firing, but will increase firepower and force the other side to continue fighting, so that it is possible to confuse the audience. Although this verification method is simple, it is also very effective. Da Vinci didn't hide his intentions at all. After he came out openly, he had given these people enough time to react. Whether the two sides are enemies or friends, they must have noticed his arrival. Everyone, cease fire. Da Vinci led his team to the West Avenue, and behind him were neatly lined black soldiers. At the same moment of his appearance, Da Vinci and the black soldiers led by him all emitted strong pheromones and pressed directly towards the battlefield in front. This is also a means of verifying friend and foe. The group of people who can cooperate and form a pheromone barrier at the first time are black soldiers. Because black soldiers have formed a tacit understanding in countless tasks, and their pheromones are similar, which is more coordinated than mice fighting alone. And ordinary elite mice cannot imitate them. However, what makes Da Vinci embarrassed is that after he came out to stop, not only did the two sides not stop, but even the formation of the pheromone barrier was almost as fast, and the gunfire became more intense. In Da Vinci's perception, a high-concentration pheromone barrier formed by the pheromone emitted by the group rose from each side of the battlefield in front. Easily blocking the pheromone, he led his team to press forward. The black soldier beside Da Vinci said, "Lord Da Vinci, it seems to have no effect." Nonsense. Da Vinci is not blind. He can see it himself. After Fred, the second adjutant also fell in the pool of blood in front. Da Vinci really didn't want to promote the third adjutant, mainly because it was meaningless. It was right to pick a general from the short ones. But the remaining black soldiers had no ability. The two pheromone barriers in front were too much in the style of black soldiers, and Da Vinci doubted his judgment for a while. No matter which side, it looked like real black soldiers. But why would real black soldiers fight each other? In doubt, Da Vinci continued to shout, "Didn't you hear me? I'm Da Vinci. Black soldiers, cease fire. Otherwise, we will all be considered enemies." Da Vinci waved his hand, and the black soldiers behind him raised their guns together, all ready to go. The black soldiers under Da Vinci were all strong. so he had the confidence to shout this sentence. At this moment, a figure was hiding in the dark, secretly observing the situation on the scene. This person was Du Fei. 10 minutes ago, Zhu Shizhou gave her some instructions. Listen, Du Fei. Since communication is useless in the manner now, I can only arrange your next task in advance. Your task is to act as a fuse after Da Vinci comes out and pull Da Vinci into the battlefield. I have already demonstrated the method to you. As long as you fire the hidden gun at the right time, Da Vinci will be forced to exchange fire. Du Fei asked. What is the right time? Just when the pheromone stalemate between the three parties reached its peak. Du Fei looked at the scope and muttered. Is it the right time now? Du Fei also asked Zhu Shizhou how to judge the specific time. But Zhu Shizhou only told her to grasp the specific time by herself. Now, the pheromone at the scene was so strong that it frightened Du Fei. And as the three parties stalemate, the concentration of pheromones continued to rise. Her finger gently rested on the trigger. On the battlefield, Da Vinci suddenly felt a strong stimulation, which was the danger prediction from the sixth sense, which instantly made his scalp numb. As if the moment he was stared at by a venomous snake, the next moment the venomous snake hidden in the dark would pounce out. Adrenaline burst out in an instant, and Da Vinci immediately rolled over. A bullet shot from the front, bringing a small gust of wind, passing by the side of his cheek. Don't shoot! Da Vinci judged the trajectory of the bullet in an instant and shouted loudly. He realized that the direction of the bullet was not from the two groups of black soldiers in front, but from another angle. But it was too late. The moment he shouted, the pheromone of the three-party stalemate had already been sensitive to the limit. Under such sensitive circumstances, the bullet fired by Du Fei became the fuse, and Da Vinci's dodge became the only flaw in the pheromone field of the three-party stalemate. Almost at the same time, some of the black soldiers of the two parties, who were fiercely exchanging fire, turned their guns at the same time, and the bullets poured towards Da Vinci and others. The gunfight could no longer be stopped, even though Da Vinci shouted "Don't shoot" at the first moment. Facing the dense barrage of bullets, even Da Vinci himself pulled out his gun and pulled the trigger at the two black soldiers on the opposite side. Da-da-da-da. The sound of gunfire continued. Du Fei, who was hiding in the dark, retreated quietly after hiding her merits and fame, and let them fight fiercely. What happened next had nothing to do with her. Zhu Shizhou also warned her that once the three-way melee began, she should not stay there for a long time, because after all, the place where she was hiding was also a bunker, and was also within the range of the melee. Du Fei quietly moved away from the battlefield and evacuated to the outer area of the manor. At the same time, Zhu Shizhou also led a team to arrive, but they were in the blind spot of the battle site, and the two sides could not see them. They could only hear the increasingly fierce gunfire. Zhu Shizhou ordered the black soldiers to stop and said to the temporary captain on the side, "The battle ahead is fierce. If we intervene rashly, it is likely to disrupt the situation. So the best way is for us to set up an encirclement around us first, and then shrink towards the center." Zhu Shizhou arranged a tactic in a few words. Simply put, it is to shrink towards the center without missing any faces. But it takes time to set up an encirclement. But time is urgent now, so we need a bait to come out and delay them. The temporary captain immediately stepped forward after hearing this. "I'll do it." Zhu Shizhou shook his head. "No. The best bait is not someone else, but myself." The black soldiers looked at Zhu Shizhou. "Don't worry. I will be fine. As a black soldier, you must focus on the mission. But after I come out, I need to remind you a few words, because the situation may be more complicated than we expected. The enemy may be very vigilant after I come out." Zhu Shizhou looked at the black soldiers and said, "So I want to agree on a code with you. Whenever I say don't shoot, it means everyone shoots. When I say stop, it means charge forward. When I say retreat, it means don't give the enemy a chance to retreat. Do you understand?" The black soldiers nodded solemnly. "I understand." Zhu Shizhou nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. Then I'm leaving. If I don't come back within 10 minutes, you will execute the tactics." After speaking, he flashed forward and disappeared behind the corner shelter. The black soldiers behind him also began to move and slowly formed a circle towards the atrium. Chapter 842 Commander Su is gone. 10 minutes later, the temporary captain of the black soldiers noticed the time, but Da Vinci did not appear. "Time is up. Execute tactics." What they didn't know was that after Zhu Shizhou disappeared into the atrium and turned the corner, He did not join the battlefield, but deliberately bypassed the atrium in another direction and stayed away from the battlefield in the atrium. In the eyes of this group of black soldiers, the gunshots in the atrium represented everything. Perhaps the battlefield in the atrium was too intense, so that Lord Da Vinci could not get away. Next, it was their turn to play a role. At the same time, Da Vinci in the atrium felt more and more that things were out of control. It was fine that the three parties were fighting inexplicably, but he also sensed a circle of pheromones, like mist lingering around the atrium at this time. At first glance, it would be mistaken for an illusion, but after careful perception, Da Vinci understood that the atrium was surrounded. What's going on? What are the black soldiers on the periphery doing? Or have they been wiped out? The first thing that Da Vinci thought of was that the black soldiers on the periphery were wiped out, so that the enemy actually invaded so close. He never thought that the black soldiers under his command were now surrounding the atrium. Not only Da Vinci, but the black soldiers of the other two parties also noticed something unusual. The enemy surrounded the atrium, although it was incredible, and they couldn't help but suspect that the black soldiers on the periphery were all useless. They did sense pheromones, and the reason for surrounding the atrium was already obvious. This fake Da Vinci failed to successfully confuse them, so he stopped pretending and wanted to increase firepower to kill them. But what surprised them was that there were so many enemies. On the one hand, they could fight with them under the leadership of the fake Da Vinci, and on the other hand, they could surround them. This number far exceeded their expectations. On the battlefield with fierce gunfire, the flowers, plants and trees in the atrium were riddled with holes. The black soldiers in the three-way melee kept wandering on the field, and bullets shuttled densely in the air, leaving a strong and pungent smell of gunpowder. This smell of gunpowder interfered with the sense of smell of the black soldiers in the battle to a certain extent, and even their pheromones were a little dull. Outside the gunpowder, the encirclement of black soldiers brought by Ju Sergio appeared in silence. Da Vinci dodged several bullets sideways. Although he was still unscathed, his figure looked very embarrassed. He took the time to look at the black soldiers appearing from all directions, and then his mind paused for a moment, because these black soldiers were actually the other two teams he left on the periphery for guard. When he led the team to the atrium, he clearly asked the scout black soldiers to send a message to the two black soldier teams, asking them to shrink their guard towards the atrium. But he did not let them get close to the atrium. Da Vinci was increasingly confused about the current situation, and shouted to the black soldiers, who formed a circle around the atrium, "Why are you here?" The temporary captain of the black soldiers stood behind a tree on the west side. As soon as he arrived, he saw the melee on the scene, thinking that the situation was really as complicated as Lord Da Vinci said, because they couldn't tell who was the enemy and who was the friend for a while. After hearing Da Vinci's call, the temporary captain also shouted, "Lord Da Vinci, we are here to support." Support? Who the hell asked you to come to support? This was obviously not the black soldiers' own initiative. Da Vinci knew that without orders, the black soldiers would never approach the atrium and join the battlefield without authorization. So there are two possibilities now. Either these black soldiers are also disguised by the enemy, or there is an enemy who pretends to be him and gives these black soldiers the wrong order. The hidden mobile forces in the melee saw Da Vinci successfully connect with the black soldiers who surrounded them, and sneered in their hearts. It was indeed the case. These people were indeed enemies. They increased the output of pheromones faintly, and the situation was getting more and more unfavorable to them. They wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Now the three parties were fighting fiercely, and Da Vinci could not ask in detail. Although there are two possibilities, it is very simple to crack them. He decisively shouted to the temporary captain of the black soldiers, "Retreat." Da Vinci thought very simply. If someone pretended to be him and gave these black soldiers the wrong order, then as long as he gave them the correct order again, these black soldiers would not act rashly. If these black soldiers were also enemies, then they would naturally not withdraw easily, and his order could verify their position. But if possible, Da Vinci is more looking forward to the former. Unfortunately, the current situation is exactly the opposite of what he expected. The temporary captain of the black soldiers recalled the code that Da Vinci had agreed with him. When Lord Da Vinci said to retreat, it meant not to give the enemy a chance to retreat. He raised his hand and waved a gesture. The group of black soldiers did not evacuate immediately, but surrounded the circle more tightly, and the pheromones emitted became more and more intense. Seeing this, Da Vinci's heart sank slightly. Sure enough, Are these also enemies? But why are they still waiting and watching? Do they want to wait for the three-way melee to end and reap the benefits? While thinking, Da Vinci heard the temporary captain of the black soldiers shouting in the hail of bullets, "Master Da Vinci, what should we do now?" Da Vinci was too lazy to pay attention to this group of enemies pretending to be black soldiers. From their disobedience, he knew that these enemies would not be the black soldiers under his command. What's the point of continuing to talk to them now? But should I try again? After hesitating, Da Vinci decided to give them another chance and shouted to the temporary captain, "Don't shoot." Don't shoot? Don't shoot means everyone shoot. This time, the temporary captain of the black soldiers didn't need to give instructions. They all raised their guns directly, without even thinking, and rushed to the battlefield and poured bullets. Fuck. Da Vinci felt that he was a fool for believing in that tiny possibility against reason. The scene became more and more chaotic. The surrounding black soldiers opened fire. The besieged black soldiers naturally had to fight back, and the firepower on the field became more and more fierce. The three-way melee turned into a four-way melee. But no one expected that there was actually one party that had not taken action. That was the hidden mobile force that encountered the adjutant at the beginning. They watched the adjutant being shot and passed in front of them without paying attention, and finally developed into a four-way melee. They couldn't understand why it turned out like this. They couldn't tell who was the real enemy on the field, because in their perception, everyone's pheromones were like real black soldiers, and they couldn't tell them apart at all. No. If this goes on, the war will affect the rear. The captain of the hidden mobile force called a black soldier and ordered, "Report the current situation to Commander Sue and ask for the next instructions." Yes. The black soldier set off quickly. This was originally the atrium, and it was very close to the underground command room. It would take less than a minute to get there at full speed. However, to the surprise of the captain of the covert mobile unit, the black soldier soon returned and brought a piece of news that was not sure whether it was good or bad. Commander Sue is missing. Chapter 843, Waiting outside the manor. Commander Sue certainly wouldn't disappear for no reason. He took away the prisoner apple pie, as well as the two elite black soldiers Fong Kite and the Bible who escorted him. According to the description of other black soldiers who stayed in the atrium, Commander Sue left on his own initiative without being coerced by anyone. As for his specific whereabouts, no one knew. The captain of the hidden mobile force looked at the four sides of the melee in the field and murmured, "Commander Sue, this situation, what should we do?" At the same time, Du Fei, who evacuated from the atrium, saw Zhu Shizhou taking off his simulated human skin at the agreed place with Zhu Shizhou in the outer area of the manor. Du Fei saluted Zhu Shizhou with a smile. Zhu Shizhou successfully completed the task. Zhu Shizhou glanced at Du Fei, wiped off the makeup on the simulated human skin face, and looked at it carefully. It looks like it can be used 2 or 3 times. Du Fei rubbed Zhu Shizhou. "Why are you ignoring me?" Zhu Shizhou said lightly, "Nothing. I expected you to complete the task. Nothing to be surprised about. It's rare that I completed the task so perfectly. Don't you have anything to say?" "Well, it's great. Great." Zhu Shizhou praised perfunctorily. Du Fei wanted to give Zhu Shizhou a punch, but fortunately she held back, and she asked, "What should we do now? The battlefield in the courtyard is quite fierce. Do we have to wait until they are all finished before we go up? Or is there any way to bypass the courtyard directly?" Zhu Shizhou shook his head. "There is no need for this. We will not go to the courtyard." Du Fei was surprised. Not going to the atrium? Why? In her understanding, they did so many things in the manor, and finally let the black soldiers kill each other in the atrium. The purpose was to be able to reach the underground command room in the chaos. But now Zhu Shizhou said he would not go to the atrium. Why? Normally speaking, anyone who sees the chaos in the atrium of the manor will believe that our focus is on the atrium. However, we must know that our target is always Su Feng. But now Su Feng is not in the underground command room at all, and he also took away the apple pie. Du Fei is no longer surprised by Zhu Shizhou's magical ability to predict the future, but still can't help saying, "You know all this?" Because it's true. Zhu Shizhou put the simulated human skin close to his body and said, "So, we only need to wait where Su Feng will appear, and we can naturally wait for Su Feng to arrive." Where? Du Fei saw Zhu Shizhou spread out a map. After a closer look, it was a simple sketch of the manor and its surrounding environment. Although the strokes were very simple, they were very clear. "This is the map I drew. It doesn't take too much time. Just understand it. This is where Su Feng will appear. Zhu Shizhou clicked on the map. Du Fei looked at it and said, outside the manor. Damn. Why didn't I think of it? To be honest, after Zhu Shizhou pointed it out, Du Fei was about to lament her own stupidity, because she had just thought about every corner of the manor. But she didn't think that Su Feng would leave the manor. But you don't need to think about it carefully to know that this is actually very reasonable, because the signal in the manor is blocked. So as long as you leave the manor, you can contact the Black Soldier organization for help. This is obviously a very logical development, but she subconsciously ignored it, while Du Fei was still reflecting on himself. Zhu Shizhou said, it's normal for you to ignore it. It's not because you are stupid. But Su Feng set a trap for us to think inertia. We knew from the beginning that Su Feng's response was to shrink the defense line of the black soldiers in the manor, so that most of the black soldiers were concentrated in the atrium. Even the defense circle in the atrium was extremely tight. This seemed to be no problem. But Su Feng deliberately focused our attention on the atrium and ignored other places. Su Feng's arrangement fooled Du Fei, but he couldn't fool Zhu Shizhou, who had already experienced a false start, thinking inertia can easily cause blind spots. Under the tight defense of the atrium, anyone knows that Su Feng is now in the atrium, and it is not safe to leave the atrium. Normal people would think so. But it's a pity that Su Feng didn't play by the rules. Where are the guards around Su Feng? Zhu Shizhou answered, 2 elite black soldiers. Nothing else. Du Fei was a little nervous. My strength doesn't seem to be enough to fight the elite black soldiers. Zhu Shizhou smiled. I didn't want you to fight the elite black soldiers around Su Feng. Their pheromone ability is very troublesome, and ordinary elite black soldiers can't deal with them. If not, they can't become the guards around Su Feng. Du Fei suddenly stopped being nervous, and looked at Zhu Shizhou with pursed lips. Can we win? Zhu Shizhou smiled without thinking. We will win. Although we have lost many times, we will win this time. Outside the manor, Su Feng walked on the forest path without looking back. Of course, he did not choose the main road, but climbed the mountain from the back of the manor. It was not because there were any secret weapons or traps waiting for the enemy in the place he went to, but everything was for concealment. Commander Su. The gunfire in the manor seems to be more intense. Since they had just left the manor, Feng Kite could clearly hear the gunfire in the manor. Judging from the sound, there were at least 30 gunmen shooting at each other. Bible said, maybe the enemy has increased its offensive. The enemy's sight is now all focused on the manor, and they will never guess that we have brought apple pie out. That being said, Feng Kite always felt that Commander Su's purpose was not just to take apple pie out of the manor and ask for help from the organization. Su Feng looked back, and then said calmly to the 2 elite black soldiers around him, now start to pay attention to the surrounding situation. Feng Kite and Bible looked at each other and spread their pheromones, although they had done their best to confirm that no one was following them along the way, and that there was no electronic equipment monitoring, and they chose a dense forest road. Commander Su must have a reason for saying so. However, after deploying the pheromone, they still did not notice anything unusual. The 2 did not retract the pheromone field, but kept it deployed and continued to move forward. The calm was soon broken. At a certain moment, Feng Kite and Bible's sights shifted to a certain direction at the same time, and their muscles tightened at the same time. Someone, Feng Kite said softly. It's the enemy. Bible followed. The 2 of them protected Su Feng behind them, and their eyes were fixed on the front. The enemy did not deliberately spread pheromones or conceal them. They seemed to not care whether they would be discovered or not, and waited for their arrival in front of them. The whole dense forest was rustling in the wind. Although they did not see the enemy, Feng Kite and Bible already knew the enemy's position. They raised their guns and stood guard in front of them. To their surprise, a man slowly walked out of the dense forest in front of them, wearing a frog mask that only children would buy at roadside stalls, which looked very funny. However, Feng Kite and Bible did not want to laugh at all, since the enemy was waiting for them in front of them, like a rabbit waiting for a rabbit. It meant that the enemy knew the route they left the manor very well, and they might have followed them long ago. But their previous perception did not perceive the existence of this enemy. At the same time, avoiding the full-scale perception of the 2 elite black soldiers. This terrifying pheromone concealment ability. If the enemy did not want them to find out, then they would be kept in the dark from beginning to end. But now the enemy has taken the initiative to appear. What does this mean? Commander Su. Be careful. This guy may be very strong. Chapter 844 Feng Zheng's Pheromone Ability. Powerful Enemy. Zhu Shizhou was labeled as such as soon as he appeared on the scene. Which was natural, because Feng Zheng and Bible were both elite black soldiers. And since he dared to appear in front of them without hesitation, he naturally had a certain confidence. Not to mention that such a big turmoil was created in the manor. In fact, it was to force Su Feng to leave the manor until the current situation. His appearance itself represented the highest combat power of the enemy's trump card. You still refuse to show up at this point? Feng Zheng said contemptuously and sarcastically. But his body was very honest and tense, as if he was going to explode in the next moment. He noticed that the enemy opposite him stood very loosely, and seemed not to worry about his and Bible's counterattack at all. Was he confident or just pretending? Feng Zheng's finger on the trigger was eager to move, and he wanted to test it. But Bible did not shoot easily, because he thought, since this man could cover up his pheromones and track them all the way before, and easily appear in front of him. Are there other enemies who can do the same? He is now holding the unconscious apple pie in his hand. And there is also Commander Su to protect. If there are more enemies, the situation will probably be more serious. So he can't act easily, but instead must concentrate on sensing everything around him to prevent accidents. In contrast, Feng Kite, who is directly facing the enemy, must do his best to fight quickly and decisively, so as to avoid the enemy's backhand to a greater extent. Stop talking nonsense, Feng Kite. Hurry up and act, the Bible urged. Bang! Feng Kite's figure shot out like an arrow from a bow, and the soil under his feet was lifted back by the powerful force. As he burst forward, he raised his gun and pulled the trigger forward. The bullet flew out from his afterimage, dragging a trajectory with a breath of death in the air. Normal elite black soldiers wanted to dodge this bullet at this distance, which represented the peak precision of elite black soldiers of the same level. It also required strength plus luck. Can the enemy dodge it? Feng Kite soon got the answer. The enemy just turned sideways a little, and the bullet missed and hit the tree behind him. The man with the frog mask made his dodge at the moment he pulled the trigger. If it was just a predictive dodge, and the dodge was too early, Feng Kite would change the direction of the muzzle before pulling the trigger. If the dodge was too late, the bullet could at least cause damage to the opponent. However, at the moment he pulled the trigger, the man dodged. The frogman had a perfect grasp of timing, which was an ironclad fact that only Feng Kite, who was fighting with him, could understand. Feng Kite did not delay time, and he did not notice any trace of the enemy's pheromone explosion. The opponent just let the pheromone float around him, and did not seem to be on guard at all. So if you want to make a quick decision, it is best to catch the opponent off guard. The next moment after the shot, Feng Kite's pheromone exploded. In terms of time connection, it was seamless. Normal people would not expect that his pheromone would explode instantly after the shot, which was equivalent to revealing his trump card before fully testing the enemy's full strength. But for Zhu Shizhou, who was wearing a mask, this was the most difficult part for Feng Zheng. He had been defeated by Feng Zheng several times. Feng Zheng fought with him with extremely strong faith, so he was unreserved at the beginning and used his greatest strength to force him to show his strength. Even if he died, he could let the Bible behind him see the enemy's strength. And Feng Zheng's pheromone ability is also very terrifying. Just like Apple Pie has a unique pheromone thread ability as an elite black soldier, Feng Zheng also has a special pheromone ability that other elite black soldiers do not have. His pheromone has paralysis toxins. In the rounds after fighting with Feng Zheng many times, Zhu Shizhou found that as long as his pheromone extended and touched the aftermath of the explosion of Feng Zheng's pheromone, his body would be paralyzed uncontrollably. Although it is incredible, pheromone itself is a kind of thing that is difficult to detect and closer to abstract. How can it contain paralysis toxins? After Zhu Shizhou's personal experience and perception again and again, he finally glimpsed the secrets contained in Feng Zheng's pheromone. The paralysis toxin in the kite's pheromone is not similar to ordinary paralysis poison, but the nature of the pheromone is very special, and it is easy to deceive the enemy's brain from the perspective of perception. As we all know, everyone's pheromones are different, just like a person's fingerprints. They are unique. Therefore, no matter how much you imitate, as long as the pheromone perception is sharp enough, you can distinguish the pheromones of others from your own. Zhu Shizhou is now at the top of the black soldiers in terms of pheromones. So normally there will be no one who can disguise pheromones in front of him and deceive him. However, Feng Jing's pheromone is special here. When Feng Jing's pheromone explodes, his pheromone becomes a kind of attributeless thing, which is easily assimilated by the enemy's pheromone. That is, the characteristics of the person Feng Jing are completely eliminated, and he becomes a thing without an owner. As long as Zhu Shizhou's pheromone comes into contact with this attributeless pheromone, these pheromones will be infected and quickly transformed into Zhu Shizhou's own pheromone, mixed with Zhu Shizhou's pheromone, and they are indistinguishable from each other. Pheromones must go back and forth to bring information to people. The sixth sense of danger is also based on this principle. But the problem is that when Zhu Shizhou takes back the pheromone, the body automatically accepts Feng Jing's pheromone, which is equivalent to actively taking impurities into the body. But no matter how much Feng Jing's pheromone resembles his thing, it is ultimately a pheromone that cannot be mobilized by him. So when the pheromone stays in the body and cannot be discharged, or even wanders around in the body with the fluctuation of his pheromone, his body will feel paralyzed. This is the principle of the paralysis toxin after the outbreak of the kite pheromone. Zhu Shizhou also had to analyze it several times before he could understand the principle. For those who have never seen it, it is definitely a first-sight kill. Even the principle behind it is only known by a few people, because the enemies who have seen it are dead, so it naturally cannot be spread. However, it is very simple to crack it. Just block the pheromone. Do not actively contact the kite's pheromone, and then fight just fine. What a troublesome pheromone ability, Zhu Shizhou said in a hoarse voice. Then Feng Kite sensed that the frogman actually restrained his pheromones at the moment of departure, and sealed all the pheromone fluctuations in his body, without leaking out a single bit, giving up the ability to sense pheromones to fight me. This is courting death. Feng Kite raised his hand and fired a shot. Then something happened that he didn't understand. Even though he lost the ability to sense pheromones, the frogman still seemed to sense danger, dodged the bullet in an instant, and quickly approached him. What's going on? Feng Kite fired several more shots. The frogman's movement was quite coquettish, and he dodged his bullets at the extreme distance every time. After several shots, the frogman was already in front of him, only one step away from him. In the battle between elite black soldiers, the power of long-range weapons was weakened to the greatest extent, but close combat was more effective. Feng Kite decisively threw the gun back, threw it into Bible's hand, and blasted a cannonball-like punch at the frogman. Chapter 845, Planning and Feint. Facing Feng Jing's fierce punch, Zhu Shizhou simply stretched out his hand, opened his 5 fingers, and easily grasped Feng Jing's fist. The tricky thing about Feng Jing is his pheromones, not his body. In terms of physical fitness alone, Feng Jing is only ranked in the middle of the elite black soldiers. And this level is enough for Zhu Shizhou to deal with. And Feng Jing also felt it through this punch. This guy's physical fitness is very average. While Feng Jing was attacking Zhu Shizhou, he shouted to the Bible behind him. But the Bible looked at the frog-masked man who was fighting with Feng Jing very seriously, and immediately shouted, "Don't take it lightly. Do you really think that the physical fitness of an elite black soldier who can be on par with you without pheromones is very average?" Just as Feng Jing was about to say something, Zhu Shizhou spoke in a hoarse voice. "Sure enough, we can't drag the fight on for too long, or you'll see through my true colors." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Shizhou's movements became more fierce, and Feng Jing suddenly had a lot of trouble. He was originally attacking fiercely, but now he was forced to switch to defense. Bible said from behind, "Sure enough, he has reserved his strength. Did he want to catch me off guard at the beginning?" And now Feng Jing, who was fighting with Zhu Shizhou, still felt that this guy's physical fitness was actually similar to his own. The reason why Bible didn't feel that way was just because he was a bystander. It was just that this guy was bluffing. And just now, he took advantage of a flaw in him and exploded, which made Bible's judgment more firm. Feng Jing wanted to tell Bible that this was a wrong judgment, and a wrong judgment might be fatal in the subsequent battle. However, Feng Jing couldn't speak, because his sixth sense was frantically warning him that he would be killed if he was distracted for a moment. This was indeed the case. Feng Jing had just raised his arm to block Zhu Shizhou's punch, and his arm was sore, and he lost his center of gravity for a moment. This time was really short and fleeting. Even the top melee masters couldn't catch this flaw in an instant and react to it and attack it. But Zhu Shizhou did it, because his essence was not grasping the flaw after seeing it, but waiting for the flaw to come and grabbing it. So he didn't need any reaction time at all. At the moment when Feng Jing lost his center of gravity, Zhu Shizhou opened his fist to form a hand knife, and suddenly turned in the air, and the hand knife quickly stabbed at Feng Zheng's throat. Not good. Feng Zheng reacted in time, but the hand knife was too fast, so he could only tighten his throat muscles as quickly as possible, and at the same time retreated his body backwards, trying to maximize the loss of strength. The knife passed by Feng Zheng's throat like a dragonfly touching the water. Feng Zheng knew that his vocal cords were damaged, so he could only try his best to spit out a blood arrow forward. But the blood arrow did not have any effect. The blood arrow shot on the frog masked man's mask, and the frog masked man did not waver at all. Too strong. The strength of this guy is not in his physical fitness, but in his grasp of timing. Feng Zheng's fierce attack from the beginning to the current life and death situation is all because of a tiny flaw. If the Bible did not understand this, he would definitely be defeated for the same reason later. Bible, run! If his throat hadn't been injured, he would have shouted this to Bible. He had foreseen that this was not an opponent that Bible could handle. Feng Zheng was already in a state of pheromone explosion. In the injured state, he knew that he had no way out, and finally made up his mind not to keep his pheromones anymore, and completely exploded all his pheromones. Now, his senses were sharp to the limit, and the frog masked man's attack instantly became much slower in his eyes, and he could even see many fleeting flaws. But he could only maintain this state for 1 minute. After 1 minute, he would be like a fish out of water, and his pheromones would drop rapidly. Without pheromones, he would only have death, an ending. So he had to defeat this enemy in a state of full pheromone explosion, and at least cause damage to the enemy. Cough cough. Feng Zheng roared at Zhu Shizhou with a hoarse throat. But unfortunately his vocal cords were damaged, and his words could not form at all. The pheromones all over his body were also squeezed towards the frogman in front of him, trying his best to infuse his own pheromones into the enemy's body. However, after a few punches and kicks, the two sides had fought for more than a dozen rounds. But Feng Kite still couldn't do it. What's going on? This guy's pheromone defense level is so high? Feng Kite has encountered guys with strong pheromones before, but this is the first time he has encountered a guy who can't be invaded even if he bursts out pheromones with all his strength. It's as if the enemy's own pheromones have formed a hard iron wall in his body, and his pheromones are like water, flowing through the iron wall without leaving any trace. Another threat point. Feng Zheng's sense of crisis became stronger. Zhu Shizhou narrowly avoided Feng Zheng's punches and kicks, and even had time to adjust the mask on his face to prevent it from falling off and revealing his true face. He predicted in a cold voice, "You will be seriously injured by me in 10 moves." What? Too arrogant. Feng Zheng almost didn't react. After reacting, he estimated his remaining time and cursed in his heart. His pheromones burst out with all his strength, even if half a minute has passed. Judging from the speed of his full-strength attack now, how could he only last 10 moves? This statement is like announcing his failure now. However, it was precisely because of Zhu Shizhou's words that Feng Zheng paused at the moment of attack. This is the flaw. Zhu Shizhou's hoarse voice sounded in Feng Zheng's ears. Feng Zheng threw a punch. His chest was wide open, and Zhu Shizhou just rushed forward. At this time, Feng Zheng calmly looked at Zhu Shizhou approaching, without any defensive action, not even a hint of evasion, as if he was going to let the enemy's fist hit his chest. If it were you, you should be able to notice it. Right? Bible! Feng Zheng muttered in his heart. That's right. This is a trap he deliberately left, waiting for Zhu Shizhou to step into it. In the short fight, he found that the biggest advantage of this enemy was his extraordinary ability to grasp the timing, and he would never let go as long as he saw the flaw. So conversely, as long as he took the initiative to set the flaw as a trap, he could lure this man into the trap. When the pheromone burst, Feng Zheng began to fluctuate his own pheromones rhythmically, using the pheromone fluctuations to transmit a secret signal to the Bible. The premise of transmitting the secret code is that the enemy cannot detect the pheromone fluctuations, and because the kite's pheromone itself has a paralyzing effect, the frogman blocked the pheromone, so that the kite's pheromone fluctuations could not be detected at all. The kite's secret code was successfully transmitted without any interference. The content of the secret code is very simple. I will find an opportunity to use my body to block the enemy's sight and lure the enemy into the trap. You must take this opportunity to shoot. At this moment, the kite believes that the Bible can realize that it is now. His previous moves seemed to be dodging the enemy's attack, but in fact it blocked the enemy and the Bible, blocking the enemy's sight of the Bible. The enemy could not see the Bible. So naturally, he could not understand that the Bible had raised the gun behind him. Arrogant man. I won. Feng Kite saw the enemy's fist gradually approaching his chest, and he had begun to declare his victory in his heart. At the same time, he was ready to accept death calmly. However, the next moment, Feng Kite first felt a gust of wind, and then saw the enemy's fist brushing past his chest. Bang! With a gunshot, the bullet passed through Feng Jing's waist, piercing through the flesh of his waist, and passed through the enemy without losing momentum, hitting a tree behind the enemy, splashing a large piece of exploding bark. Feint! Feng Jing instantly judged that the enemy had seen through his plan, and the attack on his chest was just a feint, and the focus was actually on dodging. But how is it possible? How could the enemy with pheromones block sense the Bible shooting and see through his plan? Chapter 846, Battle in the Jungle. Feng Jing covered the wound on his waist and retreated quickly, blood gushing out from between his fingers, staining the entire back of his hand red. However, Zhu Shizhou did not take the opportunity to attack. What's wrong? Are you surprised? Do you think I can't sense your pheromones because I have blocked my own pheromones? Zhu Shizhou threatened in a hoarse voice. It's useless. This is your first move. I will continue to attack next. What is this saying? How can you continue to sense pheromones after blocking pheromones? Feng Jing could not understand the logic, but time did not allow him to think. Since it was not possible to do it secretly, he would just do it openly. Zhu Shizhou continued to bully himself, while Feng Jing quickly pulled back to distance himself from the opponent, leaving more space for the Bible, who was always holding a gun. Bible! Shoot! Feng Jing quickly signaled to the Bible with gestures. However, strangely, the Bible did not shoot at the first time, because he didn't know what Bible was going through. It wasn't that Bible didn't want to help Feng Kite, but the enemy's body movements were too erratic. Every time he wanted to pull the trigger, the opponent's center of gravity would suddenly change, or he would directly break away from his aiming. In just a few seconds, the opponent had broken away from his lock more than a dozen times, and the timing was just right. The moment he pulled the trigger, he was completely mastered by this man. As if the enemy knew his inner thoughts. Can't lock, Bible shouted. Of course I can't lock, because I can sense everything clearly. Zhu Shizhou continued to speak in a hoarse voice. Impossible. They had blocked their pheromones. Feng Jing still couldn't believe it. Although the opponent acted as if he had used pheromones to sense their every move and avoided danger in advance. Feng Jing's pheromones were fully used to sense the opponent's situation, and he clearly sensed that the opponent did not even extend a trace of pheromones. So how could it be possible that he could sense everything clearly as the opponent said? Feng Jing thought about all the possibilities while moving, and he was also afraid of fighting directly with the opponent. After all, whether the enemy was bragging or not, he had already made a declaration of winning within 10 moves. Feng Jing tentatively believed that the enemy must have a killer move that could definitely deal with him. How did this guy sense all the dangers like a prophet? Not to mention close combat. Even the sneak attack and shooting of the Bible that was out of sight could be avoided in advance. Is it strange? That's right. After all, the strongest and biggest weakness of the black soldier is the same. It's normal that you don't realize it. Feng Yang's throat was damaged and he couldn't ask. But Zhu Shizhou took the initiative to reveal the answer. Pheromone. The black soldier relies too much on pheromones and ignores the 5 senses of human beings. The 5 senses of vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch determine the limit of ordinary humans' ability to avoid danger. The black soldier further strengthens this ability to avoid danger and relies more on pheromones. Are pheromones so omnipotent? The Bible talks to Zhu Shizhou on behalf of Feng Kite. Do you mean that you use the ordinary 5 senses to perceive danger? Before he finished speaking, the Bible fired a shot. No hit. This is understandable. Even if you concentrate your attention, you can't hit the enemy. A random shot that relies on luck will naturally not hit. How despicable. You actually sneak attack. Zhu Shizhou said with a smile. It's not a sneak attack if it's not successful. Bible talk nonsense with Zhu Shizhou while looking for the next opportunity. The answer is indeed so. I rely on my 5 senses to sense danger. Whether you believe it or not has nothing to do with the next battle. Zhu Shizhou seized the opportunity and sprinted towards Feng Kite, who was avoiding the battle again. Bang bang. Bible fired 2 more shots. But it was useless. Zhu Shizhou just flashed his body, and the 2 bullets brushed past his chest and neck respectively. without even touching a hair on his body. It's useless. Feng Kite. Do you want to continue to avoid the battle? This is useless. Although Feng Kite was trying his best to dodge, there were Bible and Su Feng behind him. If he dodged again, the man would bypass him and rush to the back. So he could only charge towards Zhu Shizhou head-on. Feng Jing's legs flew, and he used his toes to pick up a large piece of mud during the sprint, and threw it directly at the enemy's face. Zhu Shizhou was wearing a frog mask, and the mud picked up by Feng Jing shot accurately and quickly at Zhu Shizhou's eyes. But Zhu Shizhou shook his head slightly, and the mud fell on his forehead. He looked very embarrassed. But in fact, he was not affected at all. Feng Jing naturally didn't think that this move would work. He just wanted to cause even a little interference to the opponent. When Zhu Shizhou shook his head, Feng Jing's hand quickly wiped towards his chest, and a button on his chest was pulled off by him. He pinched the button with his middle finger and index finger, and secretly flicked it towards Zhu Shizhou's neck. Don't underestimate the finger strength of the elite black soldier. The elite black soldier's 2 fingers exerted force at the same time, which was enough to shoot a button out of a bullet. The only drawback is that the sound of breaking through the air is also very obvious. Second move, Zhu Shizhou shouted, and with a flick of his hand, he caught the button between his index and middle fingers. He could actually catch it at such a close distance? Feng Jing was thinking this, and the distance between the 2 sides was less than 1 step. The button was shot back by Zhu Shizhou again. Feng Jing tried to dodge, but it became his weakness. Zhu Shizhou twisted his waist and abdomen, pulled the muscles of his back, and punched Feng Jing. There was a burst of sound in the air. Feng Jing tried to block it, but felt the pain of the muscles in his arm being torn. Wasn't that his full strength before? While Feng Jing was releasing the force, Zhu Shizhou twisted his hand and grabbed Feng Jing's wrist like lightning. Third move. Oops. Feng Jing tried to fight back, but suddenly a strong wind came from below, and his center of gravity was destroyed by Zhu Shizhou's high kick. Fourth move. Fifth move. Sixth move. Seventh move. Bang. 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 3 consecutive punches like lightning. Feng Jing's wrist was pinched, and there was no way to avoid it. He was forced to block and unload the force. Even so, his body was still under great pressure, and the pheromone that burst out did not help him at all. 8. Zhu Shizhou was in a good situation, but suddenly he let go of Feng Jing's wrist, kicked Feng Jing's chest, and flew backwards. As he flew backwards, a bullet passed between the 2 of them. Isn't it that simple? Bible continued to aim calmly. He used Feng Jing as bait, and thought that the enemy would relax their vigilance at this time. But unfortunately, the enemy was unwilling to give any flaws. Feng Jing's chest was seriously injured, and he felt that several ribs were broken. He took 2 steps back involuntarily, and was about to regain his center of gravity when he staggered. However, he saw Zhu Shizhou twisting in the air, and after landing lightly, he crushed a lot of dead leaves under his feet, and quickly dodged to the front, closing the distance with him again. There are still 2 moves to this guy's prophecy. Feng Jing let out a roar in his throat, and no longer wasted extra pheromones to invade the opponent's body, but concentrated all of them around him and on the surface of the body. Defense? This is not an opponent he can match. Feng Jing felt that the opponent's physical fitness was obviously not much different from his, but he had been suppressed in all directions since the beginning of the fight, and there was no chance of winning. Bible should have realized it. So, Bible, take Commander Su and run away. Feng Jing roared in his heart, but did not notice the slight abnormality that should be noticed under normal circumstances. The next moment, Feng Jing, who took a step forward, suddenly staggered. Bible was ready to escort Su Feng away, but noticed Feng Jing's abnormality. Feng Kite also glanced at his feet in disbelief. It was not because of a physical reason such as a leg injury, but because he stepped on a soft thing. After careful identification, it should be the dog shit left by a wild dog, because he could smell the stench. The dog shit was well covered by fallen leaves, so he thought the ground was flat. He slipped the moment he stepped on it, and his center of gravity shifted for a moment. It happened to be at this time. Bible felt that everything was going on strangely, and immediately raised his gun to support. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots were fired in a row. Zhu Shizhou still seemed to have foreseen the future. He did not slow down at all during the sprint. He just made a twisting movement and rushed to the front of the kite. The wind caused by the speed swept the fallen leaves along the way, with an unstoppable momentum, and huge kinetic energy. Zhu Shizhou punched the kite, who lost his center of gravity, but still tried to block. Stop! Otherwise I will kill Apple Pie. In a flash, Bible grabbed Apple Pie on the side, and put the muzzle of the gun against the forehead of Apple Pie, who was in a coma. Zhu Shizhou did not stop his action, but shouted, "Now! Shoot!" This was not shouted to Bible. It was shouted to Du Fei, who was hiding 500 meters away, and squatting on the trunk of a big tree watching this side. Bang! As the gunshot sounded, Zhu Shizhou's fist also hit the kite's chest. Bible grabbed Su Feng and pressed him under him. An apple pie was thrown aside by him. Chapter 847. What are you planning? This shot was fired by Du Fei. But Du Fei is the one who least understands this shot. Because when Zhu Shizhou instructed her in advance, he had already told her that Bible would threaten him with Apple Pie and others. But Zhu Shizhou told her never shoot at Bible to save Apple Pie. Instead, Zhu Shizhou asked her to aim the gun at Su Feng. Until the moment before the shot, she had not revealed any breath. But Bible was still on guard. From the moment Zhu Shizhou appeared, no. From earlier, when he was chosen to be Su Feng's guard, he put Su Feng's life safety first, even more than his own life. So when Feng Zheng and Zhu Shizhou fought, he formed a circle of protection around Su Feng and himself with his pheromones. The protective circle composed of pheromones can regard Su Feng as a part of his body, and sense the danger to Su Feng from the outside world. So when Du Fei pulled the trigger, Bible was 500 meters away from the crisis, and threw Su Feng to the ground. There was no time to care about Apple Pie and Feng Kite, who was fighting with the enemy. Bible was doing his best to protect Su Feng at the critical moment. And because of this, Zhu Shizhou's punch hit Feng Kite's chest. Feng Kite vomited blood. His sternum was sunken, and he flew backwards. He rolled several times on the ground before stopping and lying on the ground motionless. Bible hurriedly grabbed the gun that he had dropped on the ground in a hurry. But the next second, a cold gun muzzle was pointed at his forehead. Stuck. Realizing that the situation could not be saved, Bible looked up at the gunman, who was close to him, with an expressionless face. The other party still wore the funny frog mask on his face. Bible's body was still trying to cover Su Feng under him, and asked, "You won't kill me? Do you have any concerns?" Zhu Shizhou said, "It's not time to kill you yet. Your target is not Apple Pie, but Commander Su. Right?" Zhu Shizhou smiled and said, "The answer is correct." "How did you know?" "Just now. The gunman hiding in the dark opened fire directly after hearing your order, without any delay or hesitation. Judging from this decisiveness, shooting Commander Su was not a siege to save Zhao. But the first target was Commander Su," Bible said slowly. "You took such a big risk, and went to such great lengths to do all this. If you just wanted to save Apple Pie, you wouldn't have adopted such a drastic tactic when I pointed my gun at Apple Pie. So I judged that Apple Pie was actually insignificant to you." Zhu Shizhou nodded in agreement. "Very good speculation. But it's too late." Bible shook his head in his heart. It was indeed too late. If he had known that their target was Commander Su, he would have tried his best to persuade Commander Su to give up when Commander Su proposed to leave the manor. At the very least, he should have let the other black soldiers in the manor go out to explore before leaving. As a result, they left with Commander Su and immediately fell into the hands of the enemy. It was really a desperate situation. "Your speculation is very good. But how about letting me speculate too?" Bible's eyes flashed. "What are you speculating? Don't waste time. I'll just tell you the conclusion. Your conversation with me is just a delay." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Shizhou raised his left hand, and Bible saw that Zhu Shizhou also had a gun in his left hand. Bang! Zhu Shizhou didn't even turn his head, and he fired a shot directly to the left. At the same time, Feng Jing's figure just jumped up from the ground, as if to take the shot, and then a flower of blood appeared in his abdomen, and the whole person fell to the ground again. Bible, it's better to take the shot than to dodge. Feng Zheng wanted to fight for the last chance with a seriously injured posture, but unfortunately he was seen through by the enemy at a glance. And the enemy also grasped the timing very cleverly. When Feng Zheng was shot, his feet were off the ground, and there was no place to gain leverage in the air. So he was shot directly. This shot directly broke his lower body spine. Zhu Shizhou said. Bible frowned. How is it possible? The muscle density of the elite black soldiers is so high that a small bullet can never retain such a large amount of kinetic energy after entering the body. Feng Kai chose to fight for the last time, and has completely given up defense. He is also very confident that even if I react, he can dodge in time. The one who swims well will drown. This is the truth. The more you believe in the physical fitness of the elite black soldiers, the more you will rely on it, which is not conducive to fighting. Zhu Shizhou's condescending attitude made Bible speechless. But he was the loser now, and had no room to speak. The person Zhu Shizhou really wanted to talk to was not him, but Su Feng, who was under him, and still had a calm face even in such a desperate situation. In the previous rounds, he racked his brains to break through the defenses of Feng Kite and Bible, and tried many times, but the closest time to success was no more than the last time, when he was killed by Feng Kite, who was seriously injured and suddenly jumped up. And he did not reach the point of successfully talking to Su Feng. This time he went the farthest. Zhu Shizhou looked at Su Feng, and Su Feng seemed to sense his sight and said, "Get out of the way, Bible." "But," Su Feng said calmly, "get out of the way." Bible looked at Zhu Shizhou, then at Su Feng, and had no choice but to get out of the way. Su Feng stood up, patted the mud on his body slowly, and said to Zhu Shizhou, "Are you still not going to take off the mask?" Zhu Shizhou laughed. "If you have already guessed who I am, why do you want me to take off the mask?" Su Feng sighed. "It is meaningless for you to do this. What is your purpose? Kill me, or let the whole world be destroyed under your arrangement?" Zhu Shizhou restrained his smile and asked, "Are you sure I will fail?" Su Feng nodded calmly, not caring about his current critical situation at all, and asserted, "Yes, you will fail. If this is all you realize, then I can conclude that you will fail, even if your growth rate is fast enough. But I can still see your innocence." "Innocent? If you are decisive and confident enough, you should kill me now instead of continuing to talk to me. What is your purpose? Convince me to stand on your side?" Zhu Shizhou, "Don't be silly. Innocence can't save the world." Zhu Shizhou smiled when he heard it, took off the mask, and revealed his true face. Bible, who was standing by, had a completely confused expression. He couldn't understand why the mastermind behind this was this recently famous genius, who wanted to kill Commander Su. Zhu Shizhou smiled, pointed the gun in his left hand at Su Feng's forehead, and put his finger on the trigger. "Su Feng, do you think I will be shaken by what you said? You are not a man who will give up on yourself. According to my understanding of you, you will never give up even at the last moment of your life. You will try every means to achieve your desired goal. Even if you are sure to die, you will definitely maximize the benefits of your death. But you can't put your life aside. You are fundamentally different from other black soldiers. You put your existence above the world. You first believe that only you can save the world. So you can't give up your life before you are sure that you can save the world. So, you must have some conspiracy to appear here with a kite and a Bible. In other words, you must have made all preparations, considered all possible and impossible situations, and made preparations to deal with them before meeting me here. Su Feng, what are you thinking?" Chapter 848. The insect humanization plan has reached the final step. Su Feng looked at Zhu Shizhou, who was still an unknown person a few months ago. Facing Zhu Shizhou's fierce questioning, he said nothing, as if he didn't see the black muzzle of the gun on his forehead, and still maintained a calm expression. Zhu Shizhou was most annoyed by Su Feng's expression, because Su Feng always looked like he had everything under control. He knew very well that Su Feng's risk of leaving the manor must not be to give him a head, and his appearance in front of Su Feng was the best explanation for this. Su Feng estimated. No, it was basically certain that Su Feng had expected all this. But why? Zhu Shizhou still didn't understand. No matter how he calculated, he couldn't think of any benefit from Su Feng putting himself in danger. Looking at the silent Su Feng, Zhu Shizhou began to actively emit his own pheromones. The pheromone field formed a terrifying mountain of pressure, which was about to press down on Su Feng's head. But the Bible suddenly spoke. "Wait a minute. Although I don't know what you want to do, since you didn't kill us right away, it means we can negotiate, right?" Zhu Shizhou stopped the pheromone, after sensing that the terrifying pheromone stopped. Bible still couldn't believe that this pheromone could be emitted by a human. The pheromone that was so strong that it seemed to be solid was used by this man as if it was his arm. It was like he was not human. "What do you want to negotiate with me?" Zhu Shizhou glanced at Bible. Bible suddenly made a muffled sound, and the whole person seemed to be under heavy pressure, and his body was shaking. Zhu Shizhou simply covered the Bible with the pheromone field. The Bible's pheromones completely collapsed and were smashed into pieces by this simple pheromone wave. Resisting the discomfort, the Bible asked, "What do you want?" "You can't give me what I want." "How do you know if you don't try?" Commander Sue controls the actions of the Black Soldier Organization. And Commander Sue can dispatch everything in the United States. If I'm not mistaken, it should be related to the rats we caught? The Bible began to tentatively guess. In his opinion, the enemy's purpose may be very obvious. There is no roundabout reason. To think directly, all the rats in New York were caught because of the rat extermination operation launched in advance. I don't know how many rat organizations of all sizes have been wiped out. The enemies who attacked the manor may be the last survivors of the rat organization in New York. Although he didn't understand why Zhu Shizhou colluded with the rat organization, the Bible could only think of this reason. In short, I should hold this guy back for now. Wait until he lets down his guard. And then secretly deploy my pheromones. As long as I can seize the opportunity, my pheromone ability should be able to. But before he could finish his thoughts, he heard Zhu Shizhou's laughter. Hee hee, ha ha ha. Zhu Shizhou just chuckled at first, but later he laughed out loud. Bible, I've been waiting for your final killer move. But it turns out to be only this level? What? Your pheromone ability. Do you think I don't know? Zhu Shizhou said sarcastically. Your pheromones are extremely concealed and cohesive. If they extend in a single direction, they can extend for several kilometers. Bible's face remained unchanged, but his heart gradually sank. He sensed that the pheromones he tried to extend in the direction of the manor were cut off by a strong pheromone. It was Zhu Shizhou's pheromones. It turned out that he had discovered his little move long ago. In this case, Bible's figure suddenly bounced up. Under Zhu Shizhou's gun, the speed of Bible's burst could almost leave an afterimage on the spot. At the critical moment of life and death, Bible did not even consider the possibility of defense and subsequent changes. There was no room for thinking. And now all he had to do was fight. Feng Kite's desperate warning was useless. In this situation, how could he not fight the opponent in close combat? Even if the opponent's close combat ability was terrifying, he had to fight. Commander Sue, run away. Bible had only said half of his words when Zhu Shizhou's gun followed him like a shadow. Sorry. My pheromones have been staring at you. Bang! A bullet hit the knee of Bible, and Bible punched Zhu Shizhou in the face regardless of the pain. However, Zhu Shizhou just turned sideways, and Bible's fist slipped past him. When Bible wanted to change his punch, Zhu Shizhou raised his hand and fired another shot, and Bible's elbow joint was accurately hit. In this close-range situation, Bible had nowhere to hide, and was hit by 2 consecutive shots. But his face did not change at all. Even so, he still attacked Zhu Shizhou frantically. Zhu Shizhou was forced to take 2 small steps back, dodge twice on the spot, and seize the opportunity to raise his hand and shoot again. The other leg of Bible was also shot. Joint damage is not a problem that can be solved by willpower. Both legs were broken and Bible fell to the ground with a thud. Zhu Shizhou stood not far away without blushing or panting. Zhu Shizhou did not sigh much before he tried to take the last step. He had fought with Feng Zheng and Bible respectively. Even though their fighting skills as elite black soldiers had reached perfection, he was familiar with their fighting styles. He only needed to make a slight move to crush them in close combat. Feng Zheng had fallen, and Bible was not immune. There was no surprise to Bible. There was a gap in the strength of the two, and he had no weapons. It was normal for him to lose to the opponent in 2 or 3 moves. At the moment he fell to the ground, he tried his best to look back, wanting to see how far Commander Sue had escaped for the opportunity he had fought so hard for. As a result, he was dumbfounded at a glance, because Commander Sue was standing there, not even a step away. Why? Commander Sue! Run! Why not run? Bible shouted. Su Feng looked grim, not even glancing at Bible lying on the ground, ignoring Bible's cry, and said to Zhu Shizhou, "Isn't the farce over? Too much time has been wasted. Tell me, Zhu Shizhou, what do you want to do?" Zhu Shizhou sighed. "I really don't understand why you can still be so calm at this time. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" "You won't. I am more valuable alive than dead. Even if you fake my death, you won't kill me," Su Feng said calmly. "You are hesitant. This is your biggest weakness. And you don't understand what I have arranged. So you won't kill me before you figure out my arrangement." Zhu Shizhou said indifferently, "You are half right. But don't get me wrong. This is not hesitant. The reason why I spared your life is just to squeeze out more information about your arrangement. and the extent of the ARC plan against the United States. As he said, Zhu Shizhou was about to step forward to subdue Su Feng. However, something completely unexpected happened next. Su Feng picked up the gun that Bible had thrown on the ground before, and then not pointed the gun at him, but at the Bible lying on the ground. At this moment, Zhu Shizhou's hair stood up. What are you doing? Bang! Su Feng fired. Bible sensed the danger from behind, but because his legs were disabled, he could not dodge the bullet. The bullet shot out from Su Feng's gun and hit the back of Bible's head accurately. Bible was dead. Su Feng answered Zhu Shizhou's question calmly. It's obvious that I'm killing the person you should have killed. There is another one. Su Feng turned the gun around, without even aiming, and fired another shot. A bloody hole appeared on the head of Feng Kite, who was seriously injured and unconscious not far away. Damn. What happened? Zhu Shizhou cursed in his heart. Even though he knew that Su Feng was inhumane to a certain extent, he didn't expect him to kill Feng Kite and Bible. You know, these two elite black soldiers gave their lives to protect him, but he killed them with 2 shots. Zhu Shizhou's mind was full of confusion and chaos. Su Feng, on the other hand, threw the gun on the ground as if nothing had happened and looked at Zhu Shizhou. It's inconvenient for them to know what happens next, so they have to die. As for what you want to know, I can tell you how far I have progressed in the US ARC project. But do you really need to know? Zhu Shizhou remained silent. When talking to Su Feng, who was serious, any unintentional answer could reveal his thoughts. Sure enough, you didn't predict it, Su Feng said lightly. If you predicted it, you would never be here playing guessing games with me leisurely. Do you really think you have a lot of time? Zhu Shizhou had a bad feeling in his heart. What do you mean? Su Feng said lightly. You think the US ARC project has not yet started, or is about to start. But in fact, the US ARC project has already started. But the US doesn't know it yet. The US ARC project has already started, but the US itself doesn't know. Zhu Shizhou glared at Su Feng. His eyes were wide open. That's right. How could I hand over the leadership to the United States? Why do you think I appeared in New York? Su Feng laughed. Because I have secretly implemented their ARC plan on behalf of the United States. The plan to turn all Americans into insects has reached the final step. Chapter 849. This is a wonderful stage created for you. What did you say? Zhu Shizhou stepped forward and grabbed Su Feng's collar. Su Feng said calmly, It's too late. Zhu Shizhou. The American insect plan has never been controlled by the United States. It's just that the United States unilaterally thought that their ARC plan was flawless. But in fact their intelligence system has long been a sieve. Think carefully. Didn't you find any clues before? Clues? What bullshit clues? Zhu Shizhou threw away Su Feng's collar, covered his head, and thought frantically. If there were clues, Papua New Guinea Island was the source of the clues. Their staff officer fled from the United States to Papua New Guinea, and Su Feng allowed the Papua New Guinea military to study insects on the island. That staff officer. Yes, I helped him. Su Feng brushed off the non-existent dust on his collar. A few years ago, after I discovered the ARC project of the United States, I began to prepare for this matter intentionally. I helped him get the core part of the American Zerd plan under the guise of that staff officer. But he himself was completely unaware of it. Do you think he can really escape the sight of the United States alone? In fact, without my secret help, he would have been captured by the United States long ago. Not to mention being a staff officer in Papua New Guinea. After that, I sent researchers to Papua New Guinea to study Zerg. Combined with the core data transmitted by the black soldiers, I infiltrated into the US military. I actually successfully realized the technology of transforming humans into Zerg people a long time ago. Of course, the United States is also. Zhu Shizhou closed his eyes. So you start to control everything. Yes. Zhu Shizhou said what Su Feng did not say on behalf of Su Feng. In order to realize your annihilation plan, you must ensure that every link is under your control. This naturally includes the American ARC plan. Damn. He still underestimated Su Feng. He naively thought that as long as he stopped the United States, he could stop the ARC plan. Unexpectedly, the real owner of the American ARC plan was Su Feng. From the beginning, he had no room to intervene. No wonder. This makes sense. Su Feng has been letting the United States be turned upside down by him, and letting New York be in chaos. In fact, it is just seemingly giving some scoundrels opportunities. If these scoundrels are obsessed with the chaos in New York, They will not realize the real problem. And the ARC plan is moving forward without stopping. He was deceived by Su Feng. What he did in New York was just a small fight. Even if he now has an absolute advantage in front of Su Feng, he has failed strategically. Su Feng's calm face finally showed a little ripple. Because he heard the word annihilation plan from Zhu Shizhou. This means that the man in front of him has touched the core. How did you know about the annihilation plan? Su Feng finally smiled and asked. Zhu Shizhou still covered his head, and his expression could not be seen clearly. But his voice was slightly trembling. Su Feng. You bastard. You better not speak now. Otherwise, I really can't help but kill you. Su Feng's evaluation of Zhu Shizhou was even higher. In addition to the fact that Zhu Shizhou had known about his annihilation plan in advance, he also saw Zhu Shizhou's strong ability to control emotions. Even though he knew that everything he had done before was useless, and the situation had reached an irreversible desperate situation, Zhu Shizhou was still able to remain calm. This was completely different from the Zhu Shizhou he had met 3 months ago. And what about Zhu Shizhou himself? Only he could understand his feelings. If the Insect Man plan really reached the last step as Su Feng said, then even if he could go back 10,000 times, he would not be able to stop it. Since Su Feng dared to take the risk of leaving the manor, it meant that the Insect Man plan had strictly formulated the execution procedures. And even without Su Feng's command, the procedures would be implemented step by step. Unless Su Feng, who formulated the Insect Man plan, ordered the cancellation of the Insect Man plan, it would be impossible to save it. But how could Su Feng stop at the last step? Control Su Feng, then disguise as Su Feng, and pretend to be Su Feng to give orders? Zhu Shizhou thought of this method at the first time, but it was impossible to do it. He had no idea how Su Feng contacted with whom to execute the program. So it was impossible to use Su Feng to stop the Insect Man plan. Are there any other methods? Damn it! What if I met Su Feng now? What if I can control Su Feng or kill him directly? As long as I can't stop the Insect Man plan, everything I have done is in vain. Damn! Su Feng felt serious discomfort, because the pheromones around Zhu Shizhou began to boil uncontrollably. As Zhu Shizhou's emotions fluctuated, the pheromones that were originally so thick that it was suffocating began to frequently create pressure on Su Feng. Can a person's pheromones be so dense? If conditions permit, Su Feng would like to study Zhu Shizhou from beginning to end. Seeing Su Feng still standing calmly, Zhu Shizhou's anger could no longer be contained. And he gritted his teeth and said, Su Feng, order to stop the Insect Man plan. Otherwise, I will really kill you. Su Feng picked up the gun on the ground, turned the muzzle, pointed the muzzle at himself, and the grip at Zhu Shizhou, and handed the gun to Zhu Shizhou, saying lightly, okay, shoot. Zhu Shizhou froze. Su Feng said, since you don't dare to shoot, what else can you say? You know better than anyone how important I am to the Black Soldier Organization. And you also know that once I die, the Black Soldier Organization will fall into chaos, and the world will fall into further crisis. But you still can't kill me, right? That's why I say you are naive. I originally saw you set up a trap to force me into the final desperate situation step by step. And I thought you had grown up to have the confidence to take over the world's defense line in my place. But I didn't expect it to be this level. You? Su Feng was about to say something, but the breathing of the third person in the situation, Apple Pie, suddenly became chaotic for a moment. Su Feng closed his mouth. Zhu Shizhou stared coldly at Apple Pie on the ground. Since you are awake, don't pretend. Get up. Apple Pie opened his eyes without any hesitation and bounced off the ground. It seems that the battle is over? I knew you would come to save me. The kite and the Bible were both killed. It's really neat. Haha. This is the fake Commander Su? It looks quite similar. Su Feng nodded. He understood Apple Pie's position after hearing what Apple Pie said. So that's how it is. Is that how you used her? Looking at Apple Pie's awkward smile, Su Feng's hand that handed the gun to Zhu Shizhou flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he held the gun himself, pointed the muzzle at Apple Pie in an instant, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Su Feng threw away the gun in his hand. It turned out that Zhu Shizhou shot him in the arm. Apple Pie was confused. At that moment, she felt a strong crisis of death. Her body, which had just woken up from anesthesia, could not move in time. She was about to be shot by this fake Su Feng. Fortunately, Zhu Shizhou took action in time. Zhu Shizhou didn't even look at Apple Pie, but just stared at Su Feng coldly, exuding a low-pressure atmosphere. Su Feng. What do you want? What? Su Feng asked back, covering his injured arm. Don't play dumb. You should know clearly. You have calculated all this, including declaring your victory to me face to face now. What is the purpose of putting yourself in such a dangerous situation? Do you have enough chips in your hand? Su Feng smiled at Zhu Shizhou. Look, you are anxious again. Zhu Shizhou tightened his grip on the gun. Su Feng did not keep him in suspense. Zhu Shizhou, you seem to have made a mistake. It seems that you have always regarded me as an enemy. But it is completely different on my side. Do you still remember the agreement with me? Agreement? Isn't that thing useless? Whether it is the execution of the Insect Man plan on its own, or the layout from beginning to end to use him as a chess piece, it is far from the previous agreement. It was for this reason that he had to try to stop the crazy Su Feng. Zhu Shizhou thought of this and finally couldn't help but roar. Agreement? What the hell are you talking about? Su Feng. What the hell are you talking about? Waiting for him to become the strongest human in 3 months to solve the alien insect crisis. Are you waiting for me? Agreement? Make an agreement. Damn it. I might as well just shoot you here. Damn it. Facing the furious Zhu Shizhou, Su Feng just shook his head. Haven't you realized it yet? At this moment, Zhu Shizhou actually saw from Su Feng's face that it was not the expression that he knew Su Feng would show. Su Feng actually had a crazy smile on his face. Zhu Shizhou, you are so slow. I didn't expect that you still haven't realized it at this point. This is the perfect stage I have painstakingly created for you. Instantly, Zhu Shizhou was struck by lightning, and stared at Su Feng in disbelief, as if he had thought of something. Zhu Shizhou, you have deduced my annihilation plan. But have you ever thought about it? Why do you know the annihilation plan? Do you think it's just my negligence? What do you mean? Zhu Shizhou still couldn't believe the truth he guessed. The reason why you can deduce the annihilation plan is because you know that the insect research plan comes from the United States. And then you think of the American ARC plan. Right? Su Feng laughed. So for the Papua New Guinea mission, I could have concealed the source of the insect plan. As long as I concealed that the source of the insect plan was the United States. You naturally couldn't think that the American ARC plan was the transformation of all people into insects. And it was even more impossible for you to see through my annihilation plan. But do you know why I didn't hide the source? Because I left this clue for you on purpose. Zhu Shizhou, do you think my backup plan is the annihilation plan? Do you think my real purpose is just to implement the annihilation plan? Have you ever thought about what role you will play in this game? The answer has been very clear from the beginning. When you told me about your predictive ability, the future has been determined now. My real backup plan is you. You are the trump card I carefully prepared. Su Feng said to himself, and the crazy smile on his face became more and more obvious. He looks like a complete madman. There is no other plan for the turmoil after the insect humanization of the United States except the final annihilation plan to be implemented. Any turmoil caused by the insect humans, the disaster of the alien insects attracted by the insects, and the holes in the world outside the omniscient island are of no value to me. The limit I can consider is to use the annihilation weapon to the extreme and annihilate all the alien insects on the Earth in the United States in one breath. The worst result is to annihilate all other continents and the Zerg, leaving only Illumination as a piece of pure land. But that is only the worst result. So do you understand? You have to create your own ideal picture based on the worst result I designed. This is the wonderful and excellent stage I created for you. A miracle with the ability to predict the future, where only you can perform perfectly. Wish Sergio. Become a new hero on this stage. Chapter 850 Kidnapping Su Feng. It was calculated. Thoroughly. It was calculated. Zhu Shizhou recognized this fact. Su Feng left the manor with Feng Zheng and the Bible, seemingly putting himself in a new danger. But in fact, everything had been arranged. Zhu Shizhou inferred from the current situation, even if he did not appear in front of Su Feng. Su Feng should have killed Feng Zheng and the Bible without mercy. It was not because Feng Zheng and the Bible were not loyal, but because the stage designed by Su Feng was specially prepared for him, and no one could know it. And Su Feng must have expected that when he appeared in front of Su Feng, he would never let Su Feng leave again. Everything was calculated by Su Feng, and Su Feng would take this opportunity to disappear from the sight of the Black Soldier Organization. In the eyes of the Black Soldier Organization, Su Feng naturally encountered an accident and was killed or abducted by the enemy. However, the subsequent Insect Man plan set according to the program would not stop because of this. Su Feng must have emphasized this point before leaving the manor. So when Su Feng disappeared, the Zerg plan caused chaos. And there was no leader. Everyone could only watch the plan progress steadily. And it went to an extremely bad point until a new hero appeared. This hero will show a strength that is different from others. Sort out the situation in the chaos. Reverse the bad situation. Stand out from all the black soldiers. Make a brilliant debut. And become a new generation of heroes. Maybe the hero can save the world outside the island of Illinois. Or maybe not. If it can be saved, then the hero will become the savior of the outside world. If not, the annihilation weapon will solve everything. This is the perfect plot written by Su Feng. The worst possible outcome is to keep the last spark of human civilization in Illumination and annihilate all the life on the rest of the continents, including the Zerg. What a good plan. What a fucking good plan. Su Feng, you are even crazier than I thought. After understanding everything, Zhu Shizhou finally couldn't help cursing. Su Feng covered his injured arm, restrained his smile, and showed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. So do you understand? From beginning to end, I have never deviated from the agreement. But you? Everything is deviating from the correct course. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Feng wanted to pick up the gun on the ground and shoot Apple Pie, who was watching the conversation between the two in a daze. But when he bent down to pick up the gun, Zhu Shizhou fired a bullet on the ground with a bang, leaving a crater with gunpowder. Don't you wake up? Zhu Shizhou? Su Feng sighed. Wake up? Yes, I should wake up. Zhu Shizhou's voice sounded extremely low, and then quickly turned cold. I should never have had any hope for you. Su Feng, I admit that your plan is crazy and feasible. But your plan is a shabby plan based on despair. Zhu Shizhou stepped forward and punched Su Feng hard. Su Feng did not resist, and was knocked to the ground by Zhu Shizhou's reserved punch. After falling to the ground, Su Feng was forcibly pulled up by Zhu Shizhou. Su Feng, what were you thinking when you made this plan? No matter how you feel, I'm afraid you have already decided to give up the other people on Illinois Island? Because of your plan, human civilization may fall into an irreversible situation, and only a part of the people will survive. Is this what you call a brilliant plan? Su Feng, you dare to repeat it to me again? Are you sure you are not kidding? Fuck. Su Feng's face was no longer crazy as before. Looking at Zhu Shizhou, who was so excited that he was drooling and grabbing his collar and questioning him. He sneered. Zhu Shizhou, you are just afraid now. Fear? Zhu Shizhou was stunned for a moment, and then became fierce again, as if the surprise just now was an illusion. But Su Feng would not let go of this flaw. You are just a bluff to cover up your fear. Faced with the sudden huge pressure, it seems that the survival of the whole world is instantly on your shoulders. You are afraid. In order to hide your fear, you have to show a strong appearance and question me. Am I wrong? Zhu Shizhou suddenly felt that his heart was pressed down by a mountain. Su Feng continued, Zhu Shizhou, resist fear. In order to eliminate fear, give it a try in this chaos. You have no way out. Don't think about getting an order from me to stop the insect humanization. It's useless. It's too late. All you can do now is accept it. Zhu Shizhou, I have built the stage for you. What kind of performance you can show on this stage is not something I can control. If you want to change all this, let me see how far you can go. Damn it! Damn it! Fuck! Fuck! Bastard! Ah! Zhu Shizhou roared wildly. He cursed countless times in his heart, and he knew it was useless. He made a lightning-fast move and chopped Su Feng's neck with a knife. Su Feng fell to the ground and fainted. After the shout, the whole forest was filled with Zhu Shizhou's roar. After the echo faded, the scene fell into dead silence. Then, Zhu Shizhou gasped and tried to calm down. Apple Pie saw it all, and she tentatively spoke. Hey, did you lie to me? No matter how stupid Apple Pie was, she knew that the man who fell in front of her was not the fake Su Feng, but the real Commander Su. Although the details were not clear, it was clear from the conversation between the two that there was indeed a relationship between the two that others did not know about. Commander Su's words were even more terrifying. At least Apple Pie felt cold all over after hearing them. As an undercover agent, Apple Pie lurked in the U.S. military. She thought her mission was to ensure that the U.S. Zerg plan was carried out according to the established steps. But she never thought that the Zerg plan had already been launched and was controlled by Commander Su. If it weren't for Zhu Shizhou, she might not know the truth until the end. Zhu Shizhou ignored Apple Pie's questioning And Apple Pie didn't dare to ask a second question, because she was really afraid that Zhu Shizhou would shoot her to silence her. With Zhu Shizhou's strength, she could be killed with one shot, and there was no need to fire a second shot. So Apple Pie asked the second question, what should we do now? Your roar just now will definitely attract the manor's black soldiers, and they may also react that Commander Su is in danger. Let's go! Zhu Shizhou finally calmed down and said. Apple Pie looked at Commander Su, who was knocked unconscious by a knife. Do you want to take Commander Su with you? Take him. Zhu Shizhou is now very irritable and speaks very concisely. Apple Pie can feel that his pheromones are all agitated, like a volcano about to erupt. She swallowed her saliva, stepped forward to grab the unconscious Commander Su, and was in a trance again. She never dreamed that she could hold the top leader of the Black Soldier organization in her hand like a chicken. But she had to do it because she was really afraid of death. In the distance, Du Fei didn't know what happened, but she didn't want to know. She got down from the tree quickly, and quickly caught up with Zhu Shizhou and Apple Pie, who kidnapped Su Feng. When the black soldiers in the manor discovered the abnormality and rushed over, Zhu Shizhou and others had been gone for half an hour. Chapter 851 Confusion and Illusion. Stop it, Zhu Shizhou. There are only black soldiers outside. Apple Party persuaded Zhu Shizhou earnestly. At this moment, they were hiding in an empty house in the suburbs. The owner of the house usually worked in the city, and only came to the house to meet his lover during holidays, so it was idle most of the time. This was the conclusion Zhu Shizhou came to after carefully searching every corner of the house. Zhu Shizhou thought it was not too careful to deal with Su Feng. After all, Su Feng had expected that he would appear in front of him and be kidnapped by him. Zhu Shizhou was also worried that any idle house he encountered on the road was Su Feng's work. After Su Feng disappeared, the black soldiers went berserk as expected, especially when the black soldiers searched the bodies of the kite and the Bible in the woods. All the black soldiers in the manor were dispatched. Su Feng's value to the black soldier organization, to the entire world, is self-evident. Fortunately, in order not to cause greater unrest, Da Vinci temporarily controlled the intelligence. Of course, the situation has been reported to the top leaders, and the decision should be made by the top leaders. In any case, the black soldiers have set up a dragnet around the manor, and all the black soldiers have launched pheromone fields and started a carpet search. This is also the reason why Apple Pie is worried. In the face of Apple Pie's concerns, before Zhu Shizhou spoke, Du Fei said, "Stop? What are you kidding? How can you stop in this situation? Stopping will only lead to death. You are still an elite black soldier. Are you so stupid?" Apple Pie was angry. "What did you say?" "I said you are stupid. Fuck. If you hadn't dragged me down and deceived me, would I have become your accomplice? If it wasn't too late to turn back now, I would have arrested you and handed you over to the organization." Du Fei sneered. "I think you can't be Zhu Shizhou." Apple Pie. I really want to refute, but it is true. Damn it. Apple Pie wanted to cry, but had no tears. She was obviously a loyal black soldier. Why did she fall to this point? Everything she did was to save the real Commander Su. But in the end, she helped the evil and let Commander Su be kidnapped. She didn't even dare to imagine what kind of torture she would be subjected to after being caught by the organization. Now she could only pray that Zhu Shizhou can continue his previous magic and lead them to escape the net set up by the black soldiers. When she thought of this, Apple Pie became a little anxious, looking at Zhu Shizhou, who was thinking on the side, and asked, "Zhu Shizhou, what are you doing? Do you have any solution?" Zhu Shizhou seemed very calm. "I know you are in a hurry, but don't worry. We have no means of transportation now, and the black soldiers have even dispatched armed helicopters. Leaving the house rashly will only increase the risk of exposure." Apple Pie said again, "But according to the current search intensity of the black soldiers, they will soon be able to search us here. We are just waiting to die if we stay here. It hasn't come to that point yet. And I'm not saying that we have to wait here until the black soldiers find us. It's just that the time to leave here is not right now." Apple Pie was going crazy. She couldn't understand why this guy didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Why was he waiting for such a bullshit opportunity? Du Fei looked at Apple Pie with disdain, and sneered. "Is this what the elite black soldiers are like? No one knows." Zhu Shizhou said he was waiting for the opportunity. But in fact, he was hesitating now. He was hesitating whether to go back to the game. It was not difficult to get out of the current predicament, no matter how hard the black soldiers searched. As long as they went back to the game enough times, They could always find a flaw and escape. So there were two choices in front of him. The first choice was to try to escape with Su Feng and the others now. Even if they died, they could go back to yesterday. The second choice was to stay in this house for a day and wait for the replay point to refresh before trying to escape from the house. The former had room for consideration, and the latter had no possibility of turning back. But even if I choose the former, I will just repeat the route I took before and come back to this time point. If I do it again, will my choice change? Su Feng had set up the game a long time ago, and he was powerless to change it. While he was unwilling, he had to admit that the stage designed by Su Feng for him was too suitable for him to perform. It was just like putting a delicious cake in front of him. Eating it would only benefit him. Su Feng disappeared, and a strong man suddenly appeared to save the world. It was a perfect savior script. From this point of view, Su Feng treated the world badly, but not him badly. Even though he was filled with uncontrollable anger, Zhu Shizhou analyzed it rationally, and it was indeed the case. So should we continue to follow the script given by Su Feng? Zhu Shizhou was really confused. Facing Su Feng's design, he even felt a little bit of fear in his heart. He didn't know what other means and conspiracies Su Feng would have next. Should he torture Su Feng or kill him on the spot? This was another confusing choice. He needed to make choices everywhere. Once he made a wrong choice, he would face the crisis of the world's collapse. A single day of rewinding would not help at all. If he made a mistake in the general direction, it would be difficult to turn back. The heavy responsibility plus the mental pressure of countless rewinds made Zhu Shizhou's heart heavy, and he almost couldn't breathe. Just as he stood by the bed confusedly and opened the heavy curtains to look out the window, Su Feng, who was lying on the floor, groaned and woke up. Zhu Shizhou didn't look back. Du Fei and Apple Pie looked nervous. Su Feng's voice came. "Why didn't you tie me up? Your kidnapping is a bit crude." Zhu Shizhou replied with disgust. "Anyway, this is what you want to see, right? As long as the script follows the route you set, you won't resist. What's the difference between tying or not tying?" Su Feng smiled. And then Zhu Shizhou heard the creaking sound of a wooden chair from behind. Looking back, Su Feng was sitting on the chair carelessly, without the cowering posture that a hostage should have, but instead looked like the owner of this house. "Why are you resting here? Now the black soldiers are searching for our whereabouts vigorously. If we rest here, we will be easily found by the black soldiers." Zhu Shizhou said coldly. "Don't make noise. I'm thinking." "What are you thinking about?" "Zhu Shizhou, I see confusion in you." "Shut up. Rather than confusion, it's fear. Am I right? You are afraid of taking responsibility. When you were just a black soldier, you only had to fight me. But when you became the savior, you need to think more." "Shut up. You should also understand that I am right. My plan can preserve the human race and eliminate the alien insects around the world. And you keep struggling forward. At most, you can only become a powerful weapon in the eyes of everyone. And finally, the position you are standing on is far from the script I provided you." "Shut up. Su Feng. Damn it. Zhu Shizhou, you don't have much time left. While you are still hesitating, the Zerd plan has quietly started. This is a wave you can't stop. Since it can't be stopped, then you only need to consider one thing. That is, how to reach the highest peak of mankind in this wave." Zhu Shizhou roared at Su Feng. "Damn it. I told you to shut up." Su Feng, however, looking back, there was no one on the chair in the room. Du Fei and Apple Pie looked at Zhu Shizhou in panic and fear. The air was much quieter, leaving only Zhu Shizhou's heavy breathing. After a long while, Du Fei swallowed his saliva and said cautiously with trembling, "Zhu Shizhou, Su Feng is not awake yet. Who are you talking to?" Chapter 852 Su Feng's Letter to Da Vinci. Silence. Zhu Shizhou held his forehead and shook his head vigorously. Even he felt incredible. Damn. What's going on? Is it because of too much pressure? He actually imagined the scene of Su Feng talking to him, in the cold air, facing Du Fei and Apple Pie with strange expressions. He didn't explain anything. Zhu Shizhou forced himself to calm down, not wanting to be disturbed by the hallucination just now. He glanced at Su Feng, who was still lying on the ground, and murmured, "Huh. At this point, we can only keep going." Du Fei swallowed his saliva and asked carefully again, "Hey, Zhu Shizhou, are you okay?" "Nothing." Zhu Shizhou's face was completely free of the anger just now. Du Fei looked at Zhu Shizhou, who looked normal. and even suspected that the angry Zhu Shizhou he saw just now was his hallucination. This guy acted as if nothing had happened. Apple Pie on the side suddenly said in the strange silence, "Is this the sequelae of the Seventh Sense?" Zhu Shizhou was stunned by this. Not to mention Du Fei. Seventh Sense? Du Fei was puzzled. Apple Pie said, "Isn't it? How did Zhu Shizhou predict and direct my actions on Wall Street before? Wasn't it relying on the Seventh Sense? And I see that Zhu Shizhou's pheromones are getting stronger and stronger, reaching an inhuman level. So I have this guess. Du Fei did not come from a traditional black soldier education, and had no idea about the strength of pheromones. He only knew that Zhu Shizhou's pheromones were very strong, but he didn't know that such a strong pheromone could be considered extremely abnormal. Now she was even more confused by what Apple Pie said. Even if the pheromone is so strong that it is inhuman, it shouldn't cause hallucinations. Right? Apple Pie looked at Du Fei with contempt. You are a black soldier level strongman after all. How come you don't even know the essence of pheromones? The essence of pheromones is nothing more than information. And the Seventh Sense is a conjecture of humans after developing pheromones to the limit. Experts speculate that after pheromones break through the limit, humans can perceive the future built by information. In other words, Zhu Shizhou's hallucination just now may not be a hallucination, but a future that evolved after his pheromones went out of control unconsciously. This explanation made Du Fei suddenly enlightened, and she looked at Zhu Shizhou. Is that so? Zhu Shizhou was also stunned. Why does it sound so reasonable? Zhu Shizhou shook his head with a cold face. In the end, Apple Pie was misled by his command post on Wall Street. He relied on the prediction of the retracement throughout the process. As a result, Apple Pie regarded it as the Seventh Sense. So it was normal for Apple Pie to give a self-righteous explanation along this line of thought. Moreover, Zhu Shizhou's family also knew about his own affairs. I am afraid that I am really going crazy. There have been countless retracements. I have lost count of them. It is really because I am exhausted physically and mentally. My nerves are always tense. It is not terrible to be entangled by the pressure of death again and again. What is terrible is that such retracements seem to have no end. After meeting Su Feng today and understanding Su Feng's true plot, the heavy pressure is like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The nerves in his brain finally broke at that moment. This was not a sign of the birth of the Seventh Sense, but the beginning of his own collapse. However, no matter how the illusion just now came about, his conversation with Su Feng itself represented a part of his subconscious. In fact, he also knew very well that if he could perform perfectly on the stage prepared by Su Feng for him, his status in the Black Soldier organization would be greatly improved. But all this would be based on the inevitable destruction of lives. No, I can't collapse yet. Zhu Shizhou forced himself to suppress all negative emotions, held his forehead and took a deep breath, and then regained his calm. Now is not the time to talk about these. Now is the time to consider the current situation. Du Fei looked at Zhu Shizhou worriedly. Zhu Shizhou's tone seemed to be indifferent. Is this really okay? Apple Pie looked at Zhu Shizhou for a while before saying, "It seems that you have made a decision." Although Apple Pie gave an explanation of the Seventh Sense, only she knew how much she believed it. To be honest, Zhu Shizhou's abnormality just now scared her. But she changed her mind and thought that this guy had done something crazy like kidnapping Commander Su. So his mental state must have been different from that of an ordinary person. Now she looked at Zhu Shizhou as if he were a madman. But no matter what, she and Zhu Shizhou are now on the same boat. So even if Zhu Shizhou is really crazy, she has to pretend that he is not crazy. Otherwise it is equivalent to being killed in front of the Black Soldier organization. Take a rest and leave at night. Apple Pie was very anxious and frowned, saying, "We have to wait until night to leave. What if the Black Soldier comes to our door?" Zhu Shizhou said calmly. I said, "Wait until night. Do you have any objection?" Apple Pie paused, feeling the heavy pheromones like a mountain pressing on her body, and she trembled all over. No objection. No objection. I also need time to recover my pheromones. Apple Pie then remembered that Zhu Shizhou's current pheromones were the result of a day of continuous fighting, and they were also the residual pheromones after the pheromone explosion. His pheromones were probably only 20% to 30% of those in his heyday, but he was still able to crush her. What a monster. But why did he have to wait until night? Does it take so long for Zhu Shizhou to recover his pheromones? She didn't know that Zhu Shizhou had to wait until night to act. Just to wait for the update of the replay point. Only after the replay point was updated He could continue to move forward without retreating and without looking back. He could only move forward. And only in this way could he remain unshakable. Manor. Underground command room. Report. Search in Area D yielded no results. Report. The traces turned to the manor midway. The initial judgment is that the enemy did it on purpose. Our reconnaissance team was misled. The enemy's tactics are very clever. Report. The higher-ups replied. Da Vinci sat in the manor, listening to the intelligence said back by his subordinates, without saying a word. To put it nicely, it was sitting in the manor. To put it bluntly, it was house arrest. Some of the black soldiers in the manor were not his people, but the men of Feng Zheng and Sheng Jing. Now 2 of the 3 elite black soldiers were dead. But he was still alive. And the place where Su Feng disappeared was this damn manor. So he was naturally guarded by Feng Zheng and Sheng Jing's covert mobile forces. However, the search work still had to continue, which caused the current strange situation. He could not leave the manor, but he could command the search work remotely. The incident had been reported to the higher-ups, and as expected, it caused a strong shock, and the organization began to reinforce here. At least 10 nearby black soldier bases were sending more troops here. The higher-ups issued a death order, and even if they had to dig 3 feet underground, they had to find Commander Su. The command power he could enjoy was probably only for a while. When the large force arrived, new elite black soldiers would command the search work. After listening to the report of the black soldiers in front of him, Da Vinci nodded expressionlessly. I understand. You go out first. The black soldiers left the command room below and closed the door intimately, leaving Da Vinci alone in the underground command room. After a long while, Da Vinci opened the drawer under the desk slowly like a thief. There was a piece of paper lying inside. The handwriting of Commander Su was on the paper. The opening sentence was a sentence. Da Vinci. This letter is probably only for you. By the time you see it, I may have disappeared. But don't panic. My disappearance is part of my plan. Da Vinci has studied this piece of paper over and over again 3 or 4 times. The letter left by Commander Su before leaving the manor has only one meaning. Find a way to obstruct the organization's search. Da Vinci doesn't know why Su Feng ordered this. But as a black soldier, he doesn't need to know. He just needs to obey orders. In addition, Commander Su did not mention what his fate would be after obstructing the organization's search. And Da Vinci couldn't ask. The result is obvious. He will become a real traitor in the eyes of others. Chapter 853 Bone Crow. It started to rain. At first, it was just a drizzle like a woman's whisper, falling softly in the lush forest in the suburbs, spreading a soft and dense rain curtain. Not long after, it became a torrential rain like the roar of thousands of people, and heavy and huge raindrops rolled from the sky to the mud and smashed countless marching drums. In the forest covered by the sudden and loud rainstorm, there were constantly people moving forward quickly, crushing the muddy road under their feet, making a wet trampling sound, which did not stop for a long time. If you look closely, you can find that the people searching in the forest are orderly in the chaos. The team seems to be wandering around in the forest without any direction. But in fact there is no chaos at all. And in the interval between the heavy rain and moderate rain, 2 groups of people met in the forest. Each of the 2 groups has more than 30 people, and each has a leader. All of them are fully armed and holding black soldier standard firearms. Originally, the search teams of both sides should have performed their duties and not interfered with each other. But the captains of the 2 groups knew each other, and the search work had not made any progress. So after the 2 groups met, the captains of both sides ordered their team members to take a short break, and the 2 captains stood under a tree to exchange information. However, although it was called exchanging information, in fact, neither side gained anything. So the topic soon entered the stage of chatting. One of them said in a low voice, Yin Gui, I didn't expect you to come too. Yin Gui. This is the code name of the other person's elite black soldier. He glanced at the other person and replied lazily and slowly, after all, it was a task assigned by the superior. I didn't expect the situation to be so critical. When did that adult come to New York? Maybe there is something confidential to do. The situation in the United States is turbulent and ever-changing. I didn't expect Commander Su to be trapped here. What a trouble. The ghost yawned and said calmly, according to my understanding of Commander Su, this is probably part of his plan. After all, the Nirvana plan is approaching. With Commander Su's cautiousness, he will never put himself in an unfavorable situation. Another person said worriedly, who knows? Commander Su's disappearance is special enough. This is the first time. No one can guarantee that Commander Su is really safe. The ghost glanced at his old friend with a worried look on his face, and suddenly asked, Guya, have you let go of your emotions? Guya sighed. For the mission. I had to do it. I was halfway through the mission. But suddenly I was ordered by my superiors to come and find Commander Su. Long traces. Before I had time to erase my emotions again. The ghost stared at the bone crow grimly, and said in a vigilant tone, release your emotions. Are you okay? It's okay. At most I'm a little tired. It won't interfere with the mission. The ghost said coldly, it's one thing to interfere with the mission. What I'm really worried about is that you will have a different mind. The bone crow frowned. What do you mean? Nothing else. I just heard that the current turmoil in New York is all because Da Vinci, who is in charge of New York, seems to have ulterior motives. Although there is no concrete evidence to prove that he betrayed the organization. There is no smoke without fire. I hope you don't follow Da Vinci's footsteps. The bone crow was angry, but he still suppressed his anger and glared at the ghost. Wiping the rain off his face, Ghost, I thought you were a sensible person, but I didn't expect you to smear others without evidence. The ghost sneered. Do you say I am smearing you or Da Vinci? Don't think I don't know. It seems that you and Da Vinci have worked together several times. How many lives do you still owe him? Heh. Bone Crow said nothing more. Did he want to say that he believed in Da Vinci? For those who don't believe in Da Vinci, it's useless to say more. Bone Crow believes that everything should be based on evidence. If Da Vinci really has problems, then Commander Su will still let Da Vinci stay in New York. The conversation between Bone Crow and the ghost ended unpleasantly. Bone Crow was about to turn around and leave, but the ghost said behind him, Bone Crow, if you really have problems, then I will kill you. Bone Crow didn't even look back. Raised a middle finger, I'll return your words. After that, he strode away. The sound of rain was still dripping, playing a solemn prelude to the gray-black sky. Bone Crow led the team to separate from Ingui and others. They shuttled through the dense forest together. Everyone was searching with all their strength. But he was the only one who was a little confused, especially thinking of what Ingui said just now. If he was still in the state of emotional obliteration, he would definitely treat it as fart in a blink of an eye. But now, he couldn't help but think about what to do if Da Vinci really rebelled secretly. Just as Ingui worried, he had dealt with Da Vinci before, and had cooperated with Da Vinci, and was saved by Da Vinci during a mission. Now that Phone Kite and Bible died tragically, only Da Vinci survived, which really made people a little puzzled. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, he turned his head to the left. A man in black stood behind a tree less than 10 steps away from him, with only half of his body exposed. Bone Crow immediately recognized the man's appearance. If he remembered correctly, he was one of Da Vinci's confidants. He had already investigated this information before he came to support the search. The other teammates in the team were searching with all their strength. The man didn't seem to want to be exposed in front of everyone. He just waved to Bone Crow and asked Bone Crow to talk with him. Bone Crow frowned, and somehow did not alert the other teammates. Seeing that no one was paying attention to this side, he quickly stepped forward and said, Are you Da Vinci's man? Is there something? Da Vinci was now being forced to be under house arrest in the manner in the name of sitting in the rear. At this time, the confidant came to him, probably because he had something to report. You are Lord Bone Crow, right? Yes, it's me. Your pheromone concealment ability is good, but there seems to be no need to hide, right? Lord Da Vinci has something to tell you. Bone Crow glanced at the man strangely, with murderous intent in his eyes. The man was calm and said, Lord Da Vinci asked me to give this to you. When Bone Crow saw this man take out a broken metal pocket watch, his breathing became a little faster, and his eyes suddenly became sharper. Lord Da Vinci said that this was the gift you gave him when he went on a mission with you. Now it's time to return it to its original owner. Bone Crow's throat was a little dry. He seemed to be trapped in the memories of the past. It was simple to say that he went with Da Vinci to eliminate a rat organization, but he didn't expect to meet a strong opponent who was equally matched with him. He almost died under the enemy's gun, but Da Vinci arrived in time and saved him. After the mission was over, he gave the pocket watch that had accompanied him for 10 years to Da Vinci, and promised that if he had any errands in the future, he could come to him with the pocket watch at any time. But Da Vinci never came to see him once. He was about to forget about it, but he saw the pocket watch on this critical day. But he was still in a state of emotional liberation, and could not think rationally according to the black soldier's thinking. Da Vinci, what do you want me to do? In order to confirm the truth? The Bone Crow asked solemnly. The man replied, it's very simple. Spreading false information to disrupt the situation and prolong the search progress. That's all. What the hell is that's all? Bone Crow asked gloomily. What exactly does Da Vinci want to do? It's simply a rebellion. The man replied, I don't know. Lord Bone Crow, are you willing to assist Lord Da Vinci? If not, Lord Da Vinci won't force you. I will go to find the next person. Bone Crow asked in surprise, are there others? The man smiled slightly. As a veteran elite black soldier, Lord Da Vinci has done favors for more than just Bone Crow over the years? Chapter 854, mistakenly entering the search circle. In the dense forest, undercurrents surge. At some point, the black soldiers who were scouting around noticed the unusual atmosphere in the forest. This was the sixth sense of intuition inspired by pheromones. The malice hidden in the dark spread in the forest, which was disturbing. The source was the black soldiers sent by Da Vinci to wander around in the dense forest. They were only responsible for delivering the messages that Da Vinci asked them to deliver. As for whether these black soldiers would help Da Vinci interfere with the search, it was not something they considered. Of course, Da Vinci would not be so naive as to think that he could make these black soldiers give up the mission with just one word. Facing some uncooperative black soldiers, Da Vinci sent them to read the letter left by Su Feng. Just as Ingui thought, many black soldiers had doubts about this search mission. Commander Su had never put himself in such a dangerous place. So was this kidnapping also Commander Su's plan? In half belief and half doubt, many elite black soldiers have already switched to Da Vinci. As for the other stubborn elements, Da Vinci was not going to persuade them. Anyway, his purpose was just to disrupt the search mission, not to lead the black soldiers to fight against their own people. Let's go, Zhu Shizhou said to the three people behind him. Su Feng had woken up. His hands were tied with ropes, and his mouth was sealed with several circles of tape. Although some restrictions were taken, Su Feng was still at the level of an elite black soldier, and it would only take some effort to break free. However, before Su Feng broke free, Apple Pie and Du Fei would take action. Fortunately, Su Feng had no intention of breaking free. Instead, he calmly watched Zhu Shizhou impose restrictions on him. Are you leaving now? Du Fei asked. She was confused by the previous calmness and had a little bit of luck in her heart, thinking that as long as she continued to stay here, the black soldiers might not be able to search here. Apple Pie rolled her eyes at Du Fei. It seems to me that it's too late. You actually want to stay here? How naive are you? Du Fei looked at Apple Pie unhappily. I don't need you to educate me. You are a guy who has been fooled by us from beginning to end. Apple Pie was angry. You? Zhu Shizhou glanced at the two of them, and they both fell silent at the same time. Stop arguing. Let's go. Apple Pie, you are stronger than Du Fei. You are responsible for paying attention to the movements around you on the road. Du Fei, you are responsible for taking care of Su Feng. You two must listen to my command on the road. Now only I can take you out of the search circle safely. Su Feng looked at Zhu Shizhou with deep eyes. Why is Zhu Shizhou so confident? Has he foreseen the future of being out of the search circle? Or is he sure that he can foresee a safe future? The former is fine, but the latter is more meaningful, as it is related to Zhu Shizhou's ability to proactively control his ability to foresee the future. Su Feng also had this idea when he put himself in danger. He has never really seen the full picture of Zhu Shizhou's foreseeing the future with his own eyes. Now that he is accompanied by Zhu Shizhou, it is easier for him to see Zhu Shizhou's ability clearly. Du Fei and Apple Pie put aside the idea of arguing and followed Zhu Shizhou out of the house. Zhu Shizhou turned on his phone and called up the map. After looking for a while, Zhu Shizhou pointed in a certain direction. Go northeast. Apple Pie and Du Fei are fine. Su Feng was a little confused. From the terrain point of view, the encirclement of the black soldiers in the northeast should not be easy. Did Zhu Shizhou predict the future to be a breakthrough from the northeast? In addition, what is the meaning behind Zhu Shizhou's checking the map? Does it prove that he has not predicted the future yet? If he really predicted the future, there is no need to pretend to look at the map. But this is also contradictory. Since Zhu Shizhou did not predict the future, why did he dare to go out and point to the northeast? Isn't he afraid of turning over? Su Feng had a lot of doubts in his mind. If he hadn't been silenced now, he would have asked it long ago. Zhu Shizhou didn't even care about Su Feng's doubts. Because in his opinion, the first attempt would not be lucky enough to succeed. Several people headed northeast. Du Fei, the weakest one, was also a black soldier level strongman, and his speed would not be too slow. Apple Pie plays the role of a scout. Her pheromones can be twisted into threads and extended outwards, which is quite hidden and difficult to detect, making it the most suitable for reconnaissance work. 200 meters ahead, there is a black soldier search team. Apple Pie followed Zhu Shizhou and reminded him in a low voice. How strong are they? Zhu Shizhou asked without turning his head. Apple Pie frowned. You don't want to fight with him, do you? It's best not to have any battle, because you can't wipe out all the black soldiers in an instant. As long as a battle occurs, your position will inevitably be exposed. I know. I just think that if the black soldiers in front are not strong, just use them to create chaos. Can you sense the number of people? Damn it. I'm not here to die with you. Apple Pie cursed in his heart and said unhappily, 32 people. Don't fight them head on. It's not that far yet. Zhu Shizhou glanced at Apple Pie and nodded, okay. Then changed the route. After saying that, he turned around and changed the direction of advance. Apple Pie was startled. From Zhu Shizhou's unhesitating attitude, he didn't actually want to fight the other party. But why did he act like he was going to fight the other party just now? While thinking, Su Feng glanced at Apple Pie. Su Feng had understood. Apple Pie looked at Su Feng and suddenly understood the reason. Zhu Shizhou was testing her. Apple Pie broke out in a cold sweat. If she had proposed to face the black soldiers directly, or had not reported the exact number of black soldiers, she would have been finished. Zhu Shizhou was testing her to see if she had any intention of betraying him. Fortunately, she did not think about it, and stood firmly on the side of Zhu Shizhou. Damn. What a thief. Apple Pie wiped the cold sweat calmly, and continued to do his reconnaissance work conscientiously. Su Feng turned around and continued to observe Zhu Shizhou. Not only did he not try to escape or make a noise to attract rescue, but he also used his pheromones to detect the abnormality of Zhu Shizhou without hesitation. But he found nothing. His pheromones were easily blocked by Zhu Shizhou. In terms of information quality and quantity, Zhu Shizhou's current pheromones have surpassed the scope of the Black Soldier Organization's research on pheromones. Su Feng was still observing silently. As he expected, the first incident happened to the group. Apple Pie whispered to Zhu Shizhou with an ugly face. We can't move forward. There are traces of reconnaissance by the black soldiers in front of us. On the left, behind us, and on the right. Damn. We are entering the surge encirclement of the black soldiers. Su Feng glanced at Zhu Shizhou. Zhu Shizhou didn't look panicked. Zhu Shizhou nodded. I also sensed it. It seems that the black soldiers intentionally formed an encirclement during the search. But we took the initiative to enter the encirclement of the team. They haven't noticed our existence yet. Apple Pie didn't even dare to release pheromones casually now. He tried his best to conceal his own pheromones and glared at Zhu Shizhou angrily. Is this what you said about taking us out of the search circle? Where do you get your confidence? Su Feng also had the same question. Du Fei, on the contrary, was the calmest one, and even looked calmer than Zhu Shizhou. It's not that I think the situation is good, but I choose to believe in Zhu Shizhou as always. That's all. Chapter 855, Fighting in the Rain. Zhu Shizhou had never thought of escaping the encirclement in one go. Facing the surprise of several people, he did not explain anything. He shook his head. Get ready for the battle. Apple Pie looked ugly. I'm so stupid. Really? I knew I shouldn't act with you. If we act separately, the probability of our escape will be a little higher. This is a desperate situation. It's a pity that things have come to this point, and there is no turning back. The rain falling from the black sky well concealed the pheromones of several people, so that they have not been discovered for the time being and have a chance to breathe. But at the same time, this environment is not very friendly to Apple Pie and others. Her pheromones cannot extend too far in the rain. And what they are about to face is a group of black soldiers holding black soldier standard firearms, which is simply a desperate situation in a desperate situation. Desperate situation. Zhu Shizhou's thoughts suddenly drifted back to the time when he first came into contact with the black soldiers. In the grove of the university campus, he fought hand-to-hand with several black soldiers. He only had a bow and arrow in his hand, and he was alone. Now the weapon in his hand is a gun, and there are several elite black soldier level and black soldier level strong companions around him. Is it really a desperate situation? It is much better than the original situation. Several people found a good cover. Apple Pie and Dufay each found a big tree to climb up and hide their bodies among the lush branches. Zhu Shizhou took Su Feng and found a tree to hide behind the tree. Su Feng took a deep breath and blew it hard, using his breath to break the comfort of the tape. He was barely able to speak. He said to Zhu Shizhou, "Are you going to let me watch your next performance like this?" Zhu Shizhou glanced at Su Feng and said, "It's good that I didn't knock you out and bury you." Su Feng said, "Don't forget. The current development is going according to my plan. So my interests are the same as yours. We both want to escape the encirclement. But if you tie me up, there will be no room for turning back when we meet the black soldiers later. It's better to untie me and disguise me. If I meet other black soldiers, I can still cooperate with you in acting." Zhu Shizhou sneered. "Su Feng, do you know what the most important lesson I learned from the confrontation with you is?" Su Feng frowned. "That is, don't follow your thoughts. I already understand that when you make a plan, you will consider every step in all aspects. Reasonable and unreasonable. Normal and abnormal. Possible and impossible. All kinds of situations are within your scope of imagination. So no matter how much the suggestions you put forward during this period are in line with the current situation, as long as I adopt your suggestions, I will fall into your plan. Just like when I chose to cooperate with you. I still can't get rid of your calculations to this day. And I am firmly bound by your layout. I already understand that this will not escape the limitations you set." Su Feng raised his eyebrows. "So you are going to violate my suggestions everywhere?" Zhu Shizhou shook his head. "No. That would still be predictable. And still can't avoid the thinking trap. So the best way to jump out of the plan is to ignore your existence. In this way, your thinking will not interfere with me at all." Su Feng smiled. "It's easy to say, but hard to do. Are you sure you can completely avoid my influence?" Zhu Shizhou stared at Su Feng. "Why do you think I tied your hands and taped your mouth? Do you think I really want to restrict your actions? No. It's just to eliminate your influence and make you shut up. Go ahead." Zhu Shizhou stepped forward again and taped Su Feng's mouth. "Shut up, Su Feng." Without Su Feng's interference, Zhu Shizhou even felt much more relaxed. Unlike Apple Pie and Dufay, his pheromones were so strong that he could completely ignore the interference of the rain. Even if the pheromones in the rain were too complicated, he could extend his pheromones to a far distance and control them freely. In his perception, the black soldiers around him were shrinking towards the central circle. This is a reconnaissance method called circular search method. At the beginning, an area is demarcated, and personnel are sent to surround the area and then shrink the search from the outside to the inside until it shrinks to the center point. If no one is found, the next area is entered to perform the same operation. This method is specifically used to encircle the enemy. Zhu Shizhou has learned it in the reconnaissance class. As time goes by, if they don't try to break through, they will face enemies holding black soldier standard firearms from all directions. Apple Pie and Dufay stayed in the tree without moving, which was in line with Zhu Shizhou's wishes. It's better for them not to make any sound and leave these black soldiers to him. But before that, Zhu Shizhou turned around and stabbed Su Feng with a knife, knocking him unconscious again. Su Feng's physical fitness was also at the elite black soldier level, and his coma would not last too long. He would probably wake up soon. So he only needed to deal with those black soldiers during this time. Zhu Shizhou carried Su Feng up with brisk steps, climbed up a tree, and put Su Feng down. Apple Pie and Dufay were on the trees on the left and right sides of Su Feng. They were the best caregivers. After doing all this, Zhu Shizhou quickly got down from the tree and rushed into the rain at a very fast speed. Apple Pie on the tree looked at Zhu Shizhou, who disappeared in the distance with a solemn expression, and murmured, "This guy. He won't abandon us and run away. Right?" Dufay on another tree heard this and said indifferently, "Don't waver. Don't doubt. Just believe him. That's it. How do you think I survived until now despite the hostility with the Black Soldier organization?" Apple Pie stopped talking. Ingui felt something was wrong. His pheromones were also ranked first among the elite black soldiers. So he waved his hand as soon as he noticed something was wrong, signaling all the team members to stop. "What's wrong, Captain?" "Quiet. Stop searching," Ingui said expressionlessly. All members stopped. The raindrops hit the helmets, faces and uniforms of the black soldiers, making a sharp but noisy white noise. When there was only this kind of sound around, other noises were easy to distinguish. Ingui listened for a while, then turned his head and looked in one direction. Someone is approaching here at high speed. Although the footsteps have been restrained to be very light. After all, it is now a muddy ground on a rainy day. And it can be heard and distinguished. Is it the enemy? The team members did not question the judgment of Captain Ingue. Probably, Ingue said, waving his hand and making a gesture. Tactical position 5. The team members received it and quickly dispersed, forming a mutually connected position behind the trees in various places. While Ingue stayed in place without moving, everyone was fully prepared to wait for the arrival of the enemy. The ghost could not tell whether the person was an enemy or a friend, but he could clearly sense that the person had a strong ability to converge pheromones, moved at high speed, and deliberately converged pheromones. These 2 points alone could determine the other party's position. There was no doubt that it was an enemy. After a while, the ghost moved his feet and hid his body behind a tree. Half of his body was exposed from behind the tree, and the muzzle of the gun was pointed forward. Soon, a figure suddenly emerged in the continuous rain curtain. He was wearing casual clothes, a frog mask on his face, and an ordinary rifle. The ghost said nothing, without even a moment of hesitation, and pulled the trigger directly. Do you still need to communicate with the other party to confirm your identity? No matter who it is. There must be something fishy about deliberately covering up his face and appearing here. The white laser shot out from the muzzle, instantly opening a path in the rain curtain. The extremely high heat evaporated the falling rain into misty fog, and finally pierced the trunk of a big tree. Dodged? The ghost saw clearly that at the moment he fired, the man adjusted his movements and dodged his shot accurately and gracefully. After dodging the shot, the opponent raised the muzzle of his gun and aimed it accurately at him. Did you lock my position immediately while dodging? The ghost was sure that there was no problem with his pheromone convergence. Even at the moment of firing, his pheromones did not leak at all in his perception. So the only possibility that the enemy could dodge his first shot was that the opponent's pheromone perception ability exceeded his cognition. Bang! The ghost hid behind the tree, and the enemy shot missed. He did not hesitate. After judging that the enemy was strong, it would be too stupid to use himself as bait. He made a gesture to the left and right. The next moment, several black soldiers rushed out from behind the tree, and the muzzle of each black soldier was shining with white lasers. In an instant, the white laser exploded in the forest. Chapter 856. The Gap in the Encirclement. Several black soldiers fired white lasers from their guns, creating a swirling mist in the heavy rain. In the mist, a figure reacted almost instantly. The white laser went to an unknown destination, and it was unknown whether it hit the enemy. The air was filled with the smell of burning. Several large trees were hit by lasers, leaving scarlet flames, but they were quickly extinguished by the rain, and white smoke that blocked the field was spread in the field. It was even more difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. But at this time, the ghost shouted, "Don't stop! Keep going!" The black soldiers did not hesitate. Even under the fierce fire attack just now, they thought that the enemy could not survive at that moment. But they continued to pull the trigger, because the guns had a cooling time. The black soldiers cooperated with each other, connected the shooting with each other, and at the same time cooperated to block all possible evasive spaces around them. The ghost did not relax at all. He stared at the field, and his pheromones kept scanning the field, and he fully released his 5 senses to perceive everything on the field. There is no smell of blood, and no pheromone leaks are detected. This means that the enemy is still unharmed. Although it is incredible, this is the fact he perceives. This is a man whose strength is beyond his imagination. The white light exploded for about 2 minutes. This time seemed short, but during this period, dozens of black soldiers have fired hundreds of rounds in succession. Even if a fly accidentally enters the area where they focused their fire, it will be killed without leaving any residue. The ghost hesitated for a moment and waved his hand to signal everyone to cease fire. He suspected that he had made a mistake in his perception. His pheromone perception ability declined in the rain, which was normal. He did not sense the enemy's breath for 2 minutes. He suspected that the smoke at the scene misled his perception. The white light dissipated, and the fire area that was originally as bright as daylight suddenly returned to heavy darkness. The night returned to this area, and a thick fog formed at the scene. Although the black soldiers stopped firing, they were still on guard with guns. 10 seconds passed, and there was no movement in the field. The black soldiers held their guns and held their breath. 20 seconds passed, and the scene was still noisy with only the crackling sound of rain. At a certain moment when the second hand jumped to the 30th second, The thick fog dissipated a little, and a sharp-eyed black soldier saw a standing figure in the thick fog. Be careful. The second word was just half shouted, and suddenly, a bullet pierced the thick fog like a sharp sword, dragging a long trail in the air, and with a whoosh, it left a bloody hole on the forehead of the black soldier who tried to dodge. The black soldier fell to the ground, followed by the sudden explosion of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. Every black soldier who was about to pull the trigger was accurately hit by the bullet shot out from the thick fog. In just a few seconds, more than 5 black soldiers fell to the ground. The ghost shouted, "Find shelter." Suddenly, he also sensed the threat of death from the monster in the thick fog. Under the sixth sense warning, the ghost tilted his head to the right as hard as he could, and his body quickly retreated. A bullet passed by his cheek. If he was a little slower, his head would have exploded accurately like the other black soldiers. The remaining black soldiers all found shelter. Ingui also hid behind a tree, muttering to himself, "I didn't kill him. This bastard is too strong." After hiding in the shelter, Ingui operated the communicator and released his location to the surrounding black soldiers. If you can't win, ask for help. This is a common operation. The gunshot stopped, and Ingui heard the sound of the other party reloading. It stands to reason that he should seize the opportunity and attack the other party while the other party is reloading. But Ingui did not act rashly. He didn't think the enemy would leave him such a big flaw. Ingui also took the opportunity to observe the remaining teammates, and then discovered another fact. The dead ones were all black soldiers with low pheromone levels. So that's how it is. He took advantage of the time when he was being focused on, and while dodging, he sensed and locked onto a group of black soldiers with low pheromone levels, so that he could shoot and kill them accurately in the thick fog when everyone stopped firing. At the same time, his own pheromones were well concealed. Even if he did use pheromones to lock onto those low-level black soldiers, they didn't sense it. No. The ghost quickly thought of the bullet he had just dodged and revised his guess. It can be inferred that the enemy's pheromone concealment ability exceeds that of ordinary elite black soldiers. At least I was locked onto. But I didn't sense the opponent's pheromones. Is there really such a person? Even if it was an alien insect, they could sense it when their pheromones locked onto their black soldiers. Time passed by, and all the black soldiers hid behind the bunkers without moving. The ghost did not force his way out. He thought that the signal for help had been sent. As long as he continued to drag it on, this guy would be surrounded by more black soldiers. All he needed to do was to delay time. However, what Ingui did not expect was that he heard the enemy's footsteps not approaching their bunker, but gradually moving away. The enemy is leaving? Yes. The enemy should also know that there are a large number of black soldiers in this forest. The battle just now has attracted the nearby black soldiers. If they don't leave, they will only seek death. So it is normal for the enemy to choose to leave. Ingui hesitated for a rare moment. Should I take action to keep him? Even if I can't cause damage to the other party, I should delay the enemy's footsteps so that reinforcements can arrive in time. However, the short fight just now can tell the difference in strength between the two sides, and forcing them to come out may not be useful. While hesitating, the footsteps became farther away. Ingui frowned, and was about to turn around from behind the bunker to delay the other party's footsteps. Suddenly, a communication vibration came from the communicator. Ingui was interrupted by this, and he stopped and answered the communication. Ingui, I am Guya. I'm on my way to your location. What's the current situation? Bone Crow? Ingui felt relieved and said quickly, the enemy just left my location and headed southeast. Reinforcements are blocking in the southeast. Bone Crow, got it. After that, Bone Crow ended the communication. Ingui was stunned for a long time, because Bone Crow not only did not ask about the number of enemies, but also did not care about the casualties in his team. These should be key information. He instinctively felt something was wrong and immediately called Bone Crow back, but the communication showed that it could not be connected. Ingui frowned. The enemy's footsteps could no longer be heard. It was too late to chase them now. The hope of encircling the enemy was on Bone Crow. Could Bone Crow really arrive in time? Bone Crow closed the communication and said to the team members behind him, the enemy fled to the northwest. Let's chase them. Ingui said the southeast direction, and he told the team members the northwest direction, going in opposite directions. The team members did not know the truth and responded in unison, got it. Bone Crow's expression was not the slightest bit rippled. Strictly speaking, he did not completely betray the mission. He just chose not to act. He could not tell whether what Da Vinci conveyed to him was true or false. But he was willing to believe it was true. And just in the southeast direction, Zhu Sergio suddenly looked up in a certain direction after leaving. The pheromone encirclement has a gap? Chapter 857, Reasoning for the Backhand. After noticing the loophole in the encirclement, his first reaction was not to tell Apple Pie and Du Fei the good news, but to return to the original position where Apple Pie and Du Fei were after thinking for a while. Fortunately, the encirclement was quite large, and he did not encounter the black soldiers during his return. From here, it can be seen that the encirclement was so large that even if the location of the ghost was received, reinforcements could not come to support in a short time. This is good news, which means that he can spend more time dealing with the searched black soldiers. But the range of activities is not small. How is it? Apple Pie's voice came from the tree. Zhu Sergio quickly climbed up the tree where Su Feng was and simply answered, "We had a brief fight, but things were a bit strange." Apple Pie was a little nervous after hearing this. What strange thing happened? Were you exposed? No. The battle went smoothly, and I solved several black soldiers. But the problem is after that. Zhu Sergio checked Su Feng's condition and found that he was still in a coma, and continued, "My original intention was to concentrate the attack on one place and let the black soldiers in the encirclement gather in one direction. This would make it easier for you to break through the encirclement in other weak places. Then I would find a way to escape the dense black soldiers' pursuit and interception. But just now, I sensed that there seemed to be a gap in the encirclement." There was a gap? Apple Pie was shocked, and then immediately said, "This is a trap." Zhu Sergio glanced at Su Feng and said to Apple Pie, "Do you think this is a trap? Isn't it? Surrounding three sides and leaving one side open, forcing the enemy to escape and then annihilate them. Isn't this a common tactic?" "Maybe that's right. But I always felt it was a little strange. So I came back to confirm," Zhu Sergio said, reaching his hand to Su Feng's forehead and pressing it lightly. Pheromone came out from his fingertips, stimulating Su Feng's body pheromone to produce a stress response. And Su Feng woke up as if he had a nightmare and opened his eyes quickly. This is a use of pheromones that Zhu Sergio discovered. His pheromones can be used to paralyze the bodies of black soldiers in battle, and naturally can also be used to stimulate unconscious people to wake them up quickly. The more powerful the pheromone, the more intense the stress response will be when stimulated by the pheromone. Zhu Sergio didn't waste any words, tore off the tape on Su Feng's mouth, and asked directly, "Su Feng, you have arranged a backup to help us escape, right?" Su Feng had just woken up and should have thought about the current situation. But after hearing Zhu Sergio's question, he understood. "Next time, don't knock me out and wake me up in such a rough way," Su Feng said first, then asked, "How did you judge it?" Zhu Sergio said calmly, "Don't waste time. I don't want to play guessing games with you. Answer yes or no." Su Feng, "Yes." Zhu Sergio nodded, "Okay. Then we will escape. Since you and I have the same interests, don't make any noise during the escape." Su Feng shook his head, stretched his body, and jumped down the tree first. Naturally, his legs were still tied. Zhu Sergio also jumped down and called Apple Pie and Du Fei to follow. Apple Pie also tried to extend the pheromone to sense, but she didn't sense anything. What encirclement? What gap? She understood. This is not something she can sense at her pheromone level. Zhu Sergio led the way. Apple Pie also had many things she didn't understand. Now it was about her life, so she had to ask for clarification. So she quickly caught up with Zhu Sergio. "Prophet, we are running away now. Can you explain it to us? Why do you know this is not a tactic of surrounding three and leaving one?" "There are 3 reasons. The first one is that you have to consider the importance of Commander Su," Zhu Sergio explained. "Su Feng is missing, and the black soldiers are searching the dense forest. When they still can't find the enemy, an enemy suddenly appears. Do you think the black soldiers will take the risk of using the tactic of surrounding 3 sides and leaving one side missing? Maybe it would be the case under normal circumstances, but this matter concerns Su Feng's safety. Their primary goal is to grasp all clues as much as possible and not give the enemy any chance to escape. The tactic of surrounding 3 sides and leaving one side missing is still too risky. Once the enemy escapes from the gap in the encirclement, it will bring greater trouble to the search work. This reason is based on our previous actions. In the eyes of the black soldiers who participated in the search, we are probably extremely cunning. The situation in New York has been manipulated by us. And even Su Feng, who has planned everything, has been successfully kidnapped by us. Do you think they will choose to act cautiously or risk setting a trap in this situation? What's more, even if they want to surround 3 sides and leave one side missing, this trap is too obvious. Do you think the black soldiers will underestimate us to this extent and set such an obvious trap for us to jump into? After being said this, Apple Pie also felt that his previous thoughtless answer was a bit ill-considered. She was more curious about why Zhu Shizhou acted so decisively. There should be more evidence to support Zhu Shizhou's actions. So she asked, "What about the second reason?" Zhu Shizhou said, "The second reason is Su Feng. You saw it too, right? I just came back and verified with Su Feng whether he had prepared a backup plan." Apple Pie nodded, "I saw it. Then you should understand. Since Su Feng put himself in danger and set up a subsequent script for me, how could he not be prepared at all and let me die in the first step? So when I sensed that there was a gap in the encirclement, the first person I thought of was Su Feng. I think Su Feng had already anticipated that this situation would evolve into this, and made preparations in advance. I am afraid that he notified some of the black soldiers in advance to let them hinder the search and facilitate our escape. In this way, the subsequent drama is possible. I have objections." At this time, Su Feng, who had been listening, suddenly said, "How can you assert that I must have a backup plan in order to test your ability? It is possible that I have not prepared any backup plan. Su Feng, your curiosity about me has probably never diminished. Since we just met, you have been testing the limits of my ability. The current situation is also created by you with painstaking efforts. But this does not mean that you want to test it at this juncture." Zhu Shizhou looked at Su Feng, almost as if he saw through Su Feng, and said with certainty, "You were kidnapped by me, and you have plenty of time to observe me later. This is probably the reason why you put yourself in danger. So you will not choose to test me now." After hearing this, Su Feng didn't know what to think, and nodded calmly. "This is the second reason. What about the third reason?" "The third reason. The location of the gap in the encirclement. And the black soldier team far away from the encirclement moved too quickly." Apple Pie was stunned for a moment. Quick action. Is this also a reason? Isn't it common sense that black soldiers are efficient? Zhu Shizhou said, "From the time I fought to the end of the battle, the encirclement did not change. It was not until the elite black soldier began to ask for help that the encirclement began to shrink. So I chose to evacuate temporarily. But just when I evacuated, the gap in the encirclement appeared. It stands to reason that for such a major operation, even if there is a commander behind it, it is necessary to judge what tactics to implement according to the situation. More importantly, the enemy is still in the encirclement, in a state of being trapped in a jar. It only needs to slowly shrink the encirclement to kill it slowly. So the commander should have a lot of time to think and make careful decisions. And there is no need to be so anxious to dispatch black soldiers." Apple Pie suddenly realized that this was indeed a big flaw. It sounds simple, but who could think of it in such a short time? At least she didn't think of it. And from the black soldier who left the encirclement, we can at least infer that there are multiple teams that do not obey the unified command and have independent decision-making power. At the same time, this is also the premise for Su Feng's backup plan to be realized. If all teams obey the command of a certain commander, the behavior of that team can be regarded as abnormal. It will definitely attract the attention of more black soldiers. But from my pheromone perception alone, other black soldier teams have not been affected by that team. And they don't even seem to notice that there is a gap in the encirclement. So that's how it is." It was the first time that Apple Pie felt like a fool. She looked at Su Feng again. Su Feng looked calm, as if he had expected this. This was normal. But she looked at Du Fei. Why did this guy look so calm? And he hadn't spoken since just now. Even though Zhu Shizhou made a series of shockingly meticulous reasonings, her expression didn't change at all, as if everything was within her expectations. Could it be that she was the only one who didn't think of it at the first time? Apple Pie was a little skeptical about life. And just when Apple Pie was in self-doubt all the way, Zhu Shizhou had already let a few people out of the encirclement. As a result, nothing happened. It was simply too smooth. It seems that more than one team has become a traitor. Zhu Shizhou glanced at Su Feng. This guy is simply treating them as fools, fearing that they can't escape the encirclement. Apple Pie spoke again. Which way should we go next? Su Feng looked at Zhu Shizhou. Although you said you wouldn't follow my advice, I do know there is a hidden route nearby. I told you to shut up. Zhu Shizhou grinned. Next, we returned to the manor. What? Apple Pie's eyes widened, and even Su Feng's face was stunned for a moment. It was obvious that Zhu Shizhou's next plan was not in his calculation. Apple Pie turned his head to look at Du Fei again. Du Fei still had a calm expression, as if he had expected it.